have claimed that prior permission was sought. There is a letter that was given to the police as well as other officials talking about security that needs to be provided because alcohol will be served at the event. However, Mr. Sudhakar has condemned this, claiming that this was done without his knowledge and that serving alcohol either during election or any kind of event is something that is absolutely wrong as well as bizarre. Now, we also have this event that has set off a political flashpoint between the ruling government as well as the opposition here, because D.K. Shivkumar claiming that it's not the local BJP leaders but then the national president, Mr. J.P. Nadda, who needs to give an appropriate response to this event or this incident that has happened. And in the meantime, the BJP also claiming that this is something where action needs to be taken. If anyone is found guilty, then where is the government? Where are the systems that are put in place for this? All of these questions that are still doing the rounds as far as this particular case is concerned. But however, Sudhakar has come out in the open to condemn this entire event and stating that he has already spoken to those organizers over a call and talked about how wrong this is. Back to you.
All right, Pratibha Raman, thank you very much for getting us all the details. Moving on, senior BRS leader K. Keshav Rao, he joined the Congress on Wednesday and resigned as BRS MP last week. The resignation may help the Congress nominate someone from Telangana so it gets a cushion of 2 seats to claim leader of opposition status in the upper house. This is yet another high-profile exit from the BRS to the Congress in Telangana. In fact, my colleague Uma Sudhir spoke to Keshav Rao. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
I have with me Mr. Keshav Rao. Your resignation as BRS MP. I'll ask you whether it's a strategic decision on the part of the Congress as well, because with this, they get an extra number in the Rajya Sabha so that they get some cushion in the Rajya Sabha. Because after the 2024 elections, with Mr. K.C. Venugopal and Deepinder Huda resigning, the number had come down to a perilous 26. And now it gives them an opportunity.
Quite possible they might get that strategic advantage out of it, but I didn't intend that at all, because I have been thinking when I wanted to go back to Congress. You know, I have spent more than 55 years in Congress, 10 years BRS because of Telangana, and I said the day I left, I wrote to Madam saying the Congress is the greatest party in the country. There is no alternative, Tina effect. But there is no substitute to my Telangana because I am committed to Telangana. So I had to now choose. I face the dilemma, but I have to choose between the people's struggle for Telangana or my own party and my own self. So I went to struggle. Now that Telangana is achieved, I think I must go back home. Last days, I think I should be in Congress. That was my strategy. Now, by that, if strategically they are gaining something, then I should not be blamed.
2 more years are left of your term, but you've already been offered an advisor post by the Telangana government. Have you already accepted it, or is the field open for somebody like, say, Mr. Abhishek Singhvi or someone else?
You see, look, Abhishek Singhvi doesn't come into the advisory post, is it not?
Yes.
Advisory post is for the state. See, the very fact they have appointed me immediately, I have some hunch. Something tells me that quite possible they would like to have another man. I don't, Abhishek, you have brought a new name. Quite possible they might do it. But I have not thought of it at all because I left it. I thought if there is a vacancy, they would give it to me because my performance has been very good as far as Rajya Sabha is concerned, particularly when I was in Congress. Mrs. Gandhi used to field me in everywhere. Whenever the opposition attack, onslaught, I was the person who was fielded. So I thought I would retain, but now that they thought of appointing me into some other post, which I have not yet taken a decision on, so quite possible they might think of it.
All right, time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
A strategic, bold move, par for the course, or a balancing act? How is the world going to look at Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Moscow to meet President Vladimir Putin? Remember, this is Mr. Modi's first visit to Russia after the Russia-Ukraine war broke out. What does India gain out of it? What are the consequences for the world? We'll keep getting you all that and more from Moscow. Keep watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene.
Welcome back. Prime Minister Modi is en route to Moscow for his two-day visit to Russia. This is Prime Minister Modi's first visit to Russia since the Ukraine war began. The 22nd India-Russia bilateral summit, it will be held parallel to the NATO meeting in Washington. From defense, energy, oil, Indians stranded in Russia, trade imbalances to increased economic cooperation, the two countries have redefined what has been a historical friendship in the past 10 years, particularly with the Prime Minister having asserted that this is not an era of war. Will Russia's invasion of Ukraine cast its shadow on the bilateral summit? What are the larger geopolitical undertones of this meet? Can the two nations carve out a roadmap for the new world order? In fact, the Indian ambassador to Russia, Mr. Vinay Kumar, he spoke exclusively to NDTV and mentioned that trade, atomic energy and defense is on the agenda of these talks. Listen in.
If there's been one constant in the world of geopolitics, it is the relationship between India and Russia. Today, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Russia begins, Ambassador Vinay Kumar joins us for a quick chat. Thank you so much, Ambassador Vinay Kumar, for speaking to NDTV. So what would be on agenda, between these meetings of Narendra Modi and Vladimir Putin?
You know, the visit is situated in the tradition of annual summit that between two countries we have of Prime Minister and of India and President of Russian Federation. So during this visit, we will have the 22nd annual summit. On the agenda are, of course, comprehensive set of bilateral issues. As you know, we have multifaceted relationship. So all dimensions of that will be discussed in political, economic, trade and investment, of course, defense, atomic energy. All these issues will be discussed. And without prejudging what exactly the leaders will talk, I think that regional and global developments will also be on the agenda.
Right. So we are talking about multilateralism here. This is an important bilateral meeting because it's the first official bilateral meeting that the Prime Minister is having after his third term. How does Modi 3.0 look for India-Russia relations?
India-Russia relations have been growing, and our constant endeavor is to continue work towards further deepening and expanding of the ties, because we find this relationship of mutually beneficial nature. It meets the economic, security, defense needs of the two countries, and so I think the trend that we have had in India-Russia relations over the past decade will continue.
Okay. Thank you, Ambassador Vinay Kumar, for speaking to NDTV. So that is Ambassador Vinay Kumar speaking on the need for strengthening economic ties and how the meeting between President Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is only going to strengthen the long-lasting, tried and tested ties between Russia and India. With camera person Pooja Arya, this is Vasudha Venugopal for NDTV from Moscow.
All right, that's all we have for you. Keep watching NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janta ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो. एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट एआई. इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट. मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं. ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ एआई. तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है. वेल एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है, बट आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग सून फॉर एवरीवन. और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे, यू कैन यूटिलाइज द फुल पोटेंशियल ऑफ गूगल्स.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Stop being in denial. The top court's strong words on the NEET paper leak. The Supreme Court says the retest is our last option, but we must determine the extent of the paper leak. This is the Supreme Court asks the government to form a panel of multidisciplinary experts to probe the NEET mess. The CBI is supposed to submit the probe report before the next hearing on Thursday. Heavy rain brings Mumbai to its knees. Flight, rail operations have been thrown out of gear. This as the government asks Mumbaikars to stay indoors. A heavy rain alert in Mumbai amid the high tide. In the Mumbai hit-and-run case, the Shinde Sena leader has now been produced in court. He's one of the accused's father. The Sena leader's son, who was driving the speeding BMW, is still on the run. The police say there was a cover-up attempt by the Shinde Sena leader, saying that the leader asked the driver to take the blame instead of the son. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi meets violence victims in strife-torn Manipur. This is his third visit to Manipur, but the first as the leader of opposition. He visits the epicenter of the violence, Chura Chandpur. He's also set to meet the Manipur governor later today. Prime Minister Modi en route Moscow for a 2-day state visit. This is his first visit since the Ukraine war. A rousing welcome awaits the Prime Minister at the Moscow airport. Good evening and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I am Vedant Agarwal. Our top focus at this hour, a terror attack has been reported in Jammu and Kashmir's Katwa district. In fact, what we're being told is that more army troops have been rushed into the area. No casualties have been reported yet, is what army sources are indicating. Our senior colleague Nazir Masoodi is now joining us live. So Nazir, no casualties reported yet, but this has become a terror hotbed, a third attack in just the last couple of days.
Well, this is in fact a second attack on army in last 2 days. But this is much more serious than any other attack given the location, given the area where this attack has taken place, and also how far these terrorists have reached after infiltrating. This is an area called Bilateral in Katwa district. Katwa district is bordering Punjab's Pathankot district, so you can imagine how militancy is spreading its footprints across Jammu region, which was free from militancy, now becoming a hotbed of these militant theatre of major terror attacks. According to a senior police officer, one army Jawan has been injured in the attack when the army vehicles came under firing. Army has repulsed the attack, but so far there is no information or confirmation if any of the attacker has been killed. More often than not, in Jammu region, whenever there were attacks on the army, militants have managed to escape. Initially, they were taking advantage of the forest, dense forest and topography in Poonch and Rajouri. This all started from October 2022 in Poonch and Rajouri when attacks on army has started. Those who understand militancy and this complex situation, they know this is only these attacks in Jammu and spreading militancy to Jammu is aimed at increasing the cost of the state, of the engagement. So that is how things are on the ground, that because they want to spread militancy to Jammu, which has large area, which has proximity to the line of control. It also shows the intentions from across the border, how they want to create more disturbances in Jammu and Kashmir. So really challenges are there for the security forces. They have been dealing with the situation and operation is underway. Reinforcement has been rushed to the area and we are waiting for more details, but it is really clearly a huge challenge. Last month, there was 2 terrorists were killed in Katwa village when they appeared and were asking for the water from the villagers. But villagers informed the police and they were eventually killed in the build-up area. But this time it appears to be a planned attack in a place where they wanted to, create disturbances so that more troops are deployed in this area. So that has been the purpose of these attacks and spreading militancy to Jammu so that more troops are bogged down in counter-militancy operations. Remember one important thing, because these type of attacks and militancy in Jammu has large military connotations, geostrategic connotations, which is, for example, after Galwan incident in eastern Ladakh, Army could pull out 1 division of military from Poonch and Rajouri and deploy in eastern Ladakh to match the number of troops China has deployed along the line of actual control. But because of the spread of militancy and resurgence of militancy in this area, again troops, 1 division of troops had to be again deployed in Poonch and Rajouri area. And this area, since it was free, Katwa, Bilateral, all these areas were completely free from militancy. So they want to increase the cost of the engagement for the government, for the security forces in this area. So it's a challenging situation. It's a dynamic situation where we see Pakistan pushing in more militants, even as several successful operations have been conducted by the security forces. For example, in South Kashmir yesterday, in twin encounters, 6 militants, all locals, have been killed. As army suffered also 2 casualties, including a special forces paratrooper was also killed in action during those 2 encounters. So the situation is ongoing situation. Details are very sketchy. Only thing what we know officially has been confirmed that 1 army soldier was injured in the attack. Army has repulsed the attack and a counter-terror operation is underway in Bilateral area of Katwa.
Right, Nazir, and also, I remember 1 month back, a paramilitary soldier was killed in the same area, in the Katwa area. And it is an extremely challenging area for security forces to carry out operations, given the fact that it's extremely, it's a challenging terrain. The topography is such that terrorists find it easier to perhaps hide here and difficult for security forces to carry out their operations.
Well, this area is, militancy is unheard of in this area. Number one, for example, for last 3 decades, I am first time hearing or reporting an incident like this from Bilateral area. It is an area which is almost 3 kilometers drive from Katwa itself. Katwa, as I said, is bordering Punjab's Pathankot district. It's on the border of Jammu and Kashmir. But given the fact last month there was an encounter in a village in Katwa, after villagers raised an alarm and informed the security force about presence of 2 terrorists. So, because it was a build-up area, both the militants were killed, but CR1 CRPF Jawan was also killed in action, and there were some injuries to the security force as well. But it appears that that group may have been a much larger group, and they may have now traveled all the way or reached all the way to Bilateral, where they carried out this attack. So clearly, attack appears to be premeditated, pre-planned to carry out attack on the army. As I have been saying, there is purpose. Those who understand militancy and why they are trying to keep the pot boiling, why they want to, push in more militants. They want to increase the cost of engagement so that the troops on the border, there are less troops on the border. And it's also a challenge that how there's dramatic increase in the infiltration, and highly trained, motivated, and highly armed militants are being pushed into the Jammu and Kashmir, particularly in Jammu region.
Right, Nazir, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. So as Nazir is reporting, militancy is unheard of as far as this particular area is concerned. No casualties have been reported yet. Moving now to the big breaking story right now. In fact, in the Mumbai hit-and-run case, the father of the accused, Rajesh Shah, who is a Shinde Sena leader, he has been sent to judicial custody. He is now in jail. He has been sent to judicial custody till the 13th of this month. So, of course, this is an important development there. In fact, the driver is in police custody, though the leader has been sent to jail directly to judicial custody. Radhika Ramaswamy is now joining us live with the latest. So, Radhika, the main accused in the sense that the person who was behind the wheel, Mihir Shah, he is still absconding, but his father has directly been sent to jail.
That's right. Mihir Shah is still absconding. In fact, multiple teams have been formed by the Mumbai police to trace him, but absolutely no trace of the main accused who was behind the steering wheel. In fact, who had allegedly rammed into the scooter, killing one person. Now, as far as the proceedings in the court is concerned, yes, the father has been sent to judicial custody, and the driver, who was also arrested along with the father, has been sent to police custody for a day. Of course, father, the police say, had not been cooperating with the investigations. In fact, there were multiple calls made between Mihir and his father who is also affiliated to a political party, multiple calls made, and there was an attempt of cover-up is something that the police is saying. In fact, the father had not been cooperating with the investigations, and the police also believe that father may have an idea of where his son could be, as post the accident there had been multiple conversation between the two. Now, at this point, CCTV evidence is being examined. Many people are being questioned, including the friends of Mihir, who was with him at the time or before the accident, in fact, in that particular pub in Juhu, and also his female friend with whom he had, in fact, spent time and also taken refuge soon after the accident. In fact, post the accident, he had abandoned his vehicle, called his friend, called his father, and then he escaped. Where he is, not entirely certain. His phone has been switched off. Many people being questioned, and police say that his father is somebody who could perhaps give them some.
All right, so this is the latest there with the driver being sent to police custody and the father of the main accused, the father of the boy who was behind the wheel. He has been sent to jail directly, has been sent to judicial custody till the 13th of July. Radhika continues to be with us. So Radhika, as you were mentioning, it's an absolutely horrific case. You spoke to the victim's husband as well, who said that we could have saved her life. But a grim reminder also of the Pune Porsche case, where there was a similar cover-up bid by a powerful man at the helm.
Absolutely, there is a cover-up bid similar to Pune Porsche case, because today the police in fact informing the court that the father and Mihir tried to convince the driver to take blame for this incident. Something that happened in Pune Porsche case as well, where the driver was asked to take the blame. He was in fact abducted by the family and so on in Pune, and something similar happening here as well. Of course, at this point, we'll have to wait and see when this arrest of this man will happen, because Mihir was allegedly under the influence of alcohol. He had allegedly consumed drinks, or something that the witnesses have informed the police. And then he was in the car. In fact, he took control of the car. He was speeding, after which, of course, it hit the duo who were traveling in that particular bike, killing a 45-year-old woman. So certainly tragic incident, and also the fact that this is a politically influential family. So yesterday when I spoke to the husband of the deceased, who was of course driving that scooter, did speak about what exactly transpired, how she was dragged on the bonnet of the car and they did not stop the car, and how he doesn't believe that justice will be served, as these are people who belong to a politically influential family, and that although leaders have given assurance, be it Eknath Shinde, Aditya Thackeray and so on, leaders have come, visited the police station and given all sorts of assurance that justice will be done. He had in fact said that he doesn't believe that justice will be served, simply because the main man behind the wheel is still absconding. He's not been arrested. Of course, his father has been arrested for trying to destroy evidence, for trying to shield the accused, and at the same time, the driver also arrested. And now, of course, they've been sent to custody, one to judicial custody and another to police custody of 1 day. Investigation still underway, but we're waiting for the main accused to be arrested, and the police say that they are inching closer to an arrest.
All right, that's an important update there, Radhika. The police inching closer to arrest Mihir Shah, who was behind the wheel, whose speeding BMW killed a 45-year-old woman. But as Radhika is reporting, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has promised a fair probe, a fair investigation. He says that politics over the dead must not be encouraged at this point. Take a look.
इसमें एक ही हमारा मकसद है, हिट एंड रन में किसी को भी बख्शा नहीं जाएगा, वो कितना भी इन्फ्लुएंस वाला हो, कोई भी हो, पॉलिटिकल हो, पैसे वाला हो, ये गरीब की जान होती है, और इसलिए वो भी किसी की बेटी होती है, किसी की बहन होती है, और इसलिए कोई भी हो उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा.
And moving now to the other big headline we've been tracking very closely. Well, heavy rain bringing Mumbai to its knees. In fact, there is a heavy to very heavy rain alert for parts of Mumbai for the next 2 days as well. There you can see those visuals from Dadar, King's Circle, Andheri and Kurla. Key roads underwater. In fact, people wading through waist-deep water there. In fact, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde also addressed a press conference. He urged Mumbaikars to stay indoors. This says there's a high tide as well. There you can see those strong waves as well. For the next couple of hours, there is a high tide and a heavy rain alert as well. In fact, parts of Mumbai, there's an orange category alert that has been sounded. Earlier today, the PRO of the airport told NDTV that close to 50 flights to and from Mumbai have been cancelled. State rescue teams and police teams have been on the spot as well. In fact, let's cut across live to visuals coming in of the Prime Minister arriving in Moscow for that 2-day state visit. He is being welcomed there in Moscow. Of course, it's a crucial state visit. The Prime Minister will be hosted for a private dinner later today by President Putin as well. The Prime Minister arriving there in Moscow. We'll shortly see those visuals of the Prime Minister deplaning. It's a crucial visit. A lot is on agenda, from, of course, trade to oil to the issue of stranded Indians, which will be brought up by New Delhi as well in that crucial bilateral. That bilateral will be held tomorrow. Also, an interaction with the Indian diaspora. Today, the focus very much is on the Prime Minister's dinner, the private dinner that President Putin will be hosting for the Prime Minister. Now remember, this visit is important and significant in more ways than one. This is, of course, the Prime Minister's first visit to Russia since the Ukraine war. This is the 22nd India-Russia bilateral summit. Now remember, India and Russia have maintained close ties, particularly after Prime Minister Modi took over in 2014. He has visited Russia thrice. And this is a crucial visit given the fact that a lot has changed. It's a new geopolitical reality that we find ourselves in. And the Prime Minister will, of course, also be meeting with the members of the Indian community, the members of the Indian diaspora, and in fact, the members of the Indian community at the Moscow airport as well, who are awaiting the Prime Minister's arrival there. And this is the Prime Minister's first bilateral visit after re-election. Of course, he went to Italy as well. There were many pull asides, but this is the first bilateral visit that the Prime Minister is embarking on after his re-election. Now remember, a lot is on cards. In fact, the statement from the Ministry of External Affairs also says that the focus very much is on furthering bilateral ties, as far as the energy sector is concerned. Of course, India is among the largest buyers of Russia's crude oil, and that is going to be a point of discussion there as well. In fact, trade imbalances, they have really emerged as another focus area, given the fact that India does not buy as much, India does not send as much to Russia as much as it buys. So, of course, that is something that will be discussed by the two sides. The issue of stranded Indians, as I said, that is likely to be brought up by the Prime Minister as well. And as we see these visuals, extremely significant there, the Prime Minister's visit to Russia. Will the Ukraine-Russia war cast a shadow on the visit of the Prime Minister to Russia? In fact, we saw the Russian assault on Ukraine today as well, just hours ahead of the Prime Minister's visit to Russia. So, of course, all of that makes it even more significant. And as I said, a new geopolitical reality, a new diplomatic reality that the world finds itself in. Though, of course, the world may have forgotten the Russia-Ukraine war and seems to have lost interest in that, but it's still killing people. It's still, destroying property. In fact, there you can see those visuals of the Prime Minister who's going to shortly come out of the plane, shortly going to deplane there. But it is a crucial visit, as I have been reiterating. In fact, the Ministry of External Affairs has said that this visit focuses very much on bilateral cooperation, not so much on the Russia-Ukraine war, given the fact that the Prime Minister has already reiterated this time and again that this is not an era of war. In fact, the Prime Minister said that during the Bali summit as well. So that is something that the Prime Minister and India has made clear on multiple occasions, including External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar as well. In fact, if you look at the timing of this particular visit, that's interesting as well. It runs parallel to the NATO meeting in Washington as well, so some sort of messaging to China as well. There are multiple sticking points, as well, given, speaking of the NATO meeting in Washington, given the fact that, Russia's growing closeness with China, its increasing proximity to Pakistan, all of those aspects have also been discussed by analysts and foreign policy experts as we look at this crucial visit of the Prime Minister to Russia, his first since the Ukraine war. And remember, the past 3 years rather, have been, India has walked the diplomatic tightrope in the sense that while, of course, India has condemned Russia's invasion of Ukraine, saying that it's not an era of war, India continued to buy Russian oil, emphasizing its historical relationship with Russia. In fact, many observers have pointed out that India has been able to do that successfully. In fact, Vasudha Venugopal is now joining us live from Moscow. So, Vasudha, the Prime Minister has touched down and he's expected to come out of the plane, deplane shortly. A rousing welcome awaits the Prime Minister at the airport as well.
Absolutely, Vedant. It's an important day. Of course, it's in some ways not redefining but reiterating the solid ties that Russia has had with India for several years. In fact, we've had official relations with Russia for 75 years. The mood out there in front of the hotel where the Prime Minister is going to stay is quite enthusiastic. In fact, there are people from different parts of the country. These are some dancers, and let me speak to them. What's your name and what kind of dance?
My name is Varvara. I'm from Russia and I'm Indian dance dancer.
Okay, and what kind of dance are you? What kind of songs are you performing?
We can dance Bollywood or Kathak. Today we are going to dance Rangila and Doli Baje.
Thank you so much. So, Dhol Baje and Rangila is what they've performed. They're going to perform on. The Prime Minister, in fact, is going to arrive shortly. In fact, he's already landed, and he's going to stay in a hotel here. And there are several dancers here. There are many students who've come from different parts of Russia. And remember that there is a very strong diaspora community here, about 20,000 of them. And here's where are you from, ma'am?
I am in Gujarat and मोदी जी के गांव के हैं, वटनगर के हैं और हम मोदी हैं, तो इसलिए हमको बहुत प्राउड है वो मोदी जी हमारे इधर आ रहे हैं हमारे गांव में।
कितने साल से रह रही हैं?
हम लोग इधर 12 साल से, हमारे बच्चों को भी बहुत मिलने का बहुत मन कर रहा है, इसीलिए आज हम छोटे बच्चों के साथ इधर आए हैं मिलने के लिए।
So that's a lady from the Prime Minister's hometown of Vadnagar in Gujarat. Really very excited to meet the Prime Minister. Of course, he's going to have an official 600 community members meet tomorrow, which is also going to happen in one of the hotels there. It is not Vedant to the scale of what we saw in Texas or in Madison Square, but the Russian Indian community, the diaspora here is very strong, 20,000 of them, many of them students. The medicine community is very strong here. But of course, many questions, like you rightly pointed out, this visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Moscow is coming after almost 9 years, and it points to some very important questions as to what kind of political realignment will India look at, and also what kind of political messaging will India be looking at. In fact, this is this is how the community looks like, sir. Are you part of this, and are you waiting for the Prime Minister?
हिंदी में बोलना है।
हिंदी में आप वेट कर रहे हैं Prime Minister?
हाँ, मेरा नाम है ललित प्रकाश शर्मा, यहाँ करीब 10 वर्षों से हूँ, एस्ट्रोलॉजर का काम कर रहा हूँ, और मोदी जी आ रहे इसलिए आया हूँ, बहुत खुशी होती है हमें। 2 ही प्रधानमंत्री मैंने देखे इंडिया में, 73 साल की उम्र हो चुकी है। 2 प्रधानमंत्री, एक लाल बहादुर शास्त्री और दूसरे मोदी जी, जो देश का विकास कर रहे हैं, और भारत और रशिया के संबंध है प्रगाढ़ करने में, मजबूत करने में ये हमारा शेर मोदी रहते।
Thank you, sir. So let me also show you some of the dances that are happening here. These are all Russian dancers, and variety of Bollywood songs being performed here. And remember that there is a lot of political realignment that has happened in the world. We saw the SEO meeting happening in Kazakhstan a few days ago. India has also been deepening its ties with the West, specifically US, and also there are growing ties between Russia and China. So clearly, many questions there that will be answered, and in some ways will be, a lot of interest will be taken into those questions with Prime Minister Narendra Modi arriving here shortly. There'll be a private dinner hosted for him by President Putin. He will also have a community meeting tomorrow. Trade and defense ties are top of agenda, but of course, most importantly, also the safety of Indians, those who have been misled into taking up jobs in Russian military, is also something that India is expected to raise.
Absolutely, Vasudha, and this has become a recurring feature of the Prime Minister's visits abroad, of the state visits of the Prime Minister, this kind of diaspora events, a lot of excitement, something that we have seen in the past as well. But as you said, a lot is on agenda, from trade ties to oil to, of course, the issue of stranded Indians.
Vedant, I think the most important question here is about how India will also emphasize its strategic autonomy, and that is something that a lot of lawmakers in Russia are also talking about, that Russia actually stands to gain a lot from Indian Prime Minister's visit at this point, because remember that Russia is also looking for international credibility. It is looking at restoring some of the status that it has lost with the Russia-Ukraine war. The shadow of the Russia-Ukraine war is looming large over this meeting of the Prime Minister with President Putin. Remember that President Putin has gone to only 3 countries after he became the president of Russia again, and that is China and of course North Korea and Vietnam. And this is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Moscow after 9 years. So clearly there have been annual meetings between Russia and India, but we have also diversified our defense procurement. We have also, in some ways, while increasing our imports, making it clear that getting cheaper Russian oil is in our interest. We've also sort of like really looked at other countries to deepen our ties, making it clear that India's interest now is its own strategic autonomy, and it has options. So clearly, there's a very strong political messaging that India is sending out. So that I think will play out in the meetings that will be held tomorrow. And of course, defense ties and trade will be very important, because while India's imports with Russia are growing on account of discounted crude oil, its exports have not been able to grow, and which is something that Foreign Secretary Vinay Kwatra said will be raised with Russians.
Right, Vasudha, as we stay on these visuals of the Prime Minister, emerging out of that plane, we're waiting for the Prime Minister to come out. But, the relationship between India and Russia, of course, has been a historical one, and it has changed significantly in the past 10 years as well, with the Prime Minister, he's visited Russia thrice, and that diplomatic tightrope over the Ukraine-Russia war as well. How do you see, a significant change as far as the Indo-Russia bilateral relationship is concerned, particularly in the last 10 years?
India's ties with Russia are very long, very old. In fact, there was one time when Dr. S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, did talk about the only constant in the world of geopolitics, and there he mentioned that it is the relationship between Soviet Union and Russia, and of course India. So Soviet Union was a country that really supported India in the past, specifically after independence, in setting up its PSUs, and also, we do share a lot of traditions and shared, values. But at the end of the day, India has also moved on. There is a different India that's looking at different allies. It's looking at investing in different allies, and also, it's looking at keeping its own interest over others. It has, in fact, talked a lot about dehyphenation. So it does believe that it is capable of strengthening its ties with an existing partner like Russia. At the same time, it's also capable of deepening its ties with countries like USA, and which also are sort of aligned with its democratic principles. So clearly, a greater diplomatic message that India has sent out in the last few years. But this is the first bilateral meeting of the Prime Minister ever since he was sworn in as the Prime Minister of India for the 3rd time. And this is also his 2nd overseas trip after he travelled to Italy just few days after taking charge as the Prime Minister. But his first after the Ukraine-Russia war broke out. And remember, even during the course of the war, which is going on for over 2 years now, India has maintained, maintain the fact that there is no option, there's no alternative to dialogue, democracy, and in fact there is insistence on a lot of dialogue, which is why India has also not believed in condemning Russia, because Russia and India have shared very close ties.
On with us, this as the Prime Minister has now come out of the plane. There you can see the Prime Minister in a blue jacket there. Arriving in Moscow. As Vasudha is reporting, this is the Prime Minister's 2nd overseas visit, but an extremely crucial one. The Prime Minister in the first time he is visiting Russia after the Ukraine war. So Vasudha, as we look at these visuals, extremely significant. The first visit of the Prime Minister since the Ukraine war, and a lot is at stake in the sense that it's a conflict-free relationship, as many point out, but the focus is on furthering ties, whether it's in areas of defense, trade, education, even culture, as you've been reporting.
Absolutely, Vedant. In the 60s, of course, we were not born then, but we've heard of the fans of Raj Kapoor and Nargis, and the kind of magic that Indian film festivals created, in Russia, and the kind of madness that Russians had for Indian actors. And today, I did find a generation of young people who are equally fascinated with Ranbir Kapoor and Shah Rukh Khan. Of course, times have changed, and there is more Hollywood in Russia now. Russia doesn't have only Indian Indian films for entertainment, but clearly the cultural ties, the people-to-people ties remain. In fact, when I was traveling from the airport to my hotel in Moscow, the landscape, the kind of trains, the kind of buildings, there is a huge similarity that India shares with Russia. In fact, Russia was where India took its first lessons from when it got independent. So there is a lot that Russia shares with India, and also the kind of PSUs that we set up, or for that matter the kind of education that we put in, did have a lot of Soviet influence. But then that was in the past, and so Soviet Union did dissolve after integration. So there is clearly a lot of questions over Russia's actions now ever since the war broke out on its democratic principles. The institutions do exist, but is there democracy in Russia is a question that several other countries are sort of like asking, which is where India is playing this balancing act of deepening its ties with the West, at the same time not letting go of its solid existing ties with Russia, making it clear that every ally here is very important, and it really sort of like values and it values the kind of relationship that Russia has with India, and that is something that the Prime Minister will reiterate with his visit to Moscow, and he is going to be arriving in a few minutes from now. And this is the kind of celebration here. Remember, a lot of it is controlled because this is also a country that is at war with Ukraine. So even the embassy members have been talking about how there is a sense of restrictions are not making events too large scale, but of course there is a sense of messaging there, diplomatic messaging, that India does value what Russia brings to the table, especially with its long, time-tested alliance, friendship with India, especially at a time when China-Russia ties are also growing.
Absolutely, Vasudha, and as we look at those visuals as well, the Prime Minister has come out of the plane. In fact, that special guard of honor for the Prime Minister as well at the airport, after which the Prime Minister will go to his hotel, and then a private dinner will be hosted by President Putin as well. Vasudha continues to be with us. So Vasudha, these visuals are extremely significant, and also in the larger context of the Prime Minister's diplomacy, which has been a key part of his electoral politics as well. This time around also we saw, this whole plank of Vishwaguru. All these are important aspects of the Prime Minister's diplomacy, and his, visit to Russia also becomes significant in that aspect. Perhaps also India looking to carve out a new world order with allies like Russia and of course the US, but both have championed multipolarity, whether it's Russia or India. Both countries have championed a multipolar world order.
Well, that's true. That I think is the similarity between Vladimir Putin and also Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There is a sense that, his geopolitical moves also have an impact on his domestic politics. We did talk about, the safe arrival of students from war torn Ukraine. When the war was going on, they came back to India, the kind of efforts that government put in, and also the fact that the Kuwait soldiers who were on death sentence, they were also released, Kuwait persons were also released. So clearly a lot of diplomatic moves that Modi has made has also played a part in his domestic politics. But here is a group of people who are also sort of like, part of the welcome party for the Prime Minister. Let me just speak to them. Sir, what's your name and why are you here?
My name is Pramod Kumar. I am President for Punjabi Sabha. तो हम अपने प्राइम मिनिस्टर का स्वागत करने के लिए यहाँ पहुँचे हैं. हमारे पंजाबियों में और भारतीय वासियों में बहुत ही मोदी जी को आने के ऊपर उत्साह है, और हम पंजाबी आपके चैनल के थ्रू जो ताकतें हमारे भारत को अलग अलग करना चाहती है, उनके लिए ये संदेश है. सिख और हिंदू का नौ और मास का रिश्ता है, इनको कोई भी अलग नहीं कर सकता.
वॉर के कारण आपकी लाइफ में कोई असर पड़ा है?
मैडम देखिए, वॉर का हमारे ऊपर कोई असर नहीं है. थोड़ा बहुत बिजनेस के ऊपर है, और बाकी हम निश्चिंत, हमें लगता ही नहीं है कि वॉर लगी हुई है.
कहा है कि फॉरेक्स एक्सचेंज में थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम होता है, महंगाई बढ़ गई है.
हाँ, महंगाई बढ़ी है, वो तो इंडिया में भी महंगाई बढ़ी है, इतनी तो ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड में महंगाई बढ़ी है. पर ये बिजनेस में असर है वॉर का. पर ये अभी मोदी जी आ गए हैं, मोदी जी ही बात को ख़त्म कराएंगे.
So that's an important message there. Clearly, Vedant, the diplomatic undertones of this Modi-Putin meeting is going to be very critical. The world is watching because there's also, a NATO meeting that's happening in Washington, D.C., which is also going to bring together the NATO allies. There is a policy of non-alignment and neutrality that India has always maintained while not condemning Russia, but at the same time insisting on the importance of dialogue, when it comes to issues like war. In fact, it was Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi who spoke about this is not the time for war in 2022 on the sidelines of the SEO meeting, and this was in a conversation with Vladimir Putin. So clearly many political undertones, diplomatic undertones there, but clearly India has to walk the tightrope, has to play the balancing act with a lot of tact so that it is seen as a strong country that is willing to ensure that its options are available, but at the same time is not afraid of speaking what is best for itself.
Absolutely, Basudha. In fact, interestingly, Prime Minister Modi was actually received by the first Deputy Prime Minister of Russia, who is senior to the Deputy Prime Minister who actually received the Chinese President during his visit to Russia. So interesting optics there that you have the first Deputy Prime Minister, senior to the Deputy Prime Minister who received the Chinese President during his visit to Russia. In fact, in a rare gesture, the first Deputy Prime Minister is also set to accompany Prime Minister Modi to the hotel from the airport in the same car. So that's extremely interesting, because as we've been reporting, messages being sent out to the world is keenly watching this bilateral between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. Similar to gestures we've seen in other nations as well, whether it was in the US or whether the Prime Minister went to a smaller nation like Papua New Guinea. So, this bid to create a new world order is something that is very interesting. But Vasudha, as you briefly touched upon the larger geopolitical context in which the Prime Minister is meeting President Putin, you have two live conflicts, you have a new geopolitical reality, and of course it also comes in the backdrop of India having, India making the world acknowledge its historical relationship with Russia, given the fact that it continued to buy Russian oil through the conflict.
Absolutely, Vedant, and let me reiterate for our viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was received by the first Deputy Prime Minister of Russia, Mr. Denis Manturov, and he is senior to the Deputy Prime Minister who received the Chinese President during his visit to Russia. This is quite a rare gesture because this is the Deputy Prime Minister who will also be accompanying the Prime Minister to the hotel from the airport in the same car. In fact, they are on their way here, and it is quite interesting because just a few days ago there was the SEO meeting in Kazakhstan, in Astana, where Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping met, and there was an assertion that this is the best time for China and Russia to be friends, and this has been a concern for India. But remember that India has also believed in the philosophy of dehyphenation, so it does believe that it is capable of strengthening its already existing ties with Russia, at the same time also deepening its ties with the West and maintaining China at bay. And Russia has often used its veto powers even in the past to sort of be of advantage to India, to help out India as a friend, as an ally, be it matters of Kashmir and even in other issues. So clearly Russia is a time-tested partner. It has helped out India several times in the past. But remember, Russia is also in a lot of, that it is challenging for Russia to also maintain that pro-democratic image of itself, because there are questions being raised on the kind of war atrocities that have taken place. A number of people, hundreds and thousands of soldiers and civilians have died. This is a large-scale war between Ukraine and Russia, and this is something that the world wants an end to. And clearly, let's be hopeful that this meeting between Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also coming at a time when Russia is looking for international credibility, in some ways to reclaim the kind of honor that it has lost on the international stage. It has more enemies than friends now. It is in fact looking at new friends. It is in fact, the relationship with China is also described as experts as, an opportunistic friendship, because, both Xi Jinping and sort of Mr. Putin, President Putin need each other right now. But India and Russia have had, friendship relations for years without really they don't really share borders, so there is no question of a border dispute there. So clearly there is a lot in there for India to sort of showcase, and this meeting is clearly important. India is also making it clear that Russia has a lot to gain from it, even as it talks talks about its own interest by pushing for a rupee-ruble dispute, end-to-end dispute, and also for that matter making it clear that Indians are safe and those people who are fighting on the front lines are sort of like, they come back to India, and even the body of this one person who died, from Punjab is also brought back to India. That is something that the Indian embassy in Russia is working hard towards.
Absolutely, Vasudha, and as you've been reporting, the focus is very much on trade ties, on defense, on the rupee-ruble trade, which really has transformed the relationship between India and Russia, while of course there's many concerns like trade imbalances, etc. as well. But you spoke to the Indian ambassador to Russia. What all did he tell you, and what is the sense you are getting as far as the focus areas of the talks between the two countries are concerned?
The ambassador, I spoke to Ambassador Vinay Kumar in the morning, and it was clear that trade and defense ties are very important, and they are top on agenda when it comes to President Putin, Narendra Modi's meeting, and in fact that is where there will be a lot of discussions. He also spoke about how Modi 3.0 is going to actually start a new chapter when it comes to Russia-India friendship. Let's listen in to what he said, what he told me today morning. If there's been one constant in the world of geopolitics, it is the relationship between India and Russia. Today, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Russia begins, Ambassador Vinay Kumar joins us for a quick chat. Thank you so much, Ambassador Vinay Kumar, for speaking to NDTV. So what would be on agenda, between these meetings of Narendra Modi and Vladimir Putin?
The visit is situated in the tradition of annual summit that between two countries we have of Prime Minister of India and President of Russian Federation. So during this visit, we will have the 22nd annual summit. On the agenda are, of course, comprehensive set of bilateral issues. As you know, we have multifaceted relationship. So all dimensions of that will be discussed in political, economic, trade and investment, of course, defense, atomic energy. All these issues will be discussed. And without prejudging what exactly the leaders will talk, I think that regional and global developments will also be on the agenda.
Right. So we are talking about multilateralism here. This is an important bilateral meeting because it's the first official bilateral meeting that the Prime Minister is having after his third term. How does Modi 3.0 look for India-Russia relations?
India-Russia relations have been growing, and our constant endeavor is to continue work towards further deepening and expanding of the ties, because we find this relationship of mutually beneficial nature. It meets the economic, security, defense needs of the two countries, and so I think the trend that we have had in India-Russia relations over the past decade will continue.
Okay. Thank you, Ambassador Vinay Kumar, for speaking to NDTV. So that is Ambassador Vinay Kumar speaking on the need for strengthening economic ties and how the meeting between President Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is only going to strengthen the long-lasting, tried and tested ties between Russia and India. With camera person Pooja Arya, this is Vasudha Venugopal for NDTV from Moscow.
All right, so the Prime Minister there has arrived in Moscow. In fact, Vasudha continues to be with us. So Vasudha, while of course the focus is very much on trade, correcting those trade imbalances, expanding India's relationship to areas like defense, education, but it's the people-to-people connect that also is extremely important. You were mentioning how Raj Kapoor and Nargis were household names in Russia and the erstwhile Soviet Union. But even now, how do Indians look at the Prime Minister's visit, in the sense that what is the expectation, because their lives have also been disrupted by the ongoing war?
That's right, Vedant. I did meet a few students today while I was at Kremlin, and remember that this is a there is an invasion of Ukraine that is happening. There's a war that's been taking place. It's a prolonged war because it's been going on for 2 years. So when I spoke to students, all medical students, they did talk about rising costs of living, but then they still maintain that Russia is very safe for them. They don't have as many problems, but of course there are problems with getting their money exchanged. Like we did face that, when it comes to fewer forex exchanges, this insistence on having ruble everywhere. This was not what Russia used to be like, but clearly that is something that countries at war have to face, and clearly citizens do bear the brunt for it. I did speak to some Indian citizens, Indian students, who are in their third year of medicine. Let's listen into what they said. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a very critical visit to Moscow in Russia to meet President Vladimir Putin. This is his first bilateral meeting since he assumed charge as the Prime Minister of India for the third time. But while politics goes on, there are also people-to-people ties here. In fact, I'm joined by two students from India who are studying medicine here, Rushti and Gayatri. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Tell us, how many years have you been in Russia, and what do you like about the city, and what do you study here?
It's been 3 years since I am here, and I am from Penza and I studied medicine there. And the best thing about Russia is we feel secure, and most of us, our parents, are worried due to some war and other reasons. But we, being Indians here, feel safe as every point there's security. Even in the smallest city like Penza, we are secured. Here also we are secured. And so
Gayatri, did you know that the Prime Minister was coming? In fact, you guys knew about it, right? So have you been following what's happening in India?
Yes, when we came here and we talked to our parents, and she also talked to her father on phone, then उन सब ने ऐसा बोलने लगा कि अरे यार तुम लोगों को पता है हमने मतलब वीडियो भेजा, देखो हमारे मोदी साहब वहीं पे है. तो पेरेंट्स सब बोलने लगे कि बोला कि मोदी सर हम यहीं पे हैं, we heard to appreciate you and we all are very happy that you came here.
रशिया इंडिया के बीच में बहुत सारे टाइज बहुत पहले से थे, लेकिन अभी ये वॉर चल रहा है यूक्रेन में. आप ही की तरह बहुत सारे मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स को वापस आना पड़ा. बट हाउ इज हैज देयर बीन एनी इम्पैक्ट एट ऑल ऑन योर लाइव्स, ऑन योर एजुकेशन?
Economically there have been some impacts as our foreign exchange cards have not been working since long, so there are challenges about that. But keeping those things aside, we have no as such challenges. We are safe and we are secured, and there's everywhere security, so our routine university life is continued. So
has the cost of living gone up here?
Cost of living in Russia, see, Russia is not as a very stable economy as India is, so we have challenges throughout the year, and not only during war, but yes, there have been some ups and downs, and yes, financially the costs are difficult.
All right, so a lot of excitement for the Prime Minister's arrival there in Moscow. He is heading to his hotel. Later, of course, he will be attending that private dinner that will be hosted by President Putin. This remains our top focus on NDTV. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Do you know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में develop कर लिया था? It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard, जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही अनवील किया था, and the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, स्टॉपवॉच, timer, alarm, and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. 28 buttons इतने से size में. Well, obviously उस time पे we didn't have touch screens. उस time पे I would say for engineers and for professionals it was such a boon. But then again this product failed because it was quite expensive, थोड़ा bulky था and maybe not that easy to use that. But मैं बोलूँगा it was the beginning of the era of smartwatches and eventually today you know how popular they are. जहाँ पे हर किसी से जब आप मिलते हो after the mobile phone, the second purchase that you do as a gadget is definitely a smartwatch these days. Did you know this? If yes, amazing. If no, then please let me know. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. अर्शदीप हमारे साथ हैं तो आइए बात करते हैं.
बहुत ਵਧੀਆ परफॉर्मेंस आई साਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
Welcome back. Breaking news coming in. Well, in the Mumbai hit and run case, as the main accused, Mihir Shah, who was behind the wheel, he is still absconding. But his father, who is of course also a leader, a neta in the Shinde Sena, he is now out on bail. This as the accused son continues to be absconding. Within 24 hours, the father has gotten bail. So many larger questions will now be asked as to why the father has received bail within 24 hours. And this, of course, is in the Mumbai hit and run case in which, remember, a 45-year-old woman was killed as a speeding BMW, killed that 45-year-old woman. In fact, we spoke to her husband also, and he said that had the the accused in this particular case, the man who was behind the wheel, had he stopped and had he not run away, we could have saved the life of the 45-year-old woman. Also a grim reminder of the Pune Porsche case in which the accused, though he was a minor of course in that case, he got bail within hours, and a similar situation here as well with the court giving bail to the father of the main accused, Rajesh Shah. He is a Shinde Sena leader. He was, of course, he's the father of Mihir Shah, who was behind the wheel. But absolutely unfortunate there that the court has granted bail. He was sent to judicial custody. I must point out here, he was sent to judicial custody initially till the 13th of July. So a 5-day judicial custody was initially ordered for the Shinde Sena leader, and now he has been granted bail. What exactly are the grounds of the bail? We do not know at this point, but a bail bond of 15,000 rupees, a 15,000 rupee bond is on which he has been granted bail. So extremely unfortunate there. This happened in Worli, remember, in Mumbai, where a speeding BMW killed this 45-year-old woman. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde had, of course, assured a fair investigation, a fair probe. But clearly, here there's some sort of, questions over abuse of power as well, given the fact that this political leader has been given bail within in fact less than 24 hours. He was arrested late night yesterday, and now he is out on bail. His son Mihir Shah is still absconding. The inputs that we're getting earlier was that Mihir Shah will be arrested soon, and that the police is inching closer to arrest Mihir Shah, but there's no update on that. And in fact, his father has now been granted bail. So extremely unfortunate there. A 45-year-old woman was killed. Her husband was critically injured as well in that absolutely unfortunate accident, hit and run case. And he told NDTV as well that had the accused stopped and not run away, we could have saved the life of the 45-year-old woman. And moving now to news from Karnataka, well, a political blame game over the alleged land scam. Now, the BJP is accusing the Congress, in fact, the Chief Minister no less, of a 4,000 crore rupee land scam. The Congress has responded to this. The Congress says there was no wrongdoing. Everything was as per this particular scheme. Take a look at all the political reactions that have come in.
ಮೂಡೋದವರು ಏಕಾಏಕಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದನ್ನೇ ಅನ್ಆಥರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಂಚ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮೂಡಕ್ಕೆ ಇವರು ಪತ್ರ ಬರೀತಾರೆ, ಅವರು ತಪ್ಪಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಪರ್ಯಾಯ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅವರು ರೆಸಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮೀಟಿಂಗಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ಅವರು ಪರ್ಯಾಯ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಿ, ವಿಜಯನಗರ ಕೊಡಿ, ಇಂಥ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಏನು ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಟ್ಟು 1,50,000 ಸ್ಕ್ವೇರ್ ಫೀಟ್ ಜಮೀನು, ಅದು 3 ಎಕರೆ 16. ಅವರು 38,000 ಸ್ಕ್ವೇರ್ ಫೀಟ್ಗೆ ಪರ್ಯಾಯವಾಗಿ ಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಇತ್ತ ಕಡೆನೇ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. ನಮ್ಮ ಜಮೀನು ಅದು ತಪ್ಪು ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು. ಮೂಢ ಮಾಡಿರೋ ತಪ್ಪೇನು, ಇಲ್ಲೀಗಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಎನ್ಕರೇಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಂಚಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಕೇಳಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ತಪ್ಪಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಪುನಃ ಅಲ್ಲೇನೆ ಅವರು ಪರ್ಯಾಯ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಮೂಢದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಮಾತಾಡೋಕೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಇದು.
If any denotification has happened, if it has happened, you know very well, without the clearance of the Supreme Court, they can't even hand over or give any compensation to any of the landowners. Now whatever Muda has given alternative site allocation, when there was a clear letter even by the Deputy Commissioner or the government not to give any alternative sites after 2003, it is very clear whatever has happened in Muda is all illegal.
And moving now, Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition, is in Manipur. In fact, he met the displaced tribals there as well. This is his first visit as a leader of opposition. Ratndeep Chaudhary is now joining us live from Churachandpur, of course, one of the worst affected areas. So, Ratndeep, Rahul Gandhi expected to meet the governor later today?
That's right. In fact, we are reporting from Imphal, the capital, at this moment, and Rahul Gandhi is in the Raj Bhavan. He is meeting the governor, who has given him an appointment. He is discussing with the governor on the Manipur crisis, and on behalf of the Congress party, is also going to hand over a memorandum to the governor. Now, Rahul Gandhi, remember, today first visited Ziribam, which is on the borders with Assam, where he's met the victims of the violence which had taken place last month, and also on way back to Silchar airport in southern Assam, he met the flood victims of Assam. On arrival in Manipur, he rushed to Churachandpur, the Kuki-Zomi tribe-dominated district, where he met the displaced victims of last year's violence. And then on his way back to Imphal, on way in Bishnupur district, which is dominated by the Meitei community, he met the victims from the Meitei community who have been displaced, who have lost their homes. And everywhere that we spoke to people who have met Rahul Gandhi, they have said that they have raised a demand with Rahul Gandhi that he should raise the Manipur issue once again in Parliament in the ensuing budget session. So therefore, this is a key visit of Rahul Gandhi. This is the third visit of Rahul Gandhi to Manipur after last year's ethnic violence. Remember, in his Parliament speech, he has attacked the government on the Manipur issue. In fact, the opposition is trying to corner the Prime Minister on the fact that the Prime Minister is yet to visit Manipur, although the Prime Minister did mention about Manipur in his speech in Rajya Sabha, where he actually assured the House that both the centre and the state are trying to build peace in Manipur. However, Rahul Gandhi at this moment meeting the governor, raising the issue once again, and at ground zero trying to perhaps create a build-up on this issue.
Absolutely, Ratndeep. Thanks very much for joining us with that. With that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the top of the hour.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
here we are and ये है आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी। देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं।
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3 because X3 is really powerful in itself. और Insta360 X3 बहुत अच्छे options लेके आता है. It's a very
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Prime Minister Modi reaches Moscow. Prime Minister's first Russia visit since Ukraine war, rousing welcome for Prime Minister at the Moscow airport. In Mumbai hit-and-run case, court grants bail to accused father, Sena leader, son driving BMW still on the run. Cops say Neta asked driver to take the blame. Supreme Court talks tough on the NEET paper leak case, says stop being in denial. Retest last option but determine extent of the leak. Supreme Court also asked the government to form a panel of experts to probe the mess. Heavy rains bring Mumbai to its knees. Flights, rail operations thrown out of gear. Government asked Mumbaikars to stay indoors. Rahul Gandhi meets violence victims in Manipur. His third visit since the violence broke out in 2023. Leader of opposition visits the epicenter of the violence. Rahul Gandhi meets also to meet, in fact, the Manipur governor today. In Mumbai hit-and-run case, the court has granted bail to accused Rajesh Shah. He got bail on a provisional cash bail bond of 15,000 rupees. Rajesh Shah, remember, is the father of absconding accused Mihir Shah. Mihir Shah is the accused who, in fact, is absconding since the hit-and-run case came to light in Worli. Remember, the main accused in this case is the son of Shinde Sena leader. The police say that there was an attempt to cover up by the Shinde Sena leader. Cops allege that the leader told the driver to switch seats with the son. The chief minister, in fact, meanwhile, has said, whosoever the person may be, the law will take its own course.
हम लोग गरीब है इसलिए ऐसा है क्या? सबके लिए सेम न्याय रखो तुम. गरीब और श्रीमंत के बीच में ऐसा न्याय मत रखो. हम लोग कैसे करेगा अभी बताओ? हमारा बच्चा ये ऐसा ही पड़ गया, अभी हमारा पूरा घर पूरा बिखर गया. वही हमारा मच्छी बेचता था, वही सब करता था.
इसमें एक ही हमारा मकसद है, हिट एंड रन में किसी को भी बख्शा नहीं जाएगा. वो कितना भी इन्फ्लुएंस वाला हो, कोई भी हो, पॉलिटिकल हो, पैसे वाला हो, ये गरीब की जान होती है और इसलिए वो भी किसी की बेटी होती है, किसी की बहन होती है और इसीलिए कोई भी हो उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा.
Let me go across at this moment to my colleague Paras Dama, who is joining us with more details on this story. Paras, the cops allege that there was an attempt to, in fact, cover up this entire case. Where is this accused? What are they saying about this man and the latest as far as the investigation is concerned?
So right now the latest about this investigation is that the female friend of Mihir Shah has been interrogated by the Worli police from morning, and still the interrogation is on. With that, the mother and the sister of Mihir Shah is not available from last evening when this whole incident has happened. So police are trying to find the mother and the sister of Mihir Shah. Mihir Shah is also on the run from the time the incident took place at Worli by 5:30 a.m. in the morning. So after the incident happened, this Mihir Shah, the main accused in this Worli hit and run case, ran away from the spot with his BMW and dropped the car at Bandra. After Bandra, he was absconding and he ran away from Bandra. So now in this entire situation, the police produced Rajesh Shah and the driver of BMW car in Shivri Court today. 1 day judicial custody was given to Rajesh Shah, and 13 days
for his summit there with the Russian president. In fact, he'll be there in Moscow for 2 days, 8th and 9th, and these are visuals of where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to meet Indian diaspora at this moment. It was a huge grand welcome that was accorded to Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the Moscow airport. His first visit after the onset of the Ukraine war, and also, in fact, after the ceremonial welcome, the Prime Minister, after taking on over as a third term for the Prime Minister, he's gone to meet. This is going to be a full range of bilateral issues with the Prime Minister and between the Prime Minister and the Russian President. Let me bring in my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, who is, in fact, in Moscow at this moment, reporting live on this visit for NDTV. Vasudha, grand ceremonial welcome there for the Prime Minister, and now all eyes would be on Prime Minister's interaction with the Indian diaspora.
Absolutely. Today is a critical day because there's also going to be a dinner that is going to be hosted by President Vladimir Putin for Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India. In fact, this is his first bilateral visit after he assumed charge as the PM for the third time. But with me now is an admirer of India, Vanessa, who works as a marketing manager. Vanessa, you are here as part of welcoming the Prime Minister. Tell us, what do you think of India?
I work from long time in tourism market, and I'm working for India. I must say that with Indian company actually from past many years, and I can't express my love to India. Actually, I have strong connection with India, as well with my work, and as well as in my personal life. And we are happy here in Russia to welcome Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. Always welcome. We are Russia-India brothers, always.
And have you traveled to India? What is your favorite part, if you have?
I traveled all over India. I love traveling across India, but I love Mumbai. I fell in love with Mumbai. I've been in Delhi, Jaipur, Agra, Rishikesh, Kerala. Kerala is beautiful state. Goa, of course. I've been in Haridwar. I've been in Lucknow as well. All over India.
Thank you, Vanessa. So here is somebody who fell in love with India because she works in the tourism sector, and she has travelled to several parts of India, including Rishikesh, Kerala, and also Lucknow. But clearly today is important diplomatically, because while we speak about culture and people-to-people ties, there are larger geopolitical questions that are being raised. And today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, with his first bilateral visit in Moscow, is also sort of trying to play this balancing act of deepening ties with the West, and at the same time also solidifying already existing ties with Russia that has been a long-lasting partner for India. So there's been a lot of activity since morning here. But of course, all eyes now are on the private dinner that will be hosted by President Putin for Narendra Modi. The Deputy Prime Minister is accompanying Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the hotel. So that is also a gesture. This Deputy Prime Minister is in fact higher in hierarchy when it comes to the Deputy Prime Minister who was sent to welcome Xi Jinping. So clearly there is a certain gesture that Russia is also trying to give out, while India is trying to play the balancing act very tactfully, also maintaining its relations with China and at the same time deepening its ties with the West.
Absolutely, and we can hear that Dol Tap, behind you, Vasudha. It just seems that you've landed right, though in Moscow, but the Prime Minister won't be missing much of the sound and, the feel of India. There are so many people from Indian diaspora there to welcome the Prime Minister. These visuals are coming in from the hotel where the Prime Minister has just arrived, and a lot of people from the Indian origin there, in fact, welcoming the Prime Minister. But it is an important visit, and what is the significance? What are the areas to look out for, and the challenges, of course, going forward, India and Russia relations? Manju Seth, former diplomat, is joining us at this moment. Ma'am, thank you for speaking to us. Just to begin with, what do you think are the important areas, possibly the top 5 priorities that India and Russia would possibly have at this moment when during Prime Minister's visit? All eyes would be on the private dinner when the two leaders meet tonight.
Yes, it's a very important visit. Very rightly you've put it, that there will be important issues to be discussed, including all the challenges that both countries need to address and resolve, including in trade and in defense supplies, defense co-production, energy security, and the maritime corridor. And, also, I think, the China factor would be discussed, the ongoing Ukraine war, and a messaging also to, or not messaging, but a kind of indication to each other that this friendship is time-tested. It is has been a very good relationship, a very good friendship for so many years. Both countries have stood by with each other, and they would like to communicate that this friendship is very deep-rooted, and they will continue to stand by each other in difficult times. I think that will be an important messaging that will be given during this visit. And already we have seen the welcome, the special welcome given to him, ceremonial welcome, and the fact that the senior Deputy Prime Minister was with him, was with Mr. Modi, with Prime Minister Modi in the car on the way to the hotel from the airport. I think is another indication of the importance that Russia attaches, and both sides attach to this special relationship and for taking it forward and to strengthen it further.
Ma'am, if I may just bring out 2 important topics, and if you can shed more light on that, because this possibly is the first, in fact, this is the first visit of the Prime Minister since the, Russia-Ukraine war erupted in 2022. India so far has done a fine balancing act. The Prime Minister, remember, earlier met on the sidelines of the G7 summit. The president of Ukraine, now he is in Russia. What are you expecting on that front? India has been an advocate of peaceful solution between both these countries. What would you expect, the word or dialogue between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin? Because he has been, with Western countries, he has been on a very strict line when it comes to Ukraine.
Yeah, absolutely. This will be an important subject that will be discussed. And if you see what has been said in the past, the recent summit in the peace summit, or the in Switzerland that was held on Ukraine, that really President Putin said, if Russia is not there, what's the point of a peace summit, a one-sided summit? So I think there might be some possibility of President Putin conveying his views to Prime Minister Modi, and also expecting that he will play a mediator. But I think India hesitates to play a mediator. But I think that is changing slowly. And maybe in back channel talks, we might be able to help, because both sides are wanting peace. Everybody is tired. There is fatigue with the ongoing war on all sides. And I think there will be some discussions on that, of how to find a via media to end this war to scale it down and find a solution. It's not going to be easy because if President Putin's, proposes something and the other side doesn't accept, it's a one-sided conversation. But there will be talks on this definitely. It has affected the world economy. It has affected every single country in the world, especially the global south and India, of course. So PM Modi will definitely convey all this and discuss all this with President Putin. And I think President Putin will convey his views in the matter.
Ma'am, may I request you to stay on with me? Aarti Soni, senior journalist, is also joining us from Russia, former correspondent, Voice of Russia. She's joining us from Moscow. Thank you so much, Aarti, for speaking to us. Just give our viewers a sense of first, the buzz in Moscow, in Russia, about this visit. I mean, for India, of course, it is being seen as a very, very important visit of the Prime Minister. After taking over as from his third term, the Prime Minister, in fact, for the first time visiting Russia. How is it being taken there in the political and general public circles?
I think that's a very important. First of all, its meeting is historical. They are, I think, discuss about first about the north-south corridor. This is important for India and also for Russia for business purpose. Second thing is about the BRICS, how they will use the currencies, they exchange the currencies of both the countries. And third is about the bilateral treaties. Maybe they will sign some treaties. And Ukraine and Russia war also. Maybe some solution Modi ji gave there, and maybe some suggestions also he will put there. And he the political side, they are very, very happy after visit, and this is a positive view for them.
Right. What we'll try and do, we'll try and reconnect with Aarti Soni. Before I let you go, Manju said, if I may ask you, ma'am, another important challenge as far as India and Russia relationship is Russia's relationship with China. Quite an important relationship, beginning with the growing dependence of Russia on China, and the new, in fact, many call it the new axis, which is evolving with Russia, China, North Korea also in that mix. For India, post the Galwan clash, this has been a very, very important, in fact, step, what role Russia plays in this entire relationship. What would you expect the Prime Minister, in fact, during his meeting with the Russian President on this aspect?
I'm sure he will raise this point because, it is a matter of concern for India that China is growing, very close. And it's the senior partner in this time around. Senior partner in the China-Russia partnership. And we would, of course, convey, our Prime Minister would definitely convey that this partnership, while, we cannot dictate to anyone what partnerships they should have, what kind of relationship they should have and with whom, but we can definitely convey our concern and our concern that this relationship should not impact impact India and India's interests. So I think that will be conveyed clearly, that no matter how their relationship evolves with China, they will keep our interests in mind and keep our friendship in mind. And I think that will be an important message that the Prime Minister would convey categorically. And also, though we have been talking of multipolarity and multipolar world, etc., we would like to, I think, convey that we don't want too much fragmentation around the world, and already because, we are already together in BRICS, all the three countries, so we can work on finding solutions and in a mutually sort of beneficial manner, and not have many more we don't want to have any more adversarial sort of relationships, and we would like Russia to keep that in mind and stand by us as we have stood by them. Given our strategic autonomy approach and our balancing approach that we have kept so far, and we have not directly, condemned or gone along with the sanctions imposed by the West, and we have stood by Russia in the UN and everywhere else.
Yes.
other fora. So I think Russia appreciates that, and already we have seen some statements coming out from there that this relationship is important for them also, and they attach a great deal of importance to the visit.
You know, it's a time and tested relationship, India and Russia, for many, many long decades. Government after government, Russia has been, you know, a steadfast partner as far as India is concerned. Do you see any change, you know, as far as the relationship is concerned? How do you see this evolving now?
Definitely, whichever government has been in power in India as well, we have seen how the relationship has only strengthened and grown over the years. And I expect that it will continue to grow even now. And given that India's own sort of economic growth and its own heft on the world stage is increasing, and everybody is and it's being recognized for its, should I say, balanced approach on various issues and its suggestions and you know, how to balance and how to find a via media on many sticky issues, and also that it is. You know, it is like in the G20, we saw it was able to be the voice of the global South, and it was well accepted, and we were able to get the African Union into the G20. So I think all these factors are going to be, you know, will be a factor, will be a kind of contributing to this, to India's growing heft, and I think they will, and that is understood by Russia as well as other countries.
Absolutely. India has, for the last few years, has been doing a fine balancing act between its growing relationship with United States and Russia, which are absolutely polar parts as far as the world geopolitics is concerned. But at this moment, Manju, thank you so much for joining us, giving us your perspective on this. We'll keep a very keen eye on this story. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Moscow. Our colleagues are on the ground covering this story. We'll keep getting the updates. At this moment, we're slipping into a short break. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's digital news.
All right, it's raining again in Mumbai. In fact, the financial capital of the country, the maximum city, is on its knees at this moment because of the heavy rains. And what we can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that at this moment, after a small, break, there is waterlogging and rains again in the maximum city. Heavy rains have hit Mumbai and its surrounding areas in the last 24 hours, leading to widespread waterlogging, disruption of suburban train systems as well. Some areas in the city have recorded 300 millimeters of rain within between 6 hours from 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. on Monday. IMD has issued an orange alert, in fact, for Mumbai, Thane, Palghar and Konkan belt. Many districts in Maharashtra, in fact, reeling under severe rainfall. Vikhroli, Veer Savarkar Marg Municipal School, MCMCR Powai saw the highest rainfall in the last 24 hours. As much as 315 millimeters of rainfall was recorded. Over 50 flights have been cancelled due to the downpour. Several airlines have informed on X to warn their passengers and have urged them to check flight schedules before leaving for the airport. Visuals from across the city where people are wading through waist-deep waters and cars lined bumper to bumper on the roads of Mumbai. All government, private schools, colleges have been shut.
बारिश हुई है रात से, ये ज़्यादा हुई है, 65 mm से ज़्यादा होती है तो अतिवृष्टि जैसी परिस्थिति होती है। अभी तो 267 से 300 mm बारिश गिरी है। ये बारिश जो है ये कम समय में गिरी है और जो पूरी तरह व्यवस्था जो है कैरिंग कैपेसिटी है उससे बहुत ज़्यादा, कई गुना ज़्यादा ये बारिश हुई है और इसलिए रेलवे के ट्रैक पे भी पानी आया है। पंप, रेलवे ने 200 पंप लगाया है, 480 पंप कारपोरेशन के है, वो पूरी तेज़ी से काम कर रहे हैं और पानी फेंकने का काम शुरू है। और अभी आपने देखा कि ट्रेन भी ऐसा सब शुरुआत हुई है और रोड में भी अभी हमने यहाँ पर देखा सब 5000 स्पॉट इसमें दिखते हैं। सब रोड पे अभी ट्रैफिक शुरू हुई है।
So let's just go across to bring you a live update of what is happening in the maximum city at this moment. My colleague Abira joins us. We also have Anuj, but Abira, coming to you first at this moment. It's always romantic in Bollywood films, but in real life, it is extremely hard when it rains in Mumbai. At this moment, maximum city facing the maximum trouble because of this rainfall.
Yes, it's always the case. While there are pictures going around from high-rise towers on how beautiful it looks from up there, the story is something else when you are in the ground on the reality. We are right now reporting from Parel, and this is the place where I'm standing. Water clogging is very common here, and this is the first place that you will see water logging happening. All these people who are behind me, they are leaving office right now. Water has already started filling in. This is exactly in 15 minutes. There was no water here 15 minutes back. It has started pouring in last 15 minutes, and you can see water has already started logging in. Let me get you somebody who can talk to us. Bhaiya, aiye. So these people who are vendors, okay. आप कहाँ रहते हैं बताइए?
यहाँ पे ही रहते हैं, पठान।
आइए इधर आइए, मेरे छाते पे आइए। हाँ।
पठान मस्जिद पे।
हाँ।
पठान मस्जिद में।
हाँ। और क्या कल रात को क्या हुआ था?
कल वही 5-6 बजे तक पानी भर गया था पूरा।
और जब पानी भरता है आप लोग जहाँ रहते हैं सब कुछ भीग जाता होगा?
हाँ, रूम पे भी पानी आया था।
रूम में भी पानी आ जाता है। और अभी ये जो बारिश हो रहा है, अब भी बारिश शुरू हुआ ना?
हाँ।
तो ये वाला रास्ता तो हमेशा पानी भरा रहता है?
हाँ, भरते लेकिन मोटर लगा है, खाली भी हो जाता है।
खाली हो जाता है, लेकिन अभी कितना देर में खाली होगा ये जो अभी पानी?
बारिश के ऊपर डिपेंड हो, ऐसा गिरते रहेगा तो खाली नहीं हो पाएगा, अगर बारिश रुकेगा तो खाली होएगा।
और आप लोगों को कितना मुश्किल होता है यहाँ पे?
हाँ, तकलीफ तो होता है पानी भरेगा तो।
ठीक है, आपका नाम?
राजू।
So you know these are street vendors who are standing here all day, and they have been talking to each other while I have been talking to them also, that in the morning they woke up and their beds were completely wet, they were underwater. See, if you can see the water is already started flowing in these roads in just 15 minutes. And I have faced it myself where I have come here and there was water till my waist. I'm not talking about today, but this happens every year. It's a every year story and it never ends.
Right. In fact, Abhira, speaking to people there who are facing troubles, it's already, as you can see in these visuals, already raining again, and it's time for people to go back from offices to home. It is going to be a troublesome journey in Parel. Abhira, may I request you to stay on with me? Anuj also with us at this moment. Anuj, in Parel, of course, we can see all these office commuters facing a lot of difficulties. The transportation systems are impacted. What's the situation where you are?
I am here at the Worli Sea Face, and just an hour back or an hour and 15 minutes back, things looked like they were coming back to normal. After a long day, when people were making their way back to the homes, it felt that it would be a little better. But that's when the situation became the worst, and the kind of rain that we are seeing right now, and here's what we're experiencing at Worli, is something that we haven't seen for the rest of the day. Of course, we had extremely heavy rainfalls last night from 1 a.m. till 7 a.m. But today, the entirety of the day was quite normal. It was quite peaceful. There was just a few passing showers here and there. But what you see behind me, or what you see here, is some serious rainfall. And it's not one of those passing showers which is going to go, or which just went off in 10 to 15 minutes. But this has been the situation for the last 1 hour and 1.5 hours. And this will pose a challenge, because if you look at what happened last night, the leader of opposition in the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, that is Anna Sahib Danve, he said that last night's rain wasn't even that much for the entire system to become open in front of everyone, and that itself made sure that the railway schedule is changed, and then there are transport problems and there are traffic problems. Now, if you see what is happening around, the Met Department also issued a warning about this. If this continues for the next 12 hours, the situation is only going to be in front of the people. It's only going to be out there. It will be out there to be seen by people on what exactly the situation will be. Because of course, the Chief Minister in the afternoon assured the people that the rainfall is already much more than what the system is made for, but yet they're trying their level best. But what a 24-hour long heavy rainfall in Mumbai will do to the system will only be apparent by, at best, today midnight. And as you see now, it is 6:30 and people are making their way back to their houses. This area is still far different and a little away from the railway stations, but you can already see cars making their way through. There are already certain traffic congestions in certain smaller pockets of these big roads as well. So it will, with the day coming to an end, with visibility being an issue already, with trains posing a very interesting situation in front of the people and the management.
Anuj, while we heard the Chief Minister in fact speaking about that all we are on the ground, everybody is working. We see these visuals year after year, every monsoon from Mumbai, no matter which government is in power. What is the systemic problem that the governments are unable to solve that Mumbai has to suffer this? I mean, this is the highest tax-paying city in the country, and this is the kind of infrastructure that the city gets.
It is a multi-layered problem if you look at it. There has always been a systemic shortages of pumps to make sure that the roads are completely water-free. The railway, just 2 weeks ago, in their monsoon preparedness plan, assured people that they've got all the necessary equipment ready to make sure that the tracks aren't waterlogged this year around. But the first train of the season made sure that the trains were delayed by hours in the morning. And you look at different things. A major problem here is of open manholes. Today, the Chief Minister was asked the question about the open manholes and the capacity of them. But of course, he stated that there is a specific capacity beyond which it can't handle things. And there has been a lot of politics going about it as well. We saw leaders from the current government blaming it on the system which has been put in place by the Uddhav Thackeray government a couple of years ago. And of course, back and forth from them as well. This just makes it, just puts it in front of the people of the country an extremely embarrassing picture of the city. Of course, there have been attempts made by the authorities and the government, including the railways and the BMC, to try and help as many people as possible. But the fact that the first rain of the season, which is almost a month late, was still able to show the nakedness of the system at the moment.
Abira, before I let you go, if I may come to you at this moment, as somebody who lives in this city, I mean, it's year after year. Have people given up? I mean, what is it that people go through year after year? There are problems with their transportation system every time it rains. There is waterlogging everywhere. How are people dealing with this?
I have to tell you about Mumbai, that Mumbai never stops. They never give up. they are always out there fighting every year, year after year. Rains means they know waterlogging. So the rains have just started. You will never see them staying back home. They will be going to work because everybody doesn't have the advantage of work from home. You will see them getting into that local train and fighting it out year after year during the rains, and we have seen so many lives lost because of open drains, because of water clogging, little kids drowning. Every year we lose lives, but it never makes Mumbai stop. They do crib about it, and why not? But they're always out there fighting it and going to work and carrying on their everyday life. They don't even we spoke to the vendors here. Like, हाँ madam, रोज हमेशा होता है. They woke up in water, but they are back in work.
It's the lack of options, or as they call in Hindi, the majburi of the people being wrapped around and being presented year after year in Mumbai as the spirit of Mumbai. Things have to change. Systematic changes have to, in fact, take place on the way we plan our cities, because otherwise this problem is only going to get worse with the climate change. Thank you so much, Abira, Anuj, for joining us at this moment from the city of Mumbai. There is some breaking news coming in. Charge sheet in Salman Khan shooting case has been filed. The Mumbai crime branch has filed the charge sheet against gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, who has been named in the charge sheet. This charge sheet has been filed in the Mukoka court. Remember, shots were fired outside Salman Khan's residence, and after that, this investigation was given to the Mumbai crime branch. Paras, my colleague, joins us with more details. Paras, what are the details that the Mumbai police has mentioned in the charge sheet?
So right now there is no much details about the charge sheet, what all thing has been filed in the charge sheet, but the important thing is that the Mumbai crime branch has filed charge sheet in the Salman Khan case, where two unknown bikers came and fired outside the Galaxy apartment of Salman Khan. So in this entire matter, a charge sheet has been filed by the Mumbai crime branch. I want to clarify one more thing, that this charge sheet is different than the charge sheet which has been filed in this same case, but it has been filed in a Panvel case. The Panvel police has filed this charge sheet in Panvel court, and now this charge sheet in the firing case has been filed by the Mumbai crime branch in the Mukoka court. It will be very important to see what all details has been in the charge sheet, and it will be very important to see. Now the main thing is that Amol Bishnoi and Lawrence Bishnoi is both the person in which the court and the crime branch has filed the charge sheet. Against both the charge sheet has been filed.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Slipping into a short break at this moment.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janta ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो. एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट एआई. इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट. मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं. ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ एआई. तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है. वेल एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है. बट I'm sure it's coming soon for everyone. और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे, you can utilize the full potential of Google's AI to make your life and your phones even smarter.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra.
Leader of opposition in Lok Sabha Rahul Gandhi has met in the displaced tribals in Manipur. Remember, he is on his third visit to Manipur, first after becoming the leader of opposition and after the 2024 election results. Remember, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party, along with the entire opposition, has been raising the Manipur issue continuously against the government. Rahul Gandhi's, these visuals which are coming in at this moment is of his meeting with the governor of Manipur. Rahul Gandhi earlier visited the worst impacted areas where violence for the last 1 year in some way or the other has continued. Mr. Gandhi is now meeting the Manipur governor and giving her an update of what he in fact has learned from the various victims of the camps that he has gone to. Remember, 2 seats of Manipur in Lok Sabha, both have been won by the Congress party. Emphatic, in fact, speech there by one of the MPs of the Congress party from Manipur in the parliament earlier, where the government during the introductory session, which just concluded last week, was cornered by the opposition on the Manipur issue. So 2 visuals at this moment, that one of Rahul Gandhi and his delegation, including the 2 MPs of the Congress party who have won from Manipur, meeting the governor, and earlier Rahul Gandhi meeting the victims of this terrible violence in Manipur.
राहुल गांधी इसका राजनीतिकरण करते हैं, वहां मलहम लगाने की जरूरत है। चुनाव खत्म हो गया, दोनों समुदायों को नजदीक लाने की जरूरत है। संसद में क्या हंगामा किया, नई संसद में प्रधानमंत्री को जवाब नहीं देने दिया, उकसाया उन्होंने मणिपुर पर हमला करें। ये ठीक है क्या?
The BJP attacking the Congress party over Rahul Gandhi's visit. But interestingly, Ravi Shankar Prasad himself saying that the elections in Manipur are over. If the elections are over, then of course, and then also saying that Rahul Gandhi is trying to politicize the entire matter. The opposition has been questioning the government over their policy on Manipur. The Chief Minister N. Biren Singh, who is at the helm of the affairs, under whom, in fact, this entire violence had started, he was at the helm of affairs at that point of time. The opposition has demanded his resignation as well. And a key demand of the opposition is of Prime Minister's visit to Manipur, which yet remains unfulfilled. Remember, the Prime Minister, responding to the opposition's charges in the Rajya Sabha, had said that there shouldn't be any politics as far as Manipur is concerned. Meanwhile, the government is, as per the Prime Minister, is taking all these steps necessary to try and ensure that peace returns to the state. These visuals, ladies and gentlemen, of Rahul Gandhi meeting the victims earlier, both in Churachandpur and, one more camp that he had visited. This is the third visit, as I told you, of Rahul Gandhi to the violence-hit Manipur. He is now meeting the governor, and after that is expected to speak to the press as well. We'll get you what Mr. Rahul Gandhi says after his meeting with the governor, and of course his experiences of sharing of the demands that the people of Manipur, many thousands of them have been displaced due to the violence, and Rahul Gandhi has gone to meet the people who are living in these refugee camps at this moment, displaced in their own state due to the violence. So Rahul Gandhi continues to keep the pressure up on the government with his visit to Manipur, where not only did he go and meet the victims of the violence who are living in the refugee camps, but also has met the governor of Manipur, apprising her of the, in fact, interactions that he had with the people who are living in the displaced camps. It was on 3rd and 4th of May in 2023 when the violence started in Manipur, ethnic strife within two communities, which resulted in deaths of multiple people. And the situation in the state still remains tense. In fact, there have been sporadic incidents of violence, which we keep reporting and hearing from the state of Manipur. And 1 year on as well, a huge cache of arms and ammunitions were also, in fact, looted at that point of time in the initial days of violence. Many have not returned to the police and the security forces. Ratnadeep Chaudhary is reporting from Manipur. Ratnadeep, important visit of Rahul Gandhi at this moment. Politics aside, what is the reaction of the people he has met?
Well, we did speak to a few people on record after he visited first at Ziribam on the Assam-Manipur border, where last month there were violence, after which over 2,000 people have fled towards Assam side, and there he met people, he heard them, and then he went to Churachandpur, the Kuki-Zo dominated areas, the epicenter of the violence last year. There he met violence victim, and then onwards towards Imphal, on way towards Imphal he met again violence victim who have lost their homes and belongings and are in relief camp in Moirang in Bishnupur district. They are from Meitei community, and both sides have raised the issue of their repatriation, their so that they can move out of the relief camp and to their homes. Many of them have lost their homes, and they want their homes to be rebuilt. The state government have
request you to just stay on at this moment, because Rahul Gandhi in Manipur is speaking at this moment. Let's listen in.
And then to Churachandpur, again in Bishnupur district. After that, he made honorable leader of opposition, met honorable governor also. So really, we welcome from the Manipur Pradesh Congress Committee and also from the entire people of Manipur. And this is the third time visit of Sri Rahul Gandhi, and it is the first time visit after being elected as a leader of opposition. So really, we are so happy. So now it is a very tight schedule. So I am requesting Rahul Gandhi to have a press statement for a few minutes. So please take your time, Rahul Gandhi.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome all of you here. It's the third time I've come here since the problem started, and it has been a tremendous tragedy. Frankly, I was expecting some improvement in the situation, but I was quite disappointed to see that the situation is still nowhere near what it should be. I visited the camps and heard the people there, heard their pain. I came here to listen to them, to build confidence in them, and as somebody who's in the opposition, to try and apply pressure on the government so that it acts. Here, the need of the hour is peace. Violence is hurting everybody. Thousands of families have been harmed, property has been destroyed, family members have been killed. And I have never seen anywhere in India what is going on here. The state is completely split in two, and it is a tragedy for everybody involved. I want to tell all the people of Manipur, I come here as your brother. I come here as somebody who wants to help you, who wants to work with you to bring back peace in Manipur. And I am ready to do whatever I can. Congress party is ready to do whatever it can to bring back peace here. We had a conversation with the governor, and we expressed to the governor that we would like to help in whatever way we can. We also expressed our displeasure, and we said that we are not happy with the progress that has taken place here. I don't want to go further into politicizing this issue. It's not my intention.
Let's go back to my colleague Ratnadeep. Rahul Gandhi there. Ratnadeep expressing his displeasure, says that there hasn't been much improvement in the situation from the last time that he was here. Says he doesn't even want to politicize this. It is important that he stands with the people of Manipur as their brother.
That's right. In fact, a few people from both the Kuki community as well as Meitei community to whom Rahul Gandhi had spoken, we also spoke to them on record. We might have played their reaction as well, and they categorically have raised the issue of they being in relief camp for more than a year, that this violence had started, and there have been occasional flare-up, and they have requested Mr. Gandhi to raise this issue in Parliament, and this visit comes days before the budget session of the Parliament. So Rahul Gandhi clearly pointing out that he is disappointed that the situation has not improved, and he comes here as their brother. So therefore, in all likelihood, he would again raise this issue in the Parliament, as he has done in the last session of Parliament, where he and the other opposition leader had raised the Manipur issue. Remember, the opposition is trying to corner the government over the Manipur issue, more so the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister had not visited Manipur ever since last year's violence. However, he did make a statement in the Rajya Sabha that the centre and the state are trying to make out a way to peace and talking to both communities, but Rahul Gandhi really reaching out to the people. Remember, his party has won both the seats in Manipur.
Right, all right. In fact, Manipur, Rahul Gandhi in Manipur. Ratnadeep Chaudhary, my colleague, reporting from there. Rahul Gandhi was speaking to the press about the situation, and said that there is disappointment among the people about the way things have been going so far. Not much progress has been made. We are slipping into a short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
You know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में develop कर लिया था. It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard, जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही unveil किया था, and the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, स्टॉपवॉच, timer, alarm, and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. 28 buttons इतने से size में, well, obviously उस time पे we didn't have touch screens. उस time पे I would say for engineers and for professionals it was such a boon. But then again this product failed because it was quite expensive, थोड़ा bulky था, and maybe not that easy to use that. But मैं बोलूँगा it was the beginning of the era of smartwatches, and eventually today you know how popular they are, जहाँ पे हर किसी से जब आप मिलते हो, after the mobile phone, the second purchase that you do as a gadget is definitely a smartwatch these days. Did you know this? If yes, amazing. If no, then please let me know. You know the address. It's
Meanwhile, the Supreme Court today, under the bench of Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, heard the clutch of petitions over the NEET issue. The CJI had some tough questions for the government and the NTA. CJI said that retest is our last option. He has cracked the whip on the government and said, don't be in denial. Multidisciplinary panel must probe the leak. He also questioned that is this a warning bell? What has the government done to identify the beneficiaries? 67 students got 100% marks. CJI also said need to understand marking pattern as well. In the next hearing, the Supreme Court has asked the government and the NTA to present the extent of the beneficiaries as far as the paper leak is concerned, and also asked the CBI to present a status report. Earlier, we spoke to one of the petitioners. Listen in.
The Supreme Court making it very clear today that, of course, the paper leak had happened and that had led to compromised sanctity of the examination. Your first response as the petitioner, what was your demand?
Yeah, our major demand was the re-exam. We demanded re-exam of NEET because of three issues: the malpractices as well as the paper leak which has happened in Patna and Jharkhand. And the alternative, we demanded a SIT agency under judicial to be clear and concise issues should come out.
Are you satisfied with the observations being made by the Supreme Court today? On one side, of course, they have stated that the sanctity of the examination had been compromised. But the last option would be, according to them, will be the retest, because it takes a lot of financial burden. It takes a lot of logistical issues as well to conduct re-examination. 23 lakh students' career is on verge. So do you think that these observations and the answers that have been demanded by the center, by the NTA, is something that you're satisfied with?
Yeah, obviously court has given this verdict to NTA and CBI. What was the inquiry happened till now to queue up the evidence, and we are clear the CBI which has inquiring, it's clear there was a clear incident of paper leak. Hopefully this will go to the recancellation of exam, and the logistics is not clear. The article 14 and 16 says the justice and first should be based on equality for all. So if paper leak has happened at one place, so other people also should get that justice. So hopefully we are hopeful that this re-exam should happen and justice will come on behalf of us.
Your response to the Supreme Court observation?
I think that the apex court is going on right, because you know that this Supreme Court takes time for a judgment, and we think that it is a good decision for taking time and observing all the situations, all the happenings.
Well, at a Thanksgiving party after winning the Chikmagalur, Lok Sabha elections, BJP MP Dr. K. Sudhakar, there was a huge, massive line of queue of people, those who had come to in fact collect alcohol there, which was being served openly. People formed long queues to allegedly collect the alcohol bottles as a token of appreciation to the voters from the Member of Parliament. This raises a lot of questions about the way the alcohol was served in the presence of the police, and isn't this some kind of quid pro quo with the voters?
ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅದು ಆಯೋಜಿಸಿರೋರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರಾ ಅಥವಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥವರು ಸೇವನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರಾ ನನಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು, ದಳದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಆ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ತಪ್ಪಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಮುಂದೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಈ 20 ವರ್ಷದ ರಾಜಕಾರಣದ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಮದ್ಯ ಹಂಚಿ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲೂ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. 20 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ನನ್ನ ಈ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ನೀವು ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಕರಣಕ್ಕೂ ನನಗೂ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೂ ನೋವಾಗಿದೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇರಲಿ, ಚುನಾವಣಾ ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಇರಲಿ, ಸಭೆಗಳಿರಲಿ, ಮದ್ಯ ಕೊಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಿಜವಾಗಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದು ಅಕ್ಷಮ್ಯ ಅಪರಾಧ. ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಿನ್ನೆ ರಾತ್ರಿನೇ ಫೋನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ.
Mr. Naddaji, the national president, I don't want the local leaders to reply to it. I want the BJP president, national president, to just reply to it. And it is the culture of the BJP.
Are you booking case, sir, because it is a violation of excise case, sir?
That is the next point. Next point. First, let the party answer to it.
Chairman of the Adani Group, Gautam Adani, has wished the Olympic-bound Indian athletes their best performance. In fact, taking to social media site X, he has written, "Wish the best to exceptional athletes. We will achieve greatest medal haul ever." With that, we're slipping into a very short break. News and updates continue here on NDTV. Stay tuned.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं, तो आइए बात करते हैं।
बहुत बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस आई साਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ।
कैसे फील कर रहे हैं?
बहुत बढ़िया फील कर रहे हैं, बहुत मान महसूस हो रहा है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Here we are, and ये है, आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं, मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन।
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
A strategic, bold move, par for the course, or a balancing act? How is the world going to look at Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Moscow to meet President Vladimir Putin? Remember, this is Mr. Modi's first visit to Russia after the Russia-Ukraine war broke out. What does India gain out of it? What are the consequences for the world? We'll keep getting you all that and more from Moscow. Keep watching NDTV.
Good evening. A quick look at the headlines at this hour. The Prime Minister touches down in Moscow. It's Prime Minister Modi's first Russia visit since the Ukraine war started. A rousing welcome for Mr. Modi at Moscow airport. The Mumbai hit-and-run case, a court grants bail to the accused father. The Shiv Sena leader's son, who was driving the BMW, is still on the run. The police say the political leader, the Neta, asked the driver to take the blame. Stop being in denial, the Supreme Court says on the NEET paper leak. Supreme Court says the retest is a last option, but determine the extent of the leak. The Supreme Court has asked the government to form a panel of experts to probe the mess. The CBI will submit its probe report before the hearing on Thursday. The leader of the opposition, Rahul Gandhi, visits the epicenter of the 2023 Manipur violence. Rahul Gandhi meets the Manipur governor after meeting victims. Rahul Gandhi says violence and hatred will not bring peace to the region. Heavy rainfall brings Mumbai to its knees. Rainfall halts traffic in several parts of Mumbai. The government issues an advisory amidst a high tide. The Salman Khan firing case, the Mumbai police filed the charge sheet. The gangster Lawrence Bishnoi is named in it. A charge sheet has been filed in a special court. Good evening. Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived in Moscow this evening, marking the first time that he's visiting Russia since it launched its campaign in Ukraine. Russia's first Deputy Prime Minister, Denis Manturov, received him at the airport. I look forward to further deepening the special and privileged strategic relationship between our nations, is what the Prime Minister said after landing in the Russian capital. He will be holding talks with Russia's President Vladimir Putin tomorrow. Prime Minister Modi has been treading a fine line between maintaining a long-standing relationship with Moscow and courting closer Western security ties. The visit is also Prime Minister Modi's first since he returned to power for a third term. I look forward to reviewing all aspects of bilateral cooperation with my friend President Vladimir Putin and sharing perspectives on various regional and global issues, is what the Prime Minister said in a statement before leaving New Delhi. We seek to play a supportive role for a peaceful and stable region. Russia is a key supplier of cut-price oil and weapons to India. Western powers have in recent years also cultivated ties with India as a bulwark against China and its growing influence in the Asia-Pacific region, while pressurizing it to distance itself from Russia. Prime Minister Modi last visited Russia in 2019 and hosted Mr. Putin in Delhi 2 years later, weeks before Russia began its offensive against Ukraine. India and Russia have maintained a very close relationship throughout the Cold War, and Russia was for a long time India's largest arms supplier. In many ways it still is. But Ukraine has stretched Russia's arms supply thin. Russia's share of Indian imports of arms has shrunk considerably in recent years. At the same time, India has become a major buyer of Russian oil, providing a much-needed export market for Moscow after it was cut off from traditional buyers in Europe. That's dramatically reshaped energy ties, with India saving itself billions of dollars while bolstering Moscow's war coffers. India's month-on-month imports of Russian crude increased by 8% in May to the highest level since July 2023, according to the commodity tracking data compiled by the Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air. From Russia, Prime Minister Modi will be travelling to Vienna, Austria, for the first visit to the Austrian capital by an Indian leader since the former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi in 1983. Well, joining us now, Charlotte Dubansky, an RT correspondent. I'm also joined by the former Ambassador of India, Meera Shankar, and Dr. Swasti Rao, Associate Professor at the Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defence Studies. Charlotte, let me come to you first. What's on the agenda for the talks between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi?
Well, as you've outlined there, this is an incredibly important meeting between the two leaders. This is the first bilateral summit that Modi has held, a foreign summit, since he was elected back in June of last month. Now, they're going to be talking multifaceted relations. They're going to be strengthening their alliance, looking at accelerating the economic ties and the issues between the two countries. Lots to be discussed here, because these are two key trading organizations. And we know that this is important. I mean, the trade is 65 billion between the two countries, but there is a massive trade imbalance there. And I'm sure that's something that Narendra Modi is going to be looking at speaking to President Putin about while he's here during this two-day summit.
Charlotte, India continues to import Russian oil. It's being done in India's national interest. Could we expect some statements or announcements on that, or perhaps even announcements to step up the oil import from Russia?
Well, the oil import at the moment stands at an all-time high. It reached that high just a couple of months ago, back in April. And when we look at the figures now, we know that 40% of India's oil is coming from Russian sources. We know that Rosneft, which is the Russian oil producer, has just signed a new deal with India. And we know that there is more desire to have more trade with India on this. India talking recently to its counterparts in the US and saying that that oil from Russia coming in at a lower price actually was what kept it affordable for Indian citizens over the past 2 years. So incredibly important. But there's something that they need to address before perhaps we can see even more trade between the two countries, and perhaps, of course, address that imbalance in trade. Because while there is a $65 billion trade between the two countries, of that, around $4 billion is Indian exports. And this is the mechanism for from the rupee to the ruble. As you are probably very aware, the rupee is not easily convertible. It's not held by a lot of other countries. And what we've heard now is the Reserve Bank of India saying that they're going to ease some of the restrictions, which will ease the issues with foreign companies perhaps getting their capital investment out of the country. And there is, we understand, something in the pipeline that Rosneft want to announce even further. Maybe that will come on this visit. We will have to wait and see.
And a final question, Charlotte, is there any expectation of the situation in Ukraine coming up in talks? India has a close relationship with both Russia and Ukraine. Is there a sense that Prime Minister Modi could be bringing a message of peace or encourage Russia and later on perhaps Ukraine to end the war?
Well, Narendra Modi has been very clear since the start of the Ukraine conflict that India wants peace. It's sat on the fence, not condemning Russia, not condemning Ukraine. And I think it's pretty clear. Every statement we've heard is that India says it wants peace. It wants to look at a humanitarian issue. India has been party to some of the talks that Ukraine has held, but India continues to say that peace talks are needed to find a solution to that issue in Ukraine. What's been quite clear, though, is that India has been under huge pressure from countries in the West, particularly the US, to condemn Russia's involvement in that conflict. And India has been pretty clear it's not going to. We know the relationship between India and Russia is a very special one, and it's a very important one for both countries. And I think Narendra Modi has navigated this incredibly well. So I think he'll come here to Russia. There'll be lots on the agenda to talk between him and President Putin. And of course, I'm sure the issue of Ukraine will come up, and I'm sure Narendra Modi will continue down that same line that India would like a peaceful resolution to the conflict.
All right, thanks, Charlotte, very much for being with us. I'm going to go across to Ambassador Meera Shankar. Ma'am, from a larger diplomatic, geostrategic standpoint, how is maintaining and strengthening the relationship with Russia essential for New Delhi?
Well, I think it's an important juncture for the visit because it is Prime Minister Modi's first visit to Russia since the Ukraine war began, and his first visit since 2019, though President Putin had paid a visit to Delhi in 2021. But, the situation in Ukraine continues to be fraught. And even as Prime Minister Modi and President Putin will be meeting, President Biden is hosting a NATO summit, a summit of, countries who are part of the Western sanctions coalition on Russia, and Zelensky to decide on Ukraine policy, further Ukraine policy. So it's a fairly delicate juncture for the visit. Secondly, I think that Russia has emerged as a very major energy supplier for India. In the last 2 years, our imports from Russia have gone up 20 times. Earlier Russia's energy basket was always oriented towards Europe. And then in later years, in recent years, also China. But there wasn't much export of energy to India. As Europe has islanded itself from Russian energy supplies or has cut off energy supplies, India has emerged as a buyer of Russian oil. So for India, I think we would like to discuss with Russia more predictable discounts on their oil because it's been up and down. Also, more stable payment arrangements. I think Foreign Minister Lavrov said perhaps the two countries might move to having 60% of their trade in national currencies. We have to wait and see what the outcome is. And of course, we might discuss longer-term contracts with Russia for supply of both oil and gas. On the defense side, where Russia has been a key partner, key strategic partner of India over the years, I don't think that we are going to discuss any new deals as such for equipment because there's already pressure and delays on meeting the obligations under deals which have already been done because Russia's supply lines are overstretched as a result of their own requirements.
Yes.
But we would discuss stepping up the delivery of the S-400 missiles and other equipment, the frigates, naval frigates, which are already in the pipeline, and deliveries are expected either by the end of this year or next year. And
Dr. Rao,
I think, if I may.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
There is the issue of trade imbalance. And here, because Russia has accumulated large rupee reserves, since the balance is overwhelmingly in their favor, we will discuss how to deal with it.
Right.
Maybe increase Indian exports to Russia, but also the possibility of Russian rupee investments in Indian infrastructure. In fact, one news report I saw some time back said Russia could invest up to $50 billion rupees in Indian infrastructure projects. $50 billion worth of rupees in Indian infrastructure.
Right. Okay, ma'am, I just wanted to quickly go across to Dr. Swasti Rao, who's with us as well. Dr. Rao, India has obviously a very important historic relationship with Russia. And in as much as that works for us, for example, when it comes to energy, when it comes to defense, it's also problematic because Russia is very close to China. In fact, many of the weapon systems that they sell us, they sell Russia as well. The S-400 is sold to Russia, it's sold to us. Kilo-class submarines in the past, sold to India, sold to China. Variants of the Sukhoi 30 fighter, sold to China, sold to India. Therefore, it is problematic at one level, isn't it?
Absolutely. Good evening to you, Vishnu, and good evening to the rest of the panelists. Thank you for having me. Yes, that is, I've been saying that this particular visit by Prime Minister Modi is long overdue and long awaited because there are certain issues that we actually need to be, that need ironing out between the two sides. We have so far been discussing energy, of course, all the other issues related with why the rupee ruble mechanism is not working, etc. But to your question particularly, yes, India also needs to be mindful, and I think this is the larger context in which this current visit should be looked at, is that there has been a deepening of China-Russia strategic alignment, and this again, both sides are trying. I mean, from India's perspective, we all know that we have been trying our best to not let Russia fall completely into the lap of China for our own national interest reasons, and similarly, from Russia's perspective also, it should make sense to keep the engagement with India not just going but also thriving. And you see a lot of political will, on both sides. However, the structural challenges are such that you would expect that longer that the war in Ukraine stretches, deeper the alignment might get. And to your red lines, of course, I think India has to have a very realistic view of how Russia also pursues its, independent approach when it comes to China. In fact, now that you mention it, in the last 5 years, and if you go by the CIPRI data that was released recently, India has not really placed a fresh order, like Ambassador Shankar was just mentioning, with Russia. And if you look at the export base that Russia has had in the last 5 years, Vishnu, at the beginning of 2019, if Russia was supplying weapons to about 31 countries. That has fallen down to 9 countries now. And China is definitely one of them. In fact, if you look at the TIV values, which is trend indicator values of the weapons which are being exported, you will see that Russia actually exports a lot of weapons to China. Not just that, also if you look carefully at the China nuclear program, you will see that a lot of that is actually coming from Russian support. So these are things that require us to be realistic. I think the Indian leadership is extremely, I would say, etched in realism when it comes to that. However, taking issues which are bilateral, taking issues which require ironing out is also required, because like I said, that Russia is not only a historic friend, but also the relevance of Russia is going to retain, remain in whatever geopolitical churning we find ourselves in. So it makes perfect sense for India to actually meet at the topmost level. And in fact, I should mention this, that if you look at how in the last few years, the strategic communication or the channels have been working, I would say that actually it's got quite, the political interactions have gone, there've been a transformation in it. For example, we all know that Modi is meeting Putin in person after a long time. Last time when this particular summit happened, it was before the war, right? But what the other thing that I would like to focus here is that even when we met in December 2021, for example, we had signed a 10-year defense cooperation program.
Yes.
And if you look at the progress that has been made, there's not much progress made, while the war started in 2022 and probably it is going to go on for the next whatever, I don't know how many years, maybe another 2-3 years. So I think that is something which needs to be ironed out, because as the remaining 2 deliveries of the S-400s are still awaited, and according to the latest estimates that we have from Russia, those are likely to come to India by the 3rd quarter of 2026. So I think there should be, any uncertainty around that should be ironed out. And the other thing that I wish to mention here is that, if you remember, India has this mechanism called 2+2 with its close partners. So with all the Quad partners, we have a 2+2. With the UK, we recently started a 2+2. Similarly, with Russia, we have a 2+2 as well. But the only 2+2 dialogue that we have had with Russia, again, goes back to December 2021, and we have not really had it after that. So I think this 2+2 mechanism, where both the foreign ministers and both defense ministers come and engage at the same platform, is something which will be very, very beneficial for where our ties are right now. Yeah, and lastly, I think the last point that I would like to make is also this geopolitical shift that we are probably seeing. There is some news of Pakistan. The Pakistani envoy to Russia actually mentioned that they are invited by Russia to join the INSTC. Now, from India's perspective, the Chennai Vladivostok, that corridor, as well as the INSTC, are important alternative connectivity routes. And I think these scenarios also need to be discussed at the highest level in terms of what scenarios are emerging.
Okay, Dr. Rao, just half a second. I wanted to go back to Ambassador Shankar. Ma'am, does India have the political capital to potentially make a difference when it comes to the biggest question of them all presently in the world, Russia and Ukraine?
Well, I think India has made it clear that it sees the conflict coming to a halt only through dialogue and diplomacy, and that, military superiority is perhaps not going to end the conflict. It might just linger on. So talks become very necessary, and that's the message that Prime Minister Modi gave to President Zelensky as well when he went for the G7 meeting. But I am not sure that, India would be heard. So I think what we have been doing is to convey our general sense that A, the conflict should end, B, the world wants peace, and C, that the peace comes through dialogue and diplomacy, and that India wants to be a positive force in the process of bringing peace and stability. But I'm not sure that we go with any specific proposals, or we have sought an active role in mediation diplomacy. So that's, I think, where the picture is still today. And eventually, I do think that, the countries have to talk about their concerns, as well as the previous correspondent mentioned, because, while Russia assures us that its relationship with China and with India are in separate baskets and they don't impinge on each other, I think it depends on how much China's influence in Russia grows as the West squeezes it further. And I think these are things which India would be concerned about. I'm sure the Russians want to understand the nature of India's relationship with the US and the Western world. And yet at the same time, this is a relationship which has endured. And in fact, perhaps a relationship which Russia values more since the war in Ukraine.
No, absolutely, ma'am. And I'm just interrupting because I just wanted to go across to my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, who's been reporting from Moscow. I'd like to thank you both very much for being with us. This is Vasudha's report. Take a look.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's very critical visit to Russia to have bilateral meetings with Russian President Vladimir Putin begins on Monday. Joining me to talk about what's on agenda is legislator from Vladimir Putin's party, Abhay Kumar Singh, who's also Bihar born, in fact India born. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, sir. You come from a place in West Russia which has a huge history, and you've been in Russia for many years. You started out very simply as a medical student, and clearly a very inspiring life that you've led. But now, as the legislator of Putin's party, what do you think is on agenda when it comes to Narendra Modi, Putin's meetings?
You know very good my biography, so no need to say about that. And about visit of Narendra Modi today in Moscow, not only Vladimir Putin is waiting for that, every citizen of Russia is waiting for that meeting. People are very excited, and I think agenda, very important agenda will be touched in this meeting. The war supplies, war manufacturing, culture, economic, ruble trade, everything will be touched. I think, and the most important thing, I think it will come out, that is world geopolitics. This visit can change a bit. It will not change fully. It will change a bit world geopolitics. You know, in England, Sunak went away. Soon, I think after few days, Macron will also fly. In November, we will wait for the US election. So everything is changing. Let's see what will come out.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a very critical visit to Moscow in Russia to meet President Vladimir Putin. This is his first bilateral meeting since he assumed charge as the Prime Minister of India for the third time. But while politics goes on, there are also people-to-people ties here. In fact, I'm joined by two students from India who are studying medicine here, Rushti and Gayatri. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Tell us, how many years have you been in Russia, and what do you like about this city, and what do you study here?
It's been 3 years since I am here, and I am from Penza and I studied medicine there. And the best thing about Russia is we feel secure, and most of us, our parents, are worried due to some war and other reasons. But we, being Indians here, feel safe as every point there's security. Even in the smallest city like Penza, we are secured. Here also we are secured. And so...
Gayatri, did you know that the Prime Minister was coming? In fact, you guys knew about it, right? So have you been following what's happening in India?
Yes, when we came here and we talked to our parents, and she also talked to her father on phone, then उन सब ने ऐसा बोलने लगा कि अरे यार तुम लोगों को पता है हमने मतलब वीडियो भेजा, देखो हमारे मोदी साहब वहीं पे है. तो पेरेंट्स सब बोलने लगे कि बोला कि मोदी सर हम यहीं पे हैं, we heard to appreciate you and we all are very happy that you came here.
रशिया इंडिया के बीच में बहुत सारे टाइज बहुत पहले से थे, लेकिन अभी ये वॉर चल रहा है यूक्रेन में. आप ही की तरह बहुत सारे मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स को वापस आना पड़ा. बट हाउ इज योर हैज देयर बीन एनी इम्पैक्ट एट ऑल ऑन योर लाइव्स, ऑन योर एजुकेशन?
Economically there have been some impacts as our foreign exchange cards have not been working since long, so there are challenges about that. But keeping those things aside, we have no as such challenges. We are safe and we are secured, and there's everywhere security, so our routine university life is continued. So
has the cost of living gone up here?
Cost of living in Russia, see, Russia is not as a very stable economy as India is, so we have challenges throughout the year, and not only during war, but yes, there have been some ups and downs, and yes, financially the costs are difficult.
All right, so tomorrow is going to be a very, very important day with the Prime Minister set to meet Russia's Vladimir Putin. We'll be bringing you all the very latest details. One of the most important relationships of India, the 22nd India-Russia Bilateral Summit, the Prime Minister now in Moscow.
strategic, bold move, par for the course, or a balancing act? How is the world going to look at Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Moscow to meet President Vladimir Putin? Remember, this is Mr. Modi's first visit to Russia after the Russia-Ukraine war broke out. What does India gain out of it? What are the consequences for the world? We'll keep getting you all that and more from Moscow. Keep watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And here's the tweet of the day, at least so far. Narendra Modi, Prime Minister, landed in Moscow, looking forward to further deepening the special and privileged strategic partnership between our nations, especially in futuristic areas of cooperation. Stronger ties between our nations will greatly benefit our people.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsbreak. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Our big focus on the show this evening, the Mumbai hit-and-run case, bail for the brat's father, also a Shinde Sena leader in just 24 hours. What does it really mean as the kin await justice? We'll get to the latest on that, but first up, the headlines. PM Modi in Russia for a 2-day state visit. Dinner diplomacy as the president of Russia set to host Prime Minister Modi. Oil, trade and defense, the key Modi-Putin bilateral tomorrow. Heavy rain brings Mumbai to its knees. Roads underwater, houses, offices submerged. Heavy rain alert in Mumbai amid the high tide. Government asks Mumbaikars to stay indoors. In the Mumbai hit-and-run case, a brat's Neta father out on bail. Bail for father in 24 hours. As 48 hours on, accused son still absconding. Woman was run over by a speeding BMW and the family await justice. Stop being in denial. The Supreme Court talks tough on the NEET paper leak. The Supreme Court says the retest is our last option, but find the extent of the paper leak. Top court asks the government to form a panel of multidisciplinary experts. This as the CBI has been asked to submit its probe report before the Thursday hearing. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi visits the epicenter of the 2023 Manipur violence. Rahul meets the Manipur governor. After meeting victims, Rahul says violence and hatred won't bring peace. In the Salman Khan firing case, the Mumbai police has now filed a charge sheet. Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi has been named in the charge sheet, and the charge sheet has been filed in the Maharashtra Makoka court. Our lead focus at this hour, Rahul Gandhi visited Manipur. In fact, he met the victims of the 2023 Manipur ethnic violence as well. After that, he met the Manipur governor as well, handing over a memorandum of understanding. In fact, Rahul Gandhi, in his press conference, said that hatred and violence will not bring peace. Remember, this is Rahul Gandhi's third visit to Manipur since the violence broke out in the month of May back in 2023. But his first visit as the leader of opposition. There you can see Rahul Gandhi also visiting a relief camp. Listen in to what Rahul Gandhi had to say.
Here, the need of the hour is peace. Violence is hurting everybody. The state is completely split in two, and it is a tragedy for everybody involved. I want to tell all the people of Manipur, I come here as your brother. I come here as somebody who wants to help you, and I am ready to do whatever I can. Congress party is ready to do whatever it can to bring back peace here. I don't want to go further into politicizing this issue. It's not my intention.
राहुल गांधी इसका राजनीतिकरण करते हैं। वहाँ मलहम लगाने की ज़रूरत है। चुनाव खत्म हो गया। दोनों समुदायों को नज़दीक लाने की ज़रूरत है। संसद में क्या हंगामा किया? नई संसद में प्रधानमंत्री को जवाब नहीं देने दिया। उकसाया उन्होंने मणिपुर पर हमला करें। ये ठीक है क्या?
And moving now to the other big headline this evening, the rain mayhem in Mumbai. Well, key roads and underpasses were submerged. In fact, Mumbai woke up to almost 440 millimeter of rain. There you can see key roads submerged, streets waterlogged. In fact, people wading through waist-deep water. There's a high tide in Mumbai as well, and there's a heavy to very heavy rain alert for parts of the Millennium City as well. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde urged Mumbaikars not to step out and stay indoors. In fact, the Mumbai Municipal Authority also issued a work-from-home advisory. There you can see how those vehicles, those two-wheelers also completely submerged in Mumbai. Rail traffic was badly hit. In fact, since this morning, close to 50 flights have been cancelled. Listen in to what Chief Minister Eknath Shinde had to say earlier.
बारिश हुई है रात से, ये ज़्यादा हुई है, 65 mm से ज़्यादा होती है तो अतिवृष्टि जैसी परिस्थिति होती है। अभी तो 267 से 300 mm बारिश गिरी है। ये बारिश जो है ये कम समय में गिरी है और जो पूरी तरह व्यवस्था जो है कैरिंग कैपेसिटी है उससे बहुत ज़्यादा, कई गुना ज़्यादा ये बारिश हुई है और इसलिए रेलवे के ट्रैक पे भी पानी आया है। पंप, रेलवे ने 200 पंप लगाया है, 480 पंप कारपोरेशन के है, वो पूरी तेज़ी से काम कर रहे हैं और पानी फेंकने का काम शुरू है। और अभी आपने देखा कि ट्रेन भी ऐसा सब शुरुआत हुई है और रोड में भी अभी हमने यहाँ पर देखा सब 5000 स्पॉट इसमें दिखते हैं। सब रोड पे अभी ट्रैफिक शुरू हुई है।
And my colleague Abira is now joining us from Parel. Abira, as you've been reporting through the day, there has been it has been raining consistently. Key roads and underpasses have been completely submerged. What's the situation where you are? Because these are peak office hours we're talking about, and this rain has only exacerbated the nightmarish traffic of Mumbai.
I'm reporting from Parel right now, where there are a lot of offices, and you can see behind me. Let me tell you, I was live an hour back, and this place was getting a little bad with the water here, but now it's completely submerged. The water is till my knee, so I have come straight ahead so that I can stand in a place and give a live here. People are still walking in this water, trying to get out of their offices. There are a lot of vehicles here, but yeah, people are making their way towards the station. This road leads to Prabhadevi station, and there are a lot of offices around, so they're all trying to make their way slowly and steadily. But as you can see, the water is only rising, and if this rain continues throughout the night, tomorrow morning we are going to wake up with another horror of a waterlogging, and I hope it doesn't get worse like we woke up today morning. But yeah, it is raining very heavily, and in just an hour this is the condition, and I shudder to think what will happen in the next few hours if this continues. People are right now on their way home, and trains are luckily right now back on track on the Western line. So we know that much right now. But again, like I said, if this rain continues, we have to wait and watch what happens with the railway tracks, and where all these people that you can see, all these people walking towards the station, I hope they don't get stranded in the station, because the rain is just getting worse and the waterlogging has already started.
Absolutely, Abira. In fact, those visuals that you're showing us, in a sense, capture the essence of the story. And these are peak office hours we're talking about. My colleague Anuj is also with us. He's joining us live from Worli. Anuj, what is the situation where you are? Do you see long queues of people waiting for the local train? Also, traffic bottlenecks as well?
I'm not at the Worli station, but I'm here at the Worli sea face, considered to be one of the better off places in the city. But then you see there is no difference between a better off places and the different places are.
Seem to have a patchy network there with Anuj. We'll try and reconnect with him, but similar visuals across Mumbai. There you can see people trying to wade through knee-deep water. Abira continues to be with us though. Abira, we saw the Chief Minister also appeal to Mumbaikars, asking them to work from home. There's a work from home advisory from the municipal corporation as well. But it has been really a nightmare of a day for Mumbai, given the fact that there was high tide as well through the day. What is expected in the next couple of days? Because the Met Department has predicted heavy rain, heavy to very heavy rain in parts of Mumbai.
Yes, there's an orange alert in Mumbai. People have been told to stay at home and work from home. But all these people that you see on the road right now, they had already reached office in the morning, and now they are trying to make their way home. But what is expected is very heavy rainfall in the next 24 hours. So tomorrow morning, when we wake up, we can just hope that things get better. But as the government has alerted all the people to stay home as much as they can, unless it's very necessary, please do not step out. But like I said, Mumbai never stops, and for the people who are working here, staying at home is not a choice, because they have to make their living. They do come out. We spoke to a few street vendors here. They don't have a choice. They have been sleeping. In water. Let me try to get people here. भैया, आप कहाँ से आ रहे हो?
मैं कमला मीट से आ रहा हूँ।
और आप ऑफिस से आ रहे हो?
ऑफिस से आ रहा हूँ।
और इतना बारिश में आप ऑफिस क्यों आए आज?
भैया, सुबह तो इतना बारिश नहीं था, अभी शाम को बारिश ज़्यादा हो गया।
अगर ये बारिश चालू रहा, आप कल भी ऑफिस आओगे?
नहीं आऊँगा।
नहीं ना?
नहीं।
आप कहाँ रहते हो?
दहीसर रहता हूँ।
दहीसर? वहाँ पे भी तो दहीसर तो पानी भरता है?
हाँ, भरता है।
आज सुबह पानी भर गया था वहाँ पे?
भरा था, फिर कुछ टाइम के लिए निकल गया तो हम लोग आ गए।
अच्छा, thank you. Like, he stays in Dahisar, that is another end of the city. So we are in one end and that's in another end. They have no choice but take the train. If they get stranded, they can't even take the road. So these are the people who are constantly working every day, and they really don't have a choice but to come to work and not work from home.
Abira, thanks very much for joining us with that. As you said, Mumbai waits for nobody. Mumbai never stops, and staying at home is really not a choice for Mumbaikars, as there's heavy rain across the city. But staying with news from Mumbai, in the Mumbai hit-and-run case, the court has granted bail to accused Rajesh Shah, who's also a Shinde Sena leader. He got a bail on a provisional cash bond of 15,000 rupees. He is the father of the absconding accused Mihir Shah. Mihir Shah is still on the run. In fact, he was behind the wheel when that speeding BMW killed a 45-year-old woman. An absolutely horrific case there, and a grim reminder of the Pune Porsche case as well, in which the accused, though he was a minor, was granted bail within hours. My colleague Radhika, who's been tracking this story, joins us live. So Radhika, extremely unfortunate there, and many larger questions will be asked, given the fact that this man who's an all-powerful leader, he's been given bail within hours.
Certainly, very unfortunate and bizarre turn of events, where the father of the 24-year-old who was arrested just the day ago has now been granted bail. Now, he was arrested for aiding the accused, for aiding his son, and so was the driver. The driver has, however, been sent to one-day police custody. In fact, judicial custody was what was given to the father, who was also a Shiv Sena leader, post which he applied for a bail, and that has been granted by the Metropolitan Magistrate Court. So certainly unfortunate turn of events. The fact remains that the main accused is still absconding. Mihir Shah is still absconding. Now, before the court, the police did make certain important, pertinent revelations saying that both the father and son were in touch post the accident, and the father, in fact, tried convincing the driver to take the blame for the accident, wanting him to switch seats with his son. So there were multiple phone calls that were exchanged between Mihir and father, after which, of course, Mihir went absconding. So which is why the father's role becomes imperative to understand perhaps where Mihir is hiding, whether, he was given refuge by any of father's friends or relatives. But unfortunately, now that cannot happen since he will be out on bail. So this could lead to influencing of the witnesses and of the case as well, which we saw in Pune Porsche case. Now, at this point, of course, Mihir is at large, attempts being made, multiple teams, at least about 10 to 15 teams have been formed by the Mumbai police to trace him, to track him down, CCTV footage being examined, his phone being traced, his friends being questioned, people who were with him on that particular night are being questioned. His female friend is also being questioned. He had abandoned the car and gone to meet his friend and then escaped from there as well. So at this point, unfortunate turn of events, a 45-year-old woman losing her life after this man, allegedly under the influence of alcohol, was behind the steering wheel, ramming into the bike, leading to the loss of life and, of course, fleeing from the spot. And he has still not been traced by the police.
Radhika, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. So, of course, the police inching closer to arrest Mihir Shah, the absconding accused. But the fact of the matter is that his father has been released on bail within 24 hours. It has been 48 hours, but the man has not been arrested yet. Joining me this evening on Newsbreak, PK Jain, former additional DGP of Maharashtra. Also, Aniket Ujjwal Nikam, a criminal lawyer with the Bombay High Court. Thanks both very much for joining us this evening. Going across to you first, Aniket. Extremely unfortunate, and as I said earlier, a grim reminder of the Pune Porsche case, that you have an all-powerful Neta who's been given bail within 24 hours on a cash bond of 15,000 rupees. How does this work? Because larger questions will be raised as to why this man has been released and his son is still at large.
Let me first tell you that the incident that happened is extremely unfortunate, and the guilty must be prosecuted very diligently, and I believe the government is doing that. But as far as bail of the father is concerned, let me be very candid with you. We have to first understand which sections are being invoked against the father. Was he present in the car? I guess he was not present in the car. It is not a case that a minor was driving the car. The accused who was driving a car was a major. Now, therefore, under which provision of law is the father been booked? What I could gather, the information that I could gather online is that he's been booked on the grounds that he's screening the offender, he's helped him go scot-free, something like that. Now, that is a section which prescribes the procedure under the law and also provides that the punishment is not of a severe nature. And therefore, in such cases, when somebody is charged with an offense of screening the offender or allowing somebody to go scot-free or trying to cause disappearance of evidence, then bail would normally follow, unless it is the case of prosecution that he is the one who abetted the main accused to do the offense, or something to show that they shared common intention. Then perhaps he could also be charged with the main section, which is, I believe, 105 under the new law.
But what the initial probe seems to reveal, Aniket, is that he helped his son in running away, and he also, in a sense, asked the driver to take the blame for his son. So these are serious charges against him.
So, of course, these are serious charges. I do not say no. But then the sections that are being invoked are screening the offender, as I said earlier, or trying or causing disappearance of evidence. Now, such kind of offences normally, when bails are being heard, normally bails are allowed unless extraordinary circumstances are pointed out. I do not know what did the remand report say. I do not know what did the bail say that the police had filed at that point in time. And of course, if there is something more than what meets the eye, the police can always challenge this order.
It is not that this order cannot be challenged. At the same time, what is important is that while the principal accused is still absconding, whether the magistrate court could have exercised the jurisdiction and granted bail is also an issue that the government can look into when if at all they wish to challenge that order. So it's
that is the point, because the principal accused is the man's son. You know, the man who's been given bail. The principal accused is his son. But PK Jain come in on this, because in cases where you have powerful leaders involved, we have seen a similar sort of sequence of events in the Pune Porsche case as well. That was absolutely horrific. 2 techies were killed. In this particular case, you have a 45-year-old woman who was first dragged for 100 meters and then killed on the spot. And then you had, the man run away. In cases like these, questions on police complicity will also be raised. As somebody who has been, who's a former IPS, how would you respond to that question? Because time and again, this argument of police complicity is also raised.
Yeah, hi, Namaskar. Thank you very much for inviting me to the show, Vedant. See, I would agree with Aniket to start with. It is a question of what sections have been applied in the case of the father and the driver. The driver, I understand, was in the car at the time when this accident took place. But then the driver, the son, Mihir, he is an adult, number one. Number two, in the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita had prescribed, actually under section 106, a punishment of 10 years rigorous imprisonment for an offense like this, a hit and run case also. But then because of some agitations by truckers and by the transport unions and all that, that section has been held in abeyance. So till today, the old provision of punishment of 2 years only applies. So which makes it a bailable case. Now, whether the police has applied a section of rash and negligent driving, or whether it is culpable homicide, which was earlier 304, and now it is it comes under 103.
105.
Now, what section? 105.
105.
Okay.
Jains are
105. So whether that section has been applied, I'm not aware of that.
I take your point that one is entitled to bail, given the fact that there are these sections that have been. Let me complete my question, Mr. Jain. I agree with your point that it's a bailable offence and he's entitled to bail. But the fact of the matter is, if you look at it from this perspective, you have a 45-year-old woman who has been dragged to death. Her family awaits justice. In fact, we spoke to the woman's husband, and he said that had they not run away, we could have saved the life of the 45-year-old woman. Is this justice? Will they get justice ever? I mean, in the Pune Porsche case, you have the father again, sort of a similar sequence of events there as well. Where is justice? How do we ensure justice to the family of the victim?
See, the only thing I can say that the new Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita is much more stringent in terms of the justice being doled out early. Earlier, it used to be dates after dates. In the current scenario, the number of adjournments are limited. So the case will probably be taken to its logical conclusion at a much earlier date as compared to the earlier IPC and the CRPC and Evidence Act. So I hope that the family should get justice. But unfortunately, law is what law is. And in this case, in case it is a bailable offense for the father, he'll get bail. If it is not a bailable offense for the actual accused, he will not get bail and his case will be expedited. That's how I look at it.
Okay, Aniket, come in on this. In fact, I just have about a minute and a half on the debate. How do we ensure justice to the family? That is my limited question right now.
Vedanta, I believe in this section, the police have invoked 105. Now, 105 is a stringent provision of law which provides punishment up to life when you commit an offense either with an intent or with a knowledge. Now, perhaps this may be a case of knowledge where he would know that by driving rashly in an intoxicated state, one may die, and therefore the punishment is up to life, up to 10 years. So it's a severe section that they have invoked. They have not gone with a mellowed down sort of section. Yes. That's number one. Number two, the police, I believe, are doing completely whatever is within their powers to nab this guy who's absconding. Lookout circulars have been issued. The Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra has already clarified that everybody is equal before the law, even if he may have been associated with any political party, that won't make any difference. So as far as justice to the family is concerned, I believe the police needs to investigate this case properly, make it a watertight case so that it stands trial. And because of the new law, the trial would be conducted expeditiously and I believe the accused will be brought to justice.
Okay, Mr. Jain, I just have 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, only one more thing I would like to say. See, again in this case, it was found that this boy had visited, the main accused had visited a bar before this, and he was intoxicated, driving under the influence of liquor.
Yes.
I only wish that these bars are closed at the right time so that this kind of accidents don't take place early in the morning, which have been taking place.
But
See,
the onus is as much on the police and the law enforcing agencies. We can't just sort of put the onus on the bars, while of course I take your point, but the fact is that law enforcement agencies also have to be more vigilant as far as cases of drunken driving are concerned. But thanks very much, gentlemen, for joining us on Newsbreak this evening. Moving now to the other big headline. Well, the Supreme Court came down heavily on the National Testing Agency, saying that the government must not be in denial. There has been a paper leak. In fact, the Supreme Court has also asked the CBI to submit its probe report as far as this case is concerned. Now, remember, the Chief Justice of India said that retest is the last option for us, but we must investigate the extent of the paper leak. Take a look.
The Supreme Court making it very clear today that, of course, the paper leak had happened and that had led to compromised sanctity of the examination. Your first response as the petitioner, what was your demand?
Yeah, our major demand was the re-exam. We demanded re-exam of NEET because of three issues: the malpractices as well as the paper leak which has happened in Patna and Jharkhand. And the alternative, we demanded a SIT agency under judicial to be clear and concise. Issues should come out.
Are you satisfied with the observations being made by the Supreme Court today? On one side, of course, they have stated that the sanctity of the examination had been compromised. But the last option would be, according to them, will be the retest, because it takes a lot of financial burden. It takes a lot of logistical issues as well to conduct re-examination. 23 lakh students' career is on verge. So do you think that these observations and the answers that have been demanded by the center, by the NTA, is something that you're satisfied with?
Yeah, obviously court has given this verdict to NTA and CBI. What was the inquiry happened till now to queue up the evidence, and we are clear the CBI which has inquiring, it's clear there was a clear incident of paper leak. Hopefully this will go to the recancellation of exam, and the logistics is not clear. The article 14 and 16 says the justice and first should be based on equality for all. So if paper leak has happened at one place, so other people also should get that justice. So hopefully we are hopeful that this re-exam should happen and justice will come on behalf of us.
Your response to the Supreme Court observation?
I think that the apex court is going on right, because this Supreme Court takes time for a judgment, and we think that it is a good decision for taking time and observing all the situations, all the happenings.
इस प्रोटेस्ट में किस लिए आए हैं? ये प्रोटेस्ट किस लिए, प्रदर्शन आज किस लिए हो रहा है?
देखिए, आज का जो प्रोटेस्ट है ये पूरी तरह से जो देश के बेरोजगार युवा हैं इनको समर्पित है। आज पूरे देश में 40 से ज्यादा परीक्षाओं के पेपर लीक हो चुके हैं। राजस्थान और उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार, झारखंड, मध्य प्रदेश, कोई ऐसा स्टेट नहीं बचा है जहां पेपर लीक न हो रहा हो। क्या इस देश की सरकार जो पिछले 10 सालों से केवल ध्रुवीकरण के मुद्दे, सांप्रदायिक मुद्दों को लेकर के आगे बढ़ रही थी, देश के युवाओं के प्रति क्या इसकी जिम्मेदारी नहीं थी कि इसको लेकर के कड़ा कानून लाए? और आज कम से कम कांग्रेस सरकार ने अपने घोषणा पत्र में इस बात को लिखा कि पेपर लीक के विरुद्ध कड़ा कानून लाएंगे। और जो पेपर लीक होते हैं तो क्या आप मनोदशा समझ सकते हैं? जो देश का युवा है उसके साथ साथ उसके अभिभावक, पूरा परिवार प्रभावित होता है।
आज जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हियरिंग होने वाली है नीट केसी पेपर लीक केस को लेकर के, उसको लेकर के आपका क्या कहना है? क्या उम्मीदें हैं आपकी सुप्रीम कोर्ट से?
देखिए, हमारी तो अंतिम उम्मीद इस देश का न्यायालय है और देश का उच्चतम न्यायालय इसको संज्ञान में ले रहा है। आप देखिए, जो एनटीए है, जो एनटीए एक संस्था है, नेशनल टेस्टिंग एजेंसी, इसके अलावा जो अन्य संस्थाएं हैं, इसमें कितना ये सक्षम नहीं है आज परीक्षाएं करा पाने में। तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट को ये देखना पड़ेगा कि जो ट्रांसपेरेंसी है, जो एक्सेसिबिलिटी है, इसको इंश्योर करने के लिए कौन कौन से मानदंड अपनाए जाने चाहिए। जो शिक्षा का माफिया है, जो कोचिंग चलाते हैं, इन पर लगाम लगाने के लिए कौन सी नियुक्ति लानी चाहिए। देश का बेरोजगार युवा, अपने जो गरीब लोग हैं, जो फेलोशिप जिनको नहीं मिलती है, किसी तरीके से एप्लीकेशन फी जमा करते हैं, भारी भरकम अरबों लाखों रुपए कमाई होती है एजेंसी की, उसके बाद भी परीक्षा नहीं करा पाते हैं। तो आज इस देश की सबसे बड़ी जरूरत है कि जो पेपर लीक के मामले हैं इस पर कड़ा कानून लाए और उच्चतम न्यायालय स्वतः संज्ञान लेकर इसकी जांच कराए।
शुक्रिया. So that's what we're understanding right now from one of the protesters here. He's the Samajwadi Party worker who belongs to the Education Committee of the Samajwadi Party. He's asking for transparency and accountability on part of the government, especially on part of the National Testing Agency.
A strategic, bold move, par for the course, or a balancing act? How is the world going to look at Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Moscow to meet President Vladimir Putin? Remember, this is Mr. Modi's first visit to Russia after the Russia-Ukraine war broke out. What does India gain out of it? What are the consequences for the world? We'll keep getting you all that and more from Moscow. Keep watching NDTV.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janata ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
कैसे आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करते हुए अपने गैजेट्स का पोटेंशियल और एनहांस कर सकते हो. एंड दिस टाइम इट्स अबाउट एआई. इट्स अबाउट गूगल्स लेटेस्ट जेमिनाई, बिकॉज ये अभी इंडिया में आ चुका है एंड यू शुड यूज दैट बिकॉज इट कैन डू अ लॉट. मतलब अगर आपको ईमेल लिखना है एंड यू नीड सम हेल्प कंपोजिंग दैट ईमेल, यहाँ पे जस्ट बाय यूजिंग द हेल्प मी राइट ऑप्शन आप ईमेल्स जेमिनाई से लिखवा सकते हैं. ये आपकी ईमेल्स को समराइज कर सकता है और आपके लिए बहुत सारे अच्छे तरीके से हेल्प कर सकता है ऑल अक्रॉस सिनेरियोज, ऑल थैंक्स टू द पावर ऑफ एआई. तो जेमिनाई अभी इंडिया में अवेलेबल हो चुका है. वेल एज ऑफ नाउ इट्स ओनली फॉर द प्रीमियम गूगल कस्टमर्स या फिर ये गूगल वर्क प्लेसेस में अवेलेबल है, बट आई एम श्योर इट्स कमिंग सून फॉर एवरीवन. और आप सभी जब इसको फोन में यूज करेंगे, यू कैन यूटिलाइज द फुल पोटेंशियल ऑफ गूगल्स एआई to make your life and your phones even smarter.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Autoshow with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Good evening, it's 8 o'clock. Coming up on the show this evening, the Prime Minister's crucial two-day state visit to Russia. We'll get you ground reports from Moscow. What all is on agenda? What are the geopolitical implications? All of that and more coming up. But first up, the headlines. PM Modi in Russia for a two-day state visit. Dinner diplomacy. President Putin to host Prime Minister Modi. From oil, trade to defense. Key Modi-Putin bilateral tomorrow. Rahul Gandhi meets ethnic violence victims in Manipur. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi visits the epicenter of the Manipur violence. Rahul on his third visit to the state since the 2023 violence. Stop being in denial. The Supreme Court talks tough on the NEET paper leak. The Supreme Court says retest is our last option, but we must find the extent of the paper leak. The top court asks the government to form a panel of experts. This as the CBI has been asked to submit a probe report before the next hearing on Thursday. PM Modi in Russia for a 2-day state visit. Dinner diplomacy. The president of Russia to host Prime Minister Modi. From oil, trade to defense. Key Modi-Putin bilateral tomorrow. Heavy rain brings Mumbai to its knees. Roads underwater, houses, offices submerged. Heavy rain alert in Mumbai amid a high tide. The government asks Mumbaikars to stay indoors. In the Mumbai hit-and-run case, the brat's Neta father is now out on bail. Bail for the father in just 24 hours. The accused son is still absconding. A 45-year-old woman was run over by a speeding BMW. The family awaits justice. France swings from far right to left. President Macron's snap poll gamble backfires. With a hung parliament, back-channel talks now begin. And an NDTV special, Dancing Beyond Disability. Kamlesh's inspiring journey, how Kamlesh turned disability into his superpower. Some tragic news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir's Katwa, where after a fierce encounter, 4 Jawans have been killed in the line of action. Remember, there were multiple encounters that took place as far as Katwa is concerned, a challenging terrain. And this is a place where militancy has really been unheard of. And after a fierce face-off between security forces and terrorists, it's now been confirmed that 4 army Jawans have been killed in the line of action. It was an army vehicle, an army truck, in fact, that was attacked by terrorists. Our senior colleague Nazir Masoodi is now joining us live. Nazir, absolutely tragic there. 4 Jawans have been killed in the line of action.
Well, clearly there are reports of casualties. Different sources are giving different numbers. PT has put 4 soldiers being killed and 6 others have been injured. Condition of some of the injured is stated to be very critical. Injured have been evacuated and shifted to hospital. It appeared clearly a deadly attack, well-planned attack in the Bilateral area of Katwa district, which is a far-off place. As we have been reporting earlier, this was not a militancy-infested area, but last month we saw in a Katwa village, 2 Pakistani terrorists were killed. During an encounter, after people alerted, they refused food or water to those militants, and they alerted security force and police. 1 CRPF Jawan was killed during encounter, but both the militants were killed, and among the weapons were M4 American carbine. So one thing, all these militants who are fresh infiltrators are carrying state-of-art weaponry. They're carrying state-of-art communication system, which is the micro satellite communication system, so that their communication is not detected. And this attack, it appears to 2 to 3 militants appears to have attacked on this army truck. They have resorted heavy firing. There are pictures of injured Jawan also circulate on social media, which we are not showing. We're showing you a truck, which we could clearly show there are bullet marks. Its windows have been completely shattered. It has received volley of bullets, and 4 soldiers have reportedly been killed in action, and 6 others have been injured, even as different sources are giving number of casualties as different numbers. But this is area which was not militancy infested, and this is the second attack in Jammu province in 2 days. Yesterday morning, there was an attack on army camp in Rajouri, Manjakot, Rajouri. 1 army soldier was injured. Army repulsed the attack, but no militant could be tracked down. It is the same modus operandi, or the same way things happening. After every attack, attackers managed to escape without facing any casualty of their own. That remains a big challenge. Even as the security forces have intensified anti-militancy operations across Jammu and Kashmir. For example, yesterday during 2-day-long operation, 6 Hizbul Mujahideen militants were killed in Kulgam district of South Kashmir. But army also lost 2 Jawans, 1 paratrooper special forces Jawan and 1 Rashtra Rifles Jawan, and 1 more was injured. But in this attack today, 4 Jawans have been killed. 6 others are reportedly injured. Right. Condition of some of the injured is stated to be critical. Operation is underway. There were reports of heavy gunfight, but right now, since it's a far-off area, not much information is coming forward.
So several important points there that you're mentioning, Nazir. A, the picture of the injured is still unclear. 4 Jawans have been killed in line of action is what we can report at the moment. In fact, there were various casualties in the initial ambush itself is what we're getting to know via sources. But Nazir, as you're reporting, this is an area where militancy has been unheard of. So there's a clear shift as far as militancy is concerned that we have seen particularly in the past year or so.
Well, there are reasons why it is happening. Particularly, Jammu has its high on terror radar for last at least 3 years since October 2021. You have a mixed population, so there are they want to create a communal wedge, as we have seen. Besides specifically targeting army, remember in last more than 2 years, 39 soldiers were killed, army soldiers were killed in Poonch Rajouri areas. Now you add these 4 or more soldiers and other incidents as well. You can see Jammu is becoming a more hotbed of militancy and a big site of terror attacks over the last 2 years. That becomes a bigger challenge, besides its proximity to the line of control, which clearly shows the intentions from across the border, despite the fact that the army has put a huge pressure on Pakistan. There were surgical strikes, there were airstrikes on terror camps after Pulwama attack. We see clearly now a new pattern, highly trained, motivated, these militants coming. In fact, after last year's attack, Army's Northern Commander-Chief and now the Army Chief himself said these militants appear to have been trained in different countries, including Afghanistan and maybe more countries. So it remains a huge challenge, particularly in those areas. For example, Katwa district, completely free from militancy. Jammu, free from militancy. Now the same region is facing increased terror attacks.
Absolutely.
And army is suffering casualties. It is clearly a plan to bog down army in this militancy, to raise the cost of engagement for the army and security forces in Jammu and Kashmir.
Absolutely tragic there, Nazir. Thanks very much for joining us with that update. As you're reporting, a clear shift in militancy. It's now Jammu and not the valley that has clearly become the hotbed of terrorism. And moving now to the other big headline on the news this evening, the Prime Minister's crucial visit to Russia. It's a 2-day state visit. The Prime Minister, of course, will be hosted for a private dinner by President Putin. He received a rousing welcome at the Moscow airport as well, a special gesture with the first Deputy Prime Minister accompanying Prime Minister Modi to his hotel in the same car as well. A lot is on agenda, from, of course, defense to oil to economy, trade imbalances to the issue of stranded Indians in Russia as well. Tomorrow is a big day when key bilaterals are planned, and India, of course, is going to bring up those important issues in that bilateral tomorrow. We'll try and go across to our colleague Vasudha as well, who's joining us from Moscow. She's been reporting from the Kremlin. Vasudha, over to you. What all is on agenda? What's the mood in Moscow as the Prime Minister has touched down?
Vedant, you can see the Kremlin right behind me, and this has been the power center of Russia for several centuries. In fact, this is where the old and new buildings exist together. In fact, this is the place that has seen multiple coronations and also multiple executions. So this is also a country that has seen a lot of revolutions, but is also trying to reinvent itself. And at this time, Prime Minister Narendra Modi arriving in Moscow today marks a specific new chapter in the history of Russia. This is also reiterating the solid, steady ties that India and Russia have shared for over 75 years. And in fact, when he came, he came to the hotel at around 3 p.m. today, there was a lot of dance and music. In fact, a lot of Russian students actually came out and they performed several Indian folk dances. And in the course of the next 24 hours, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Vladimir Putin will meet at least 3 times. So this is a proper bilateral meeting that's happening after a gap of 3 years. In fact, the last time that both the leaders met for a proper bilateral meeting was in 2021 when the annual Russia-India summit took place, and in fact that took place in India. This is after 9 years that the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, is coming to Moscow. In fact, last time he was in Russia, it was in Vladivostok, which is an eastern city in Russia. And President Putin has also, in fact, reached out to countries like, China in the last few years, which has been a concern concern for India, but government sources, RMEA sources are basically saying that Russia-India relationship has been going on steady for several years. There's no need to worry, but we can expect some announcements in the economic sector tomorrow. In fact, there is specific emphasis on correcting the trade imbalance. Apart from that, there is also emphasis on energy and also tech transfer. And most importantly, India will also be pressing on the return, the early release of those Indians who have been misled into joining the Russian army. If we talk about numbers, 10 of them have already come back, 4 of them have died, and there are around 35 to 50 Indians who could be there fighting on the front lines of the Russia-Ukraine war, something that India is not happy about, and it really wants those Indians to be released as soon as possible, something that the Russian government has promised that it would do soon. While the Indian community is at the spotlight, I'm also getting you 2 important guests. These are people of Indian origin who have settled in Russia for so long. Ms. Sujata, who has been in Russia for 26 years, she represents the Isha Foundation. She's a chartered accountant. Also, Mr. Santosh he's an economist and he's been around in Russia for 40 years. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Sujata ma'am, today did you see the Prime Minister arrive here? What does that mean? And you have seen, last 26 years, Russia growing, Russia evolving. Tell us, what does it mean to the Indian community that it is actually part of a growing Russia that's also at war with Ukraine? What kind of impact has it had on your lives?
It's pretty mixed in the sense, as Indians, I think we are living in the most beautiful times where we can proudly say we are Indians, and we have every reason to thank Prime Minister Modi for helping us hold our heads up. And as far as the current situation is concerned, it is a cause of concern not only politically but also economically, because no matter what the nationality is, as long as we are living in Russia, it impacts all of us. So in the backdrop of this, Prime Minister Modi's arrival gives a ray of hope for us that some of these issues, especially where it concerns mutual relationships, trade or person-to-person relationship, travel, spiritual, tourism, all of these can move to a next level beyond the sanctions once they come to some kind of an agreement, especially with the payment systems.
Right. Mr. Santosh, MEA sources are saying that, the war is going to be discussed, and in fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been very insistent that this is not the time for war. Dialogue and diplomacy is the way forward. You are somebody who works with numbers. Tell us, what has the impact been on the industry side of things? How easy or difficult has it been for the Indian community?
There are problems, but we are trying to overcome all the problems, finding ways. Of course, transferring money was a problem, then logistic is a problem, but always there is some way coming up, and we are very much hopeful that during this discussion there will be more ways how to work, and Indians are getting good opportunity as from Western world it is cut off. So Indians have got a lot of opportunity. Even Russians, they are finding India to be more interesting. Right. So we're looking forward to the meeting and the outcome tomorrow. I'm sure that something good will come up.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. So clearly, the emphasis of the community event tomorrow will also be the Indian community in Russia, talking about the challenges that it is facing. Remember, this is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's first visit to Russia after the Russia-Ukraine war broke out. Tomorrow, announcements could be expected in the economic sector. This is also Narendra Modi reiterating the fact that the ties of India with Russia remain strong and steady. But at the same time, this is also India playing the balancing act by deepening its ties with other countries, but at the same time watching out for its own old ally, Russia. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Vasudha, for joining us with that update from Moscow and getting us those voices as well. So clearly, it's a lot about people-to-people connect as well, something that's become an important part of Prime Minister Modi's diplomacy. But moving now to the other big headline, well, the Supreme Court's scathing remarks in the NEET case. Well, the Chief Justice of India said that there is no doubt that the sanctity of the examination has been compromised. In fact, the Supreme Court has also asked the government to form a multidisciplinary panel of experts to probe the mess. The CBI has also been asked to submit a probe report. The CJI said that the government must stop being in denial as far as the paper leak is concerned. Here's the report.
Tough words from the Supreme Court of India on the NEET UG 2024 exam mess.
as it heard a bunch of petitions demanding a retest of the crucial medical entrance exam. Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud asked the government why it was in denial about a paper leak, saying it was clear the sanctity of the exam had been compromised. The court said it could order a retest if the leak beneficiaries were not identified. The court, however, sounded a note of caution, saying a retest would be the last option since lakhs of students were involved. The Chief Justice proposed a multidisciplinary panel for a comprehensive probe.
It's like clear there was a clear incident of paper leak. Hopefully this will go to the recancellation of exam. The Article 14 and 16 says the justice and first should be based on equality for all. So if paper leak has happened at one place, so other people also should get that justice. So hopefully we are hopeful that this re-exam should happen and justice will come on behalf of us.
भले ही सॉलिसिटर जनरल और एनटीए इस बात कह रहे थे कि पेपर लीक प्रूफ नहीं हुआ है, पर सीजीआई साहब ने बार-बार ये बोला कि हम ये सारी चीजें दिखा रही है कि पेपर लीक तो हुआ है, अब इस बात को आप डिनाई मत करो.
During the hearing, the Supreme Court stressed a retest could only be ordered once the extent of the leak was known and also once the court got a sense if there was sufficient time. The judges did not specify how much there should be between the leak of the questions and the conduct of the exam.
The Chief Justice of India and his bench said the last resort would be to conduct a re-examination for the 24 lakh students who want to apply for the NEET exam. But having said that, it would first have to determine the extent of the leak, when it happened, and the date of the conduct of the examination, and more importantly, how many students who were guilty of wrongdoing have been identified.
The Supreme Court asked the CBI to file a report indicating the status of investigation. Over 15 people have been arrested so far, mostly from Bihar and Jharkhand, with a probe by the Bihar Police's Economic Offences Unit first indicating the possibility of a paper leak. The CBI eventually took over the probe.
The court also asked the NTA that what steps have been taken to identify the center and cities where the leak took place and the manner in which the leaked question papers were disseminated. All the concerned agencies have to file their affidavit by 5 p.m. on Wednesday. The next hearing will now take place on Thursday. This is Aishwarya Jain with video journalist Rohit Vishwakarma for NDTV in Delhi.
This as the future of 24 lakh students hangs in the balance. But moving now to some more news, Rahul Gandhi visited Manipur today. This is his third visit to the strife-torn state, but his first in the capacity of the leader of opposition. He met various displaced tribals there as well, and also the governor of Manipur. In fact, he said that peace and hatred cannot, violence and hatred, I beg your pardon, cannot bring peace. Take a look.
Here, the need of the hour is peace. Violence is hurting everybody. The state is completely split in two, and it is a tragedy for everybody involved. I want to tell all the people of Manipur, I come here as your brother. I come here as somebody who wants to help you, and I am ready to do whatever I can. Congress party is ready to do whatever it can to bring back peace here. I don't want to go further into politicizing this issue. It's not my intention.
In fact, my colleague Ratndeep Chaudhary is joining us live from Imphal. Ratndeep, what Manipur needs right now is a healing touch. As you reported from some of the worst affected areas today, in fact, you've reported last year as well on the violence. Do you see the state recovering from the ravages of violence?
Well, the state is limping back to normalcy. You can see behind me the normal life in Imphal, the capital. But today, Rahul Gandhi first visited Jiribam, which has seen the latest violence. Remember, Jiribam was one area which was not touched by last year's violence, but only last month there was a flare-up which resulted into fleeing of people to neighboring Assam, and today Rahul Gandhi met them. Then he quickly went to Churachandpur to meet the last year's violence victim from the Kukizo community, and onwards from Churachandpur he went to Moirang in Bishnupur district, where he met the the violence victim of last year's from the Meitei community, and then he met the governor, and in that meeting he raised the issue of the ongoing crisis. And then when he met the press briefly, he expressed his displeasure in terms of the pace in which the normalcy is returning. He said that he's disappointed, and he appealed to the Prime Minister to actually come to Manipur once. And in fact, he stayed back in Imphal today. He's meeting his party leaders. Apart from that, what we are hearing is that the governor has also invited him over for a dinner as well.
Deep, thanks very much for joining us with that update there from Manipur. Ratdeep, they're reporting from Imphal, Rahul Gandhi's important visit to Manipur. But moving now to the other big headline, the latest on the Mumbai hit-and-run case. Well, in just 24 hours, the father of the principal accused who was behind the wheel has been given bail. Rajesh Shah is a powerful Shinde Sena leader as well. The court granted bail to him, and in fact, he was given bail just on a bail bond of 15,000 rupees. This as the main accused who was behind the wheel, as I said, whose speeding BMW killed the 45-year-old woman, he is still missing. The police, of course, are inching closer to make that arrest. But listen in to what the victim's husband had to say.
हम लोग गरीब है इसलिए ऐसा है क्या? सबके लिए सेम न्याय रखो तुम. गरीब और श्रीमंत के बीच में ऐसा न्याय मत रखो. हम लोग कैसे करेगा अभी बताओ? हमारा बच्चा ये ऐसा ही पड़ गया, अभी हमारा पूरा घर पूरा बिखर गया. वही हमारा मच्छी बेचता था, वही सब करता था.
Absolutely heartbreaking there. Is there police complicity? Is there no law for the poor? What about, the grieving families of the victims who await justice? Also a grim reminder of the Pune Porsche case. But moving now to more news from Mumbai, from Maharashtra. In fact, Mumbai was brought to a grinding halt today after heavy rain. In fact, look at those visuals of streets waterlogged, offices and roads and houses submerged entirely. Look at those pictures of people wading through knee-deep water. In some areas, there was waist-deep water. There you can see visuals from across Mumbai through the day, from Marine Drive to Bandra to Andheri to Dadar. In fact, peak office hours really saw, rain exacerbating Mumbai's nightmarish traffic, and infrastructure collapse also, across the city. This is just the beginning of monsoon that we're talking about. In fact, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde appealed to Mumbaikars to stay indoors, not step out. In fact, a work from home advisory was also issued by the local authorities. This as there was a high tide as well. But what is the forecast now? Well, the Met Department says that the next couple of days are going to be crucial. There's a heavy to very heavy rain alert for parts of Mumbai, an orange category alert, which means that there's going to be heavy rain in parts of Mumbai. Schools and colleges have been shut. Now remember, this is also, these are visuals that we see almost every year, whether it's Mumbai or Delhi, a kind of infrastructure collapse across the city, and heavy rain alert has been sounded for parts of Mumbai. In fact, Abira is now joining us live from Parel, is what I'm being told. Abira, over to you. You've been reporting from Parel since this evening, peak office hours, seeing people really being inconvenienced.
Yes, absolutely. The office hour people are still walking. If you can see behind me, this place is completely flooded. And you need to remember that whenever I have seen these people, whenever they are walking in flooded street, they all walk in a queue. They all walk in one line so that, they can help each other. If there is any open drain out there, they never walk in groups. They're always walking in a line. So that's what they're happening. They're all walking towards the station to go home, and this is the situation here. It's pouring right now, and if this continues, it's going to be very soon. The water will cross the danger levels very soon.
All right, Abira, thanks very much for joining us with that quick update there. So the situation in Mumbai remains concerning. And finally, our special report. Paralyzed at the age of 5 due to medical negligence, it was Kamlesh Patel's passion for dance that kept him going. Today, Kamlesh runs his own dance studio for students with disabilities and has participated in various dance shows. As part of the Samarth by Hyundai initiative in partnership with NDTV, this is the inspiring story of Kamlesh Patel, our Samarth hero.
मेरे बचपन में 5 साल की उम्र में मुझे पोलियो हो चुका था। भगवान ने तो मेरे पैर ले लिए, लेकिन भगवान ने मुझे सबसे बड़ा मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस और विल पावर दिया है। और उसी कॉन्फिडेंस के जरिए मैंने DID में अहमदाबाद में ऑडिशन दिया। इसके बाद मैं बतौर जज वहाँ पे डांस इंडिया डांस में मैंने काम किया है। और किसी ने कहा है ना कि वक्त को बदलने के लिए ज़िंदगी दोबारा नहीं मिलती, लेकिन वक्त दोबारा ज़रूर मिलता है ज़िंदगी को बदलने के लिए। मैंने अपने गांव में एक एकेडमी ओपन किया, महादेव डांस स्टूडियो। 5, 6, 7, 8 ताकि मेरा जज्बा भी जिंदा रहे, मेरा डांस भी जिंदा रहे और मेरे जरिए मेरे बच्चों को, मेरे गांव के बच्चों को भी एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिले। तो मैंने अहमदाबाद में एक एकेडमी ओपन किया, बड़ौदा में ओपन किया था। वहाँ पे ऐसे बहुत सारे बच्चे आते हैं, सीखते हैं। मेरी आवाज़ जो लोगों तक पहुँचानी है, वही एक डांस, एक ही फील्ड के डांस के माध्यम से मैं लोगों तक पहुँचूंगा, अपने डांस को आगे लेके जाऊंगा और दुनिया को एक मैसेज दे पाऊंगा कि नथिंग इज इम्पॉसिबल, एवरीथिंग इज पॉसिबल। आई एम समाज।
What a heartening story there. And with that, it's a wrap for me on the news. But coming up on the other side, our special broadcast from Moscow, the Prime Minister's crucial 2-day state visit. What all is on agenda? Stay tuned for that on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
You know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में डेवलप कर लिया था. It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard, जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही अनवील किया था and the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, स्टॉपवॉच, timer, alarm and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. 28 buttons इतने से size में, well obviously उस time पे we didn't have touch screens. उस time पे I would say for engineers and for professionals it was such a boon. But then again this product failed because it was quite expensive, थोड़ा bulky था and maybe not that easy to use that. But मैं बोलूँगा it was the beginning of the era of smartwatches and eventually today you know how popular they are जहाँ पे हर किसी से जब आप मिलते हो आफ्टर द मोबाइल फोन द सेकेंड परचेज दैट यू डू एज अ गैजेट इज डेफिनेटली अ स्मार्ट वॉच दीस डेज.
Hello and welcome. You're watching The Last Word. I'm Vedant Agarwal. This is our special broadcast on the Prime Minister's crucial 2-day state visit to Russia. He touched down in Moscow earlier this evening. There you can see those visuals of a rousing welcome for the Prime Minister in Moscow. In fact, he was received by the first Deputy Prime Minister of Russia and who also accompanied Prime Minister Modi to his hotel, a rare gesture there. But the Prime Minister has a packed day tomorrow. He will, of course, be attending that crucial bilateral summit, the 22nd India-Russia bilateral summit. And before that, this evening, the Prime Minister will be hosted for a private dinner by President Putin. That's going to be extremely important as well. A lot is on the cards, from defense to trade to oil to, of course, the issue of stranded Indians in Russia. All of that will be brought up by India. But of course, it's also about people-to-people connect. There you can see culture on display, from dhols to music to dance to Bollywood songs as well. A lot of culture there on display, something that has become a recurring feature of the Prime Minister's diplomacy. In fact, joining me this evening, I'm being joined by Tatiana Kukareva, senior journalist, also an RT correspondent. Charlotte, I'm sorry if I've pronounced your names incorrectly, but going across to you first, Charlotte, what is the mood in Moscow? The Prime Minister touched down earlier this evening. What is the expectation as far as the Prime Minister's visit to Russia is concerned? A lot is on the cards, from trade imbalances to the issue of stranded Indians. But as far as Russia is concerned, what is the expectation from the Prime Minister's visit?
Well, I think the expectation is that this is a relationship that Russia feels is very important. We've heard from the Kremlin that they see India as being a trusted partner. And the way that the world is at the moment, those kind of partnerships are incredibly important to Russia. You mentioned trade there. Russia and India have huge trade ties between the two countries, some $65 billion US, but most of that trade is coming from Russia into India rather than the other way around. So do you think that the Indian Premier is going to be looking to find ways to perhaps readdress that trade imbalance? Something like only $4 billion US of that trade is Indian exports. And there is a move to look to have more services provided from India, for Russia to buy more pharmaceutical products and to get more of a balance. But there are issues in making that balance happen. And this is mainly to do with the currency conversion, the mechanism of transferring rupees into rubles. You may be aware that obviously as a general reserve, the rupee isn't held by many countries around the world. And it's also been difficult in the past for companies to get their capital gains out of India. But we know that the Indian Reserve Bank has now lifted some of the restrictions, and that is going to make trade a lot easier in the future and will encourage potentially more Russian companies to look at investing in India. We recently saw that Rosneft, which is one of Russia's biggest oil producers, signed a new deal for selling more oil to India. But we also understand that there are other investment opportunities on the cards. We may find out more about those during the visit of the Indian Premier. This is his first bilateral foreign visit since he was elected last month. And I think it says an awful lot that he has chosen Moscow as the place to make that.
Right. Thanks very much, Charlotte, for that update. In fact, my colleague Vasudha is now joining us from Moscow. Vasudha, over to you. Vasudha, if you can hear me? All right, we'll try and reconnect with Vasudha. But Tatiana Kukareva is also with us. She's a senior journalist in Moscow. You know, the optics of this meeting are going to be extremely interesting. But as many experts have pointed out, that this is largely a conflict-free relationship between India and Russia. And the focus is going to be furthering the ties and expanding those ties to new sectors like defense, education, culture, of course. So how do you see this crucial bilateral summit?
Well, and let's not forget, you know, energy being one of the most important, you know, corporations so far. We know that there's, you know, this nuclear plant that is under construction, and you know, we've heard in Prime Minister Modi has set, you know, already some ambitious goals for his energy agenda. You know, he's been looking to make India more energy self-reliant, and so Russia comes in incredibly handy in this, you know, in this task that he has set for himself. Which is why actually tomorrow I think he's due to visit the Rosatom exhibition in Moscow as well. You know, Rosatom being the agency that's constructing those nuclear reactors. So this has been a very fruitful relationship, as you said. It's a conflict-free relationship, and I think that this has been the major message between the BRICS nations being very respectful of one another, and just not trying to fit a relationship into a certain box, basically.
Vasudha, I believe we can go across to her. Vasudha, over to you.
Well, I'm coming to you from Moscow, which is the capital of Russia, the largest city in Europe, and it's been an action-packed day. In fact, Vedant, people say this about Russia, that everything changes here in a year and nothing changes for 200 years. And that's quite true, because here the modern exists along with the old. And today was very important in that whole context of Russia seeing a lot of revolutions at the same time, trying to reinvent itself with all these sanctions that have been issued, by the West against it, and also Russia Russia itself finding it very difficult to sort of defend its own actions, especially with the war getting prolonged for over 2 years. Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived today afternoon at 3 p.m. He was basically welcomed by several Indians, most of them dancing, and the music was all Indian. And yes, of course, today he's also going to be part of this private dinner that will be hosted by President Vladimir Putin. It's going to be very interesting next 2 days, because in the course of the next 24 hours, there'll be at least 3 times that President Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi will meet each other. This is the first proper bilateral meeting that's happening between these two leaders after 3 years, and this is Prime Minister's first visit to Russia after the Ukraine-Russia war broke out. So clearly many firsts there, but of course we can expect a lot of announcements in the sectors of economy, specifically trade and also tech transfer. Most importantly, India is also pressing for the early release of Indians, over 35 to 50 of them, who have been in some ways misled to fight on the front lines of Russia-Ukraine war. So that is something that India is focusing on. Tomorrow, during the course of the entire day, Prime Minister will hold several meetings. At the same time, he will also be addressing a community event in Moscow. He'll be talking to people of Indian origin. With me now are 2 important people, and they've been living in Russia for several years. Starting with you, Debashish Sengupta, who is an engineer, and he's been here for the last 40 years. He is into business development now. So how has the life of the Indian community changed in the last 40 years, and how do you think the war has in some ways impacted you?
There are a lot of changes, definitely. In 40 years, if you take it, in Russia is changing every 5 years. That's why you have to understand in the 40 years there are several changes. I had seen Russia, before anything had happened, before even the Perestroika. And I was in the time of Perestroika, and then, now, you can say the modern Russia, when the Soviet Union is no more, then we are not, we don't know what is Soviet Union, this new generation doesn't know. A lot of changes had come. We, being an Indian, definitely we always feel that this country, likes us, and we also like them a lot, because there are a lot of cooperations between us, and we believe that this cooperation will be going on and on. Okay. War is definitely having an impact, but I think it is not the right time to discuss about that. It's a very vast issue. Let us not touch that issue now.
Okay. We also have Vera Pronkina, who's the president of the Asian Russian Business Council. You have a very important job. Tell us, as a Russian, what is your expectation from this meeting?
Well, first of all, it's great that when 2 great leaders of superpower countries meet together, and it's a really great sign. I think the main question is a payment system. And, if honestly, I believe that India very soon will be fight for the first place in the world economy. And when it will, United States and West will be pushed. And not only Russia, but India also very interested in the new payment system for our country, and do business and do economy together. So this is the main key, I think so.
That's very important. We also have Tatiana Kukreva, who's a senior journalist. Tatiana, can you also tell us how important is it for Russia and India to maintain these steady, solid ties, even as there is political realignment happening across the world? Because, if you look at India also is deepening its ties with America. And then on the other hand, you see Russia and China getting closer. The Ukraine-Russia war doesn't seem to be ending anytime soon. There's another war in West Asia with Hamas and, of course, Israel. So clearly many things happening there. How do you see the latest bilateral meeting between Narendra Modi and President Putin, and also Mr. Modi choosing to come to Russia for this meeting, especially the first bilateral visit after he took over as the Prime Minister of India for the third time?
Well, I think that the timing here is obviously incredibly important. And also, let's not forget that it happens at the same time as the NATO leaders are convening, in another part of the world. And that's also no surprise, we have to look at timings with these things. But as you said, there's a massive realignment in the world. But I would actually suggest that Russia and India have been at the forefront of that realignment, and that realignment being the emergence of this multipolar world, the emboldened, global south that we've been talking about for quite some time now, and Russia being crucial to this process, as is India, as rightfully mentioned, your country is looking to be the world's third economy very, very soon, then, probably going to go even further up. So this relationship and the relationships within the BRICS bloc, within the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, are extremely important for this new world order, which is a multipolar, multi-voice, stepping away from everything that, is very close to, I think, to Indian hearts, which is, a post-colonial kind of uncertainty and coming into its own. And India has finally, found its footage, taken the place in the world. And I find the relationship with Russia to have been extremely important for that process.
Right. Devashish, coming to you again, you were talking about how certain things are really complex and nuanced, but when you look at the community here, it's not as big as the diaspora in the United States of America. How do you guys manage to stick together, and what kind of impact does this have on you psychologically, on your children growing up here, the war, and also what is your expectation from Modi 3.0 specifically with relations with Russia?
Okay, it is not one question. Basically, you have to understand that you are asking me three questions. I'm trying to make it very fast. The community here, we are all together because we have different associations here. For example, I represent Moscow Durga Puja committee, being a Bengali, but that doesn't matter. Bengali, non-Bengali, because it is now it is not a Bengali affair only, it is an all India affair. But we have different community programs, and we are all, coming at the same time, at the same program, and that's why we are enjoying our life here, because it is our own life which we had made it in Russia. This is the first thing. Second thing, Modi 3.0 and the relationship, I believe that it should grow, it will grow, because we are all part of BRICS, and Russia always grows when there are crises. If you see the history of Russia, it always grows. And for India, this is very much important that we are growing together with our relationship. Previously, if you see, we have only the relationship of just for the arms. Now it is not only that, there are so many. For agri, you can see now Russia is supporting India with so many agricultural products. That's why I'm saying that there is a good, you can say the forecast should be the fantastic. We can grow together. That is the most important point.
Vera, because you also head the Asian-Russian Business Council, how optimistic are you of the business being on track? Because like we were discussing, COVID has also seen a lot of businesses go dry. How are Russians coping with the fallout of the war, and also the economies sort of not doing that great?
As you know, all people, especially Western people, forecasts about Russian economy will be down. But as you know, Russian economy after the war growth 3.6%. It's quite good. Also, well, you know, we have some specific in Russian mood, or I don't know how it in English. Well, we can do our best only when we have some push.
Crisis.
Yeah, some in crisis.
Some crisis.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I said. Yes.
We
Yes.
can do something.
In a different way.
Okay.
Better way.
Невозможное.
I mean, they can make, which is not possible to make it possible.
Yeah,
Mission impossible to make it possible.
Like you said, those Russians have this habit of using crisis as an opportunity.
So it is a great opportunity for us to make something with independence economy, to make our new products in local in Russia. So very soon we can show all the world how we can work, and it is a good opportunity for Russian to do something better.
That's a very useful insight. In fact, there's unity amongst both of them, and they say that Russia has always used crisis as an opportunity to sort of reinvent itself and also grow. Tatiana, would you also agree with that? What does the future of Modi-Putin relationship look like in the future? Because both leaders are here to stay. In fact, Mr. Modi has just come back to power. In fact, his government has come back to power for the third time. Mr. Putin, of course, you know, despite all the criticism, is still standing strong. What has been the fallout of the war, and how is Russia also trying to reinvent its foreign policy by looking eastwards? What do you think the future of Modi-Putin relationship is going to look like?
Oh, that's actually, indeed, 3 questions in one, at least. I think that just as you said, you know, I don't believe that we're reinventing our relationship right now. I think Vladimir Putin and Narendra Modi have already reinvented that relationship. They have already reinvented world order in a way, you know, putting up that's the global south that is now has already risen, you know, and the relationship haven't been so fruitful. Again, I'll remind you that there's a huge nuclear project that we have between our two nations. So that's definitely going to be the future of the relationship as well. You know, so there's going to be more cooperation in terms of energy. There's going to be more cooperation in terms of trade. And you know, if by any chance should there be some reform, maybe, you know, that have been some voices pushing for instance, for reform within the UN, putting, for instance, India on you know, as a permanent member of the UN Security Council. There are so many changes that yet to be made or that are yet possible to be made. So you know, the future is infinite, and it's definitely an infinite future for this relationship.
Right. Thank you, Tatiana, for speaking to us. Also, thank you, Debashishda, and thank you, Vera, for speaking to NDTV. Earlier today, I also spoke to Abhay Kumar Singh, who is Bihar-born, India-born lawmaker from Putin's party, and he spoke to me on the agenda that could be priority for both President Putin and also Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Let's listen into what he said. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's very critical visit to Russia to have bilateral meetings with Russian President Vladimir Putin begins on Monday. Joining me to talk about what's on agenda is legislator from Vladimir Putin's party, Abhay Kumar Singh, who's also Bihar-born, in fact India-born. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV, sir. You come from a place in West Russia which has a huge history, and you've been in Russia for many years. You started out very simply as a medical student, and clearly a very inspiring life that you've led. But now, as the legislator of Putin's party, what do you think is on agenda when it comes to Narendra Modi, Putin's meetings?
You know very good my biography, so no need to say about that. And about visit of Narendra Modi today in Moscow, not only Vladimir Putin is waiting for that, every citizen of Russia is waiting for that meeting. People are very excited, and I think agenda, very important agenda will be touched in this meeting. The war supplies, war manufacturing, culture, economic, ruble trade, everything will be touched. I think, and the most important thing, I think it will come out, that is world geopolitics. This visit can change a bit. It will not change fully. It will change a bit world geopolitics. You know, in England, Sunak went away. Soon, I think after few days, Macron will also fly. In November, we will wait for the US election. So everything is changing. Let's see what will come out.
Mr. Singh, Russia has also been facing a lot of sanctions from the West. Do you feel that pressure because you also come from Mr. Putin's party?
About sanction, we are not feeling any restriction, any problem due to sanction. Our government, they knew about this sanction. In future, they made a lot of things. They did a lot of things to face this sanction. After this sanction, not only Russia is facing, whole world is facing. Everywhere in this world, they have got big inflation after this sanction. Money is going to one country, people are paying tax, money is going there. What government will do? Inflation is coming, price is growing, everything is growing. So whole world is suffering for that. And Russia, absolutely, Russia is not suffering for that. We have got the same petrol price, everything is same to same what it was 2-3 years ago. And we have got experienced the same situation when they put the lot of sanction against Soviet Union. So we knew about that.
Sir, one worry for India has also been, several Indians being misled into fighting as support staff in the front lines of the Russia-Ukraine war. I know that your government is very seriously looking into this. What can we expect, sir, on that front?
I don't have got proper information about that. If it is like that, that is not good. And I think if somebody is there, he went there with his own will.
So earlier today, I also spoke to some residents of Moscow on what they thought about India, and let's listen into the conversation. We've heard of Russian fans of Raj Kapoor. We've heard of how Raj Kapoor and Nargis were so popular in the country of Russia. We've also heard of the kind of popularity that Indian film festivals enjoyed in the 60s in Russia, but there's a huge new generation of Russians who have a growing admiration for India. We have two of them right now with us. Kate is a full-time mother now. She has been a translator in the past. We also have Mark, who's just 15 years old. He's a student with a special interest in Hindi. In fact, both of them speak Hindi, quite fluently. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Kate, tell us what is your interest in India and when did you start learning Hindi?
Actually, hello. I met my husband 10 years back, so it was kind of like a deal. It's a love marriage. He's from India, from Mumbai originally, so it was kind of a deal that we have to learn each other's languages so we could speak to each other's family and, to keep rishta strong karna chahta tha. So after having our wedding ceremony in India and in Russia, I have learned Hindi fluently through the movies, through talking with family. So
who's your favorite hero?
Salman Khan.
And actor, female actor?
Kareena Kapoor.
Oh, very nice. That's your daughter?
Yes, that's our daughter. She's 3. Her name is Darina.
Does she like India?
She dances to Indian songs every morning. She has a lot of friends because we stay actually at the society where a lot of foreigners and a lot of people from India, from embassy and from different kinds of businesses. So she has a lot of friends from India. So.
Mark, tell us, you were talking to me about the war and how that really prompted you to also increase your interest in India and the East. Tell us what really made you so much interested in India.
As the war in Ukraine started, I understood that many European countries became our enemies. and I decided to try to find friends for my fatherland in the east. I think that India is the greatest friend for Russia. Our relationship is very strong since 1947. Soviet Union helped to young Indian Republic when it only appeared. Moreover, in 1971, Soviet Union helped India with the war for Bangladesh. I started learning Hindi only 5 months ago. I don't speak fluently, but I know some basic phrases. I can give a small talk about myself.
Okay.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम मार्क है. मैं रूस से हूँ. मैं मॉस्को में रहता हूँ.
Well, so an important day tomorrow with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin actually engaging in a lot of issues. In fact, trade, business, and of course the trade imbalance and also safety of Indians who've been misled into fighting the war from the front lines are all on agenda, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to raise all of them. Of course, an important chapter in India-Moscow ties. This is also a test for India, even as it balances deepening ties with the US and also strengthening its existing ties with Russia. Of course, it is a test, for it has to do what is right and what is right for its own interests. That's all we have for you in this bulletin, and we will be back. Keep watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं, तो आइए बात करते हैं.
बहुत बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस आई साਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
कैसे फील कर रहे हैं?
बहुत बढ़िया फील कर रहे हैं, बहुत मान महसूस हो रहा है.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Here we are, and ये है, आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं, मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहां पे मैं देता हूं आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी. देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं.
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3, because X3 is really powerful in itself. और Insta360 X3 बहुत अच्छे options लेके आता है. It's a well-rounded deal altogether. So if in case you already have it, there is no point for you to upgrade to the X4 or any other camera for that matter. आप उसको अभी use कर सकते हैं for at least I would say 1 और साल तक before you see any substantial upgrade in this technology. और हो सकता है अगले आने वाले जो मॉडल्स होंगे वो आपको ज़्यादा एक्साइटिंग लगेंगे.
नमस्ते टेक्निकल गुरुजी, मैं ऑनलाइन क्लास में पढ़ती हूँ और मुझसे ज़्यादा टाइम के लिए ईयरफोन्स नहीं पहने जाते. क्या आप मुझे ऐसी...
Good evening, welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom. On the programme tonight, terrible news coming in. 4 soldiers killed in action in an encounter in Katwa in Jammu and Kashmir. The truck that they were in was part of a convoy that was ambushed. As many as 6 Jawans are injured, their condition not known. This is the latest incident in the Jammu region where the army has sustained major losses. In fact, the third such incident in approximately 48 hours. This all in the battle against terror. We'll bring you the very latest. Next on the show, the Supreme Court has advised caution as it heard a clutch of petitions for a retest of the May 5th NEET undergraduate exam, the results of which were released last month and have been marred by leaked questions and the award of grace marks or preferential marking for more than 1,500 students. At the same time, the court said one thing is clear, questions were leaked. The sanctity of the exam has been compromised. This is beyond doubt. Now we have to establish the extent of the leak. This on a day when the conduct of another exam appears to have gone disastrously wrong. In the QET or Common University Entrance Test, the National Testing Authority failed to meet the result deadline. The answer key was released on the 7th of July and the National Testing Authority announced a retest if students had valid grievances. Later on the program, the Prime Minister is in Russia, his first visit since the Ukraine war began. What is this visit all about? We'll bring you the very latest. But first, this very unfortunate situation in a terror attack in Katwa in Jammu and Kashmir. I'm now joined by my colleague Nazir Masoodi. Nazir, what are the details?
Well, Vishnu, this afternoon there was an attack on an army truck in a place called Badnota in Katwa district, which is a far-off village. On one side it is bordering Bhadarwah, then Basoli, large area. So there was first they used rifle grenades, and one rifle grenade exploded inside the army truck, which actually caused most of the casualties. 4 army soldiers have been killed, among them a JCO, and 6 others are reportedly injured. Condition of some of the injured is stated to be critical. Massive counter-militancy operation was launched there, but so far there's no information or confirmation if any of the attackers has been tracked down or cornered so far. This is the second attack on army in Jammu province in last 2 days. Yesterday morning, there was an attack in Rajouri's Manjakot area on an army post. Before the army repulsed the attack, 1 army soldier was injured in that attack as well. While the police and the army has launched relentless anti-militancy operations across Jammu and Kashmir, for example, yesterday during twin encounters, 6 militants were killed in Kulgam district in South Kashmir. Army also suffered 2 casualties, including a special forces paratrooper was killed. This area, which has now been where this attack has taken place, the Army's 9 Corps is controlling this area, which falls under the jurisdiction of the Western Command, unlike the Northern Command, which deals with the situation in the rest of the Jammu and Kashmir. But this area falls under the jurisdiction, operational control of the Western Command, and 9 Corps is dealing with the situation. Police has rushed its reinforcement there, so has the Army. This last month, we saw there was an encounter in Katwa, the area which was free from militancy, and 2 militants were killed. 1 army CRPF Jawan was also killed during the encounter. It happened after local, raised alarm about, presence of militants. Yeah. Largely talking about how Jammu is high on terror radar and the theatre of militancy largely shifting from the plains of the valley to the mountains of Jammu. First, it started from the Pir Panjal mountains, now shifting to the right up to Katwa.
No, it is absolutely terrible. Nazir, just half a second, let me go across to General Satish Dua, who also joins us at this stage. General, Katwa, Jammu, Rajouri, Poonch, Doda, Bhadarwah, Kulgam. It's not a coincidence, it's not one-off. We have a problem now. And the loss of 4 soldiers, apparently the condition of some of those injured is very bad. What's going wrong? Why are we unable to take out these terrorists?
First of all, Vishnu, allow me to express my condolences.
Yes, of course.
To the families and the units of those killed in action, and also pray for speedy recovery of those who are wounded. Vishnu, we have seen spate of these attacks, firstly in the south of Pir Panjal, that is in Jammu region, and now as far south as Katwa, which is bordering Punjab. clearly there is a design to activate, move away from Kashmir, leave Kashmir region alone, but move down south to Pir Panjal, the Jammu region. In Katwa, last month also we saw these attacks, and now this ambush on an army vehicle. There is clearly a design to activate the dormant areas. And as Nazir was saying, this area comes under Western Command. It is also, I'd like to explain to the viewers that this area, the border here in Katwa, Samba, is not line of control. It's an international border. So the border is manned by BSF. Police and CRPF are deployed in the depth. Military units are there, but it is not a sort of a grid that is obtaining in Jammu and Kashmir. So the terrorists are trying to activate these areas now in the summers. We know that elections are imminent, the state elections, and they are trying to make their presence felt because there is an overall feeling that, tourists are moving there and there's development activities taking place in Kashmir, and after abrogation of Article 370, the people are moving towards normalcy. There is no violence on the streets and all. So the terrorists are now trying to instill fear in the minds of the populace, and that is why initially soft targets, now they're even targeting the army vehicles. The idea is to activate the area that is by these terrorists and their handlers across.
No, but General, why are we unable to A, detect them, B, eliminate them?
Right. Like I said earlier, there are multiple agencies involved over here. There is BSF on the borders. There is the police and the CRPF here. It's not LOC. It's not. This is under Western Command. So there is a different command which takes place over here. While the grid is, there is a grid in place, but the fact remains that terrorists are trying to take advantage, or wherever there have been, when different agencies are involved, it becomes so much more difficult to gather intelligence. But then I agree, we should have had better intelligence and we should have been able to react in a more effective manner.
Because General Dua, the problem is that these are always, almost always ambushes. We've seen this on vehicles, remote trucks going by, convoys going by. The terrorists have the upper hand because they choose the place and time. It's their choice, and then they go and attack. And this has been happening for a while now. And these are not suicide attacks. These soldiers aim to try and fight these terrorists aim to try and fight another day as they take on our soldiers. Is this, hardened Afghan soldiers? Are they Pakistani forces? Who are these people?
Well, that time will tell. I'm sure relentless operations will be carried out and we will get these terrorists in due course. But we will know by and by whether they are Afghan soldiers coming in. I have my doubts. That may not be the case. The idea is that there has been a sense of normalcy that is coming in. So terror ranks and their handlers across are planning these things. The terrorists always have the initiative because they mingle with the population. I'm basing it purely, the next sentence is based purely on what I saw in some social media, that wherever this ambush has taken place, it's a thickly forested sort of an area where this is taking place in the area of Machedi. And if that be the case, there are many places where ambushes can be laid very easily, and we will be reactive unless we have very good and real-time intelligence to thwart that.
Sure. All right, General, we leave it over there. Thank you. It is such a sad situation over there. 4 soldiers killed in action. The condition of a few of the others, 6 in fact, have been injured. Some of them quite badly injured. We leave it at that. The NEET undergraduate or NEET UG exam held annually for admission to undergraduate medical courses was conducted on the 5th of May. The controversy broke last month after the results were announced. Today there were some important references to that situation in the Supreme Court. Let's take a look at what the court said.
diverged from the Supreme Court of India on the NEET UG 2024 exam mess, as it heard a bunch of petitions demanding a retest of the crucial medical entrance exam. Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud asked the government why it was in denial about a paper leak, saying it was clear the sanctity of the exam had been compromised. The court said it could order a retest if the leak beneficiaries were not identified. The court, however, sounded a note of caution, saying a retest would be the last option since lakhs of students were involved. The Chief Justice proposed a multidisciplinary panel for a comprehensive probe.
It's like clear there was a clear incident of paper leak. Hopefully this will go to the recancellation of exam. The Article 14 and 16 says the justice and should be based on equality for all. So if paper leak has happened at one place, so other people also should get that justice. So hopefully we are hopeful that this re-exam should happen and justice will come on behalf of us.
भले ही सॉलिसिटर जनरल और एनटीए इस बात कह रहे थे कि पेपर लीक प्रूफ नहीं हुआ है, पर सीजीआई साहब ने बार-बार ये बोला कि हम ये सारी चीजें दिखा रही है कि पेपर लीक तो हुआ है, अब इस बात को आप डिनाई मत करो.
During the hearing, the Supreme Court stressed a retest could only be ordered once the extent of the leak was known, and also once the court got a sense if there was sufficient time. The judges did not specify how much there should be between the leak of the questions and the conduct of the exam.
The Chief Justice of India and his bench said the last resort would be to conduct a re-examination for the 24 lakh students who want to apply for the NEET exam. But having said that, it would first have to determine the extent of the leak, when it happened, and the date of the conduct of the examination, and more importantly, how many students who were guilty of wrongdoing have been identified.
The Supreme Court asked the CBI to file a report indicating the status of investigation. Over 15 people have been arrested so far, mostly from Bihar and Jharkhand, with a probe by the Bihar Police's Economic Offences Unit first indicating the possibility of a paper leak. The CBI eventually took over the probe.
The court also asked the NTA that what steps have been taken to identify the center and cities where the leak took place and the manner in which the leaked question papers were disseminated. All the concerned agencies have to file their affidavit by 5 p.m. on Wednesday. The next hearing will now take place on Thursday. This is Aishwarya Jain with video journalist Rohit Vishwakarma for NDTV in Delhi.
Well, joining us now, Dr. Guru Prakash Paswan of the BJP, Bhavya Narsimurthy of the Congress Party, Praneet Mungali, who's an educator, Yashi Singh, a QET candidate, and Anvi Gupta, a NEET candidate. Thank you all very much for being with us. Anvi, let me come to you actually first. In a situation like this, where the Supreme Court has actually said, and I quote, one thing is clear, questions were leaked. What would you as a student like? Would you like to go on and hope that there isn't a retest, or would you want a retest to take place? Anvi, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, of course, retest has been the solution and the demand of that most students take place in front of the Supreme Court. And because there has been a significant increment in the
No, Anvi, let me repeat my question to you. As somebody who has been impacted or affected, what do you want? A retest, yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You want a retest?
Yes, sir.
You don't want the exam process to just continue, because a retest means studying again, time is wasted, etc., etc. Are you willing to take? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Sir, what is my take is that if the government was, very interested in knowing the candidates who have been entered in a wrong way,
yes.
So of course they would have been use some ways to filter out those students. They would have been interested in taking up some investigations, but still now Supreme Court is asking them to accept the paper leak. So there were no hopes from the government, and similarly we can also hope that there would be no investigation that would take place significantly. So what is left is that in the previous cases also the paper leak, when it was done, even if the 44 students in 2015, the re-examination was conducted, even if it
All
would have
right,
been
so
skipped.
you want that re-examination, fair enough. I think that's an important principal position. I accept the merit of that. Yashi Singh, you were a candidate for the QET examinations, the Common University Entrance Tests. The answer key to that was delayed late. The results were delayed as well. Now the National Testing Authority says that if a student has a problem and wants a retest, they look into the grievances of the student. Do you believe that this exam, which you have taken, was compromised?
So may you repeat, can you please repeat the last part of the question?
Do you believe
It
this
was not very
QET
audible.
exam that you took was compromised?
So it was definitely compromised. I feel with the privatizations of the agencies, I feel there has been a lot of mismanagement. The admit cards that were released, they were released a night before the exams. The centers were changed overnight. There was at the center there was lack of management. There was lack of time management, and exams require a certain peace of mind. It requires a environment that is good enough for your brain to process certain things. Like these complex changes overnight, it really impacts the exam and it really hampers the results as well.
No, it does. I mean, that's the key point, isn't it? Pranit Mungali, what are we looking at over here? We're looking at the well-being of our students. Lakhs of students across the country work for years, spend whatever money they have, take exams to be told that somebody has cheated in the exam, or there may be a retest in case they want it because the exam was released, the results were released late, etc., etc. Excuses, excuses, excuses. Where does this leave these young minds?
I think it's very important firstly to recognize that specifically in the case of the NEET UG examinations, these examinations are as important to the future of the country, and the integrity of these exams is as important as the defense examinations, because we are speaking about a generation of future doctors, healers, and it's very important that from the outset that the integrity not be impugned in any way. So the question at hand really is not the extent, it's not just limited to the extent of the paper leak this year and whether or not there should be a re-examination, which the Supreme Court in the due course, it's already given a mechanism, but how do we prevent things like this in the future? And there cannot be any doubt in the mind of not just the 24 lakh students who've taken the exam this year, but the future generation of students where everyone who has to go ahead has to believe that the process is fair, it's transparent, and it's equal for all. And it's incumbent upon all stakeholders who are associated with this, whether it's the civil society, the government, and everyone else, to make sure that the process is beyond any element of doubt, that it's absolutely robust and there is no scope for any kind of malpractices.
Dr. Guru Prakash Paswan, do you believe the National Testing Agency has to be disbanded completely? I know their leadership has been changed, but do you believe it needs to be disbanded and replaced with something that works?
No, Vishnu, I think it is definitely one of the topmost priorities of the government of India right now. And we can understand this because the Honorable President of India has spoken about it in her speech. Honorable Prime Minister has went on record and said that strictest action would be taken. Even the former Prime Minister of India, Shri Deve Gowda, also went on record and has indicated the seriousness of this. But the fact of the matter remains that the government, since the controversy broke out, has come out with a high-level committee under the chairmanship of Dr. Radhakrishnan. The NTA chief, obviously, like you mentioned, have been removed, have been put on compulsory wait. We have, for the first time in the history of our country, Public Exam Prevention of Unfair Means Act 2024, which in a sense provides for 1 crore fine and 10 years of imprisonment. You are aware of the fact that the CBI has taken this investigation. So absolutely the government has taken it with a lot of sensitivity, with a lot of empathy. But the Supreme Court has also mentioned a very important thing in today's observation, that a retest could be the last option. In a sense, obviously there are some indications, but is there a presence of a pan-India malpractice?
No, but isn't that Dr. Paswan, really the problem that here we have the Supreme Court of India and the Chief Justice saying, in the interest of lakhs of students, that we really don't want to cancel these exams. We just have to see whether it's limited or not, while at the same time saying it is compromised, let's accept it. At the end of the day, it's quite possible for the Supreme Court, with no option but to say that no, let the exam results remain. What does that feel for all those students that some cheated and have gotten away with it? Let's face it.
No, Vishnu, like I said, if you look at the observations of the Supreme Court today, essentially the Supreme Court and the government of India, they are on the same page. The future of more than 24 lakh students, it is the topmost priority for the government of India. The Prime Minister has said on multiple occasions. But we have to understand, and we are no one to comment upon the sanctity or the independence of the exam agency unless the investigation report is out. For the sake of couple of students, you cannot put the future of more than 24 lakh students into darkness.
And that's exactly why, Dr. Paswan, I'm just making the point. We are trying to protect in our country lakhs of students. But the fact of the matter is we will let go of what we know to be the truth. We will let go of the fact that people cheated and they have gotten away in this process. No, the exam has been compromised.
No, Vishnu, that is a fundamental
and we don't have a choice.
No, Vishnu, that is definitely a position, and to which I'm not at all disputing. But you cannot throw the baby along.
No, we can't. We can't. We can't. We have to think about these students.
Exactly.
But that's so sad, isn't it? That's my humble submission, is that it is tragic. That we have no option, that, you know, and maybe the Supreme Court has no option either.
Vishnu ji, we are equally emotionally moved. We are definitely moved, and the government of India, like I said, is totally standing solidly with the families and the students who are amounting to more than 20 lakh. And like I said, let the Supreme Court say the 11th of July is the...
Yeah, no, let's see what the court has to say.
11th of July is not very far.
Absolutely, and that will be the final word. And there is
my last line.
A probe also which is going to be submitted, right?
My last line, Vishnuji, like I said, be it the removal of NTA chief, be giving the investigation to CBI, coming out with a committee of K.S. Radhakrishnan. And by the way, also, Mr. Radhakrishnan has been constantly in touch with the family of this.
But Dr. Paswan, I accept all of that. But the horse has bolted. You accept it, I accept it. The Supreme Court has said so as well. Whatever we do now, let's think about these children. 2 of them are on this program today.
You see, it's not a political question.
No, it's not. It's not a political question. It's just a reality. But one second, Dr. Paswan, hold on. Bhavya has been waiting very patiently. And you know, Bhavya, I've not really, I know you're with the Congress, but is this necessarily a political issue?
No, this has to be a political issue. Every issue is a political issue. The government is conducting this exam and they have failed miserably. And the most important point here is, like Dr. Paswan said, Supreme Court and the government are not on the same page. The first statement Supreme Court made was government should stop living in denial and accept that there was a paper leak. The education minister has to accept the fact that there was paper leak and not say, like, you know, there were some irregularities in 1 or 2 cases. No, that's horrible to say something like that. And for Dr. Paswan to say they are in touch with the families, are you in touch with 24 lakh aspirants' families? You know what your priority should be, the government's priority? First, to acknowledge that you have failed miserably. Second, to make sure these young minds, the 2 young girls here on this show, and the millions of young students out there, they don't lose trust on this system. By denying this, you are actually telling them that you are not going to work on this anymore.
No, but Bhavya, is the BJP necessarily denying it? The writing is on the wall, Bhavya.
If you cannot,
is the BJP necessarily denying it?
Students, no. If the Supreme Court has very clearly said, if they cannot segregate the tainted students, that means those who are involved in corruption, then re-exam is a must. This was the statement made by Supreme Court, and we, as an opposition, it is our responsibility to be the voice of these 24 lakh students. Why would you say this is not a political question? It is a political question. Who else will become the voice of these students?
Okay, fair enough. Dr. Paswan, respond.
for the opposition.
It is a
That the
political.
government-
The opposition has to raise this issue. It affects so many students. Respond.
Vishnu, this is a slippery slope, and that is precisely the reason I said it's not a political question, because Rajasthan teacher recruitment exam, it affected more than 16 lakh students. Himachal Pradesh police recruitment scam. So the point is not that. More than 14 paper leaks happened under your party government in Rajasthan, but the question is not that.
Look at his whataboutery.
This is the problem.
Look at your
This is the problem.
whataboutery.
Rajasthan, more than 16 lakh, more than 16. Vishnu, I did not
So
speak
there was
issue.
a corruption
No,
that
one
happened
sec.
under some other government, so you
Bhavya,
justifying this?
it's only Dr. Paswan didn't say a word when you were talking.
24 lakh doctors.
Vishnu.
Students who are aspiring to be
Bhavya, listen.
1 lakh
Bhavya, I will
students.
come back to you, but let him speak. He didn't say a word when you were speaking. Dr. Paswan and then Bhavya. Yeah.
Vishnu, I have been told and I have observed that left, right, center, your show is a very prestigious show where dignity is shown to all the panelists. But this is the true sanskar of the Congress party. It is about whataboutery. This is not the question of whataboutery. More than 16 lakh students, madam, in Congress ruled Rajasthan, more than 14 paper leaks happened. What did you do about it? For the first time in the history of our country, we have a public exam prevention of unfair means. It was clearly established that your alliance partner, Mr. Tejasvi Yadav, Rashtriya Janata Dal, he was hand in glove with the paper leak expert. The point is not that. The simple point is that the government, the opposition, the judiciary, all of us, all the stakeholders, we must stand solidly with the families of 24 lakh children. And this is the point. We have to rationally look at it. We have to rationally justify it. For the sake of certain students, we cannot. The question is about the future of 24 lakh students here and their families. When I say the committee of Radhakrishnan, there is a domain which is open for the last 10 days.
Okay.
Constantly the commission is...
Okay, Dr. Paswan, hold on for 1 second. Bhavya, go ahead.
Dr. Paswan, I'm not sure if you updated yourself before talking about Rajasthan. Our own government brought in this revolutionary bill, based on which maybe your center is bringing it now, you know, regarding any such corruption in public recruitment, whoever, whether it is a public employer or, someone from a government servant or any private person, they will be imprisoned and fined really high, literally to 1 crore rupees. Or their property will be seized. Correct? Remember to do your homework before coming. That was a Rajasthan bill. And you're talking about
paper stamps, madam.
Why haven't you arrested him still? Why haven't you arrested him yet? Why are you speaking now? You spoke about big sanskar that BJP has.
14 paper stamps. 14 paper
Dr.
stamps.
Paswan, now wait. No, Dr. Paswan, now you have to
Raise a
wait.
personal question.
Maintain your
Raise a
sanskar and
personal
listen
question.
to me. Maintain your sanskar and listen to me.
14 paper leaks happened.
No, Dr. Paswan, 1 second. Let her make her point.
Why
Yeah.
didn't you arrest him still? Instead of your whataboutery, if you have any evidence against him, he has given a statement. If you find any evidence against me, arrest me is what he has said. What are you doing? The government is yours. In Bihar, the government is yours. Both the places where the police have arrested the culprits, your government is in power. In Gujarat, your government is in power. In Bihar, your government is in coalition with the government. And what are you saying? You are
Okay,
living
both
in
of you.
denial.
Both of you, hold
at
on.
least
I want
respect
to
two
take this
girls,
back
young
to the
girls
students.
in this debate.
I don't want to make
And
this
accept
too
that you are
meme
saying
between
this.
students. And I know Praneeth also has a point, but let me go across to Anvi first. Anvi, when you see two political leaders from two political parties fight about education and ultimately about the future of students like you and Yashi, what does it make you feel? How do you feel?
Sir, it would be very constructive when it comes to the students. It should always be in whenever discussions like this takes place, you should remove the political parameter as much as possible, and you should try to take a subject as students and think about them and work upon with each other.
All right.
Or
Think as a student, work with students. Yashi, when you see political leaders fight with each other, A, do you look at this as a political issue? And B, do you believe that our political leaders have a proper solution for you?
Sir, definitely every issue is a political issue, and it should be a political issue. But how are we handling that political issue is a question here. It should not be about a blame game. It should be about a constructive debate which should happen, and the political angle, keeping that aside, what we really need to focus upon is what is being hampered here. We call India a future, the future led by the youth. So if the youth is being hampered in such a way, if their future is being played in this manner, I really doubt, I really fear what the future is going to look like. So it should be a political issue, but but blame game should not be the right way of dealing with it.
Praneeth, last word to you. Go ahead.
Vishnu, I think the points that Dr. Paswan and Bhavya are making are vis-a-vis the wrongdoing of who should have done and what could have been done better. But what we would, the normal citizens of the country and people really deeply connected with the education sector would like to have more of a discourse to get to not just the wrongdoing in this case, to put in place robust mechanisms which can be bipartisan, which can involve all parties to make sure we never land in this situation again. A deep inquiry to make sure that the integrity of the exam in the future, a mechanism needs to be set for where the faith of the students and the faith of the country cannot be compromised, whether that needs a bipartisan dialogue to move forward. That's where more of the attention needs to be focused as well.
All right, look, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being on this program. At least this discussion, we're not done with the program as yet. We're going to take a short break. Up after that, a very important story. The Prime Minister is in Moscow. The first visit of Mr. Modi to Moscow since the Ukraine war began. What's the significance, the importance of this visit? I'll explain with my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, who joins me live from Moscow.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most.
Welcome back. Ukraine war began. What is this visit all about? How is that relationship between India and Russia so very important? My colleague Vasudha Venugopal joins us now from Moscow. Vasudha, what is this visit all about?
Well, Vishnu, you know this so much better than so many others, but let me tell you that the Prime Minister is expected to leave anytime soon. In fact, we are right, opposite his hotel, and we are told that the Prime Minister could be leaving anytime soon for his dinner with Russian President Vladimir Putin at his residence, and this is in the Moscow suburb of Novo-Ogarevo, and this is a rare and unusual gesture by the President of Russia to honor the Prime Minister of India with this gesture. But clearly there are many political and diplomatic undertones to this meeting. Like you rightly said, this is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's first bilateral visit after he assumed charge as the Prime Minister of India for the third time. This is also his first visit as after the Ukraine-Russia war broke out, and we were speaking to some MEA sources, and they said that this is the first bilateral meeting between the two leaders happening after a gap of 3 years. In fact, the last time they met this properly was in 2021, and in fact in the course of the next 24 hours, Vishnu, both these leaders could be coming face to face. They could be having bilateral meetings at least 3 times, which is why there are 4 important sectors that are on agenda here. One is of course trade, the second is energy, third is defense ties, and fourth and most important thing is also that India will be pressing for the early release of several Indians who are believed to have been misled into fighting on the front lines of the Russia-Ukraine war. In fact, official sources are saying that there could be around 30 to 50 people. 10 of them have already come back because of government efforts, and 4 of them unfortunately have died. But this is something that has been raised at all levels by Indian officials. And tomorrow the Prime Minister will also be addressing a community meeting. Today is the dinner, and tomorrow, of course, the restricted level talks, high-level delegation talks will take place. And of course, the community event in which he will address about 600 people of Indian origin who have been residing in Russia for many years now. He's also expected to address a speech there, and also he would be visiting the atom exhibition with President Putin. So clearly around 3:30 is when we expect the closing presser to happen, which is when we know what the final outcomes of this meeting are. But clearly many political and diplomatic undertones to this, because there has been several political realignment in this country. The SEO conference just took place 3-4 days ago in Kazakhstan, where Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin actually said that this is the best time for Russia-China friendship. India, on the other hand, is also looking at deepening its ties with partners like USA. It has also diversified its defense procurement. So clearly Russia and India coming together again is a reiteration of the long-lasting steady ties between the two countries that have existed for over 75 years. But at the same time, this is India playing the balancing act with a lot of tact.
Okay. Azidia Kondratieva, a journalist from Moscow, senior journalist, joins us as well. Senior, thank you very much for being with us. What are Russia's expectations of this visit of Prime Minister Modi?
Thank you for having me. I think the visit is very crucial. A lot has been talked about India's growth, India's story, India's foreign policy and balancing act in Russia, which was never the case before. I would say the understanding of India and the importance of India, how important it is for Russia, has increased a lot in the past year since the two leaders met in New Delhi in 2021 and even in Samarkand in 2022. So I think, it's not the bilateral meetings is not about expectations. It's about the ability of leaders to talk frankly. And I'm sure that would be a frank talk, because both countries have no doubts at where their relationships stand. There has been unprecedented surge in trade and energy cooperation that we have seen in the past 2 years. There have been some challenges. Again, a lot of those challenges are not something that Russia and India per se can change, because these are Western sanctions that impact the relationship. And of course, there is a geopolitical aspect that you discuss on your shows in a great detail. But I think understanding where the relationship are going ahead and how they're going ahead, given the geopolitical situation, I think that is what is important.
Ambassador Shashank, former Foreign Secretary of India, it is a bit of a difficult equation that India has or finds itself in. On the one hand, we are very close with Russia. On the other hand, Russia is very close with China. We have lots of problems with China. In as much as we import weaponry from Russia, China imports weaponry from Russia as well. And therefore, from a geostrategic standpoint, isn't India's relationship with Russia somewhat problematic in these areas which I mentioned?
Well, Vishnu, earlier we were looking at the Russian relationship with reference to our defense preparedness. And Russia had always been a time-tested friend with India. Lately, we had also been trying to improve our relations with the West. And a lot of measures had been taken. But somehow we find that, ever since the trouble over Ukraine started, ever since the Houthis started attacking the international shipping routes, we find that the whole scenario has changed. And unless India takes a more balanced, more multi-aligned kind of position with reference to our relations with Russia, we will not be able to either take care of our own interests vis-a-vis China or Pakistan, or we will not be able to take care of the interests of this region as a whole and of the world peace. And I think India has a special role just now to play, where we find that the Americans want to befriend India, but they're not able to give us the highest level of defense equipment because they have some hitches there. Secondly, because of their own democratic framework, they're not able to take action against the people who are trying to destabilize India, whether Khalistanis, whether the Islamic terrorists who are being promoted by Pakistan. So therefore, once again, we have to come back to our relationship with Russia. And I think that this is in this new term of our Prime Minister Modi, that he has seen that people in India are extremely keen that this relationship with Russia should be carried forward. It's not just energy security, it is energy security plus so many other trade relationships. In fact, I would even say that one weakness with the Russian relationship had always been that people-to-people ties were not that very strong. So this time we will have to strengthen the people-to-people level
all right, let me just interrupt you for half a second. We've got images over there of the motorcade of Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi on his way to meeting Russia's Vladimir Putin at his residence, is what we are told. So that motorcade now on its way. Can we go across to Vasudha for a moment? All right, we've just lost the line with her, but these images live from Moscow at this stage, that motorcade of Prime Minister Narendra Modi on his way now for dinner at the residence of the Russian President Vladimir Putin. We've got a few more images over there of Prime Minister Modi getting into his vehicle. He seems to have gotten on and it would shortly thereafter be on his way. So this is all coming in from Moscow at this stage. I just wanted to quickly go across to Oleksiy Goncharenko, the Ukrainian MP. Thank you very much, Mr. Goncharenko, for being with us. I'm just trying to understand, you see India and Prime Minister Modi having a potential role in convincing the Russian leadership that it's time for a peace, for peace in Europe between Russia and Ukraine?
First of all, today Russia attacked the biggest children's hospital, one of the biggest children's hospitals in the world in Kiev, with the ballistic missiles, killing small children even during operations which we have. I don't want this to happen with any country, but just imagine that I hope this will never happen with India. Imagine somebody is attacking in India children's hospital. At the same time, Ukrainian leader is coming to the leader of the country, which is really a terrorist state. Russia is a terrorist state and committing genocide against Ukrainians. It's very painful for us. And I understand that India has its interest. I realize that India has what to discuss with Russia. But it's painful for us to see Putin as a war criminal. There is a warrant against him issued by International Criminal Court for what he did. And that's the first what I want to tell you, and because I want to be frank with you. Secondly, definitely we want peace, but it doesn't look like Russia really wants peace, and they are attacking children's hospitals with missiles. And today there was one of the biggest attacks in Ukraine from the beginning of full-scale invasion. And again, more than 30 civilians killed, including children and doctors. and more than 100 wounded. It doesn't look like a peace time. I think Putin does not want peace. And I think India should be very concerned about Russian-Chinese ties, because I think all these axes of chaos, Russia, Iran, North Korea, all of these axes exist just because China is standing behind them. And I don't think it's in the best interests of India these axes of chaos can cause a lot of problems for India too. So I think it's more important for India and more interesting as the biggest democracy in the world to be in democratic mode, to develop cooperation there, and not to be aligned with the countries like these which I mentioned.
Okay. Ambassador Yogendra Kumar, you know, you were listening over there to Mr. Goncharenko, you know, expressing a Ukrainian concern. Prime Minister Modi has said that this is not a time for war, but frankly, beyond that, it's not. There hasn't been any perceptible change in Russia's sort of attitude towards this war, despite, you know, efforts to a small extent by India. Do you believe that ultimately India can actually have a role, or do you believe that India just doesn't have the ability to change the course or to push the peace process forward?
Well, the first point, of course, is that what the Honourable Member of Parliament from Ukraine has said. I think all countries have a relationship with Russia as well as with Ukraine. And every country has certain equities in that relationship. Now, how the other countries are describing their relationship is a matter which, I think is very difficult to comment upon, because everybody has a strong view on a situation as grave as the Ukraine conflict is. So I would only say one thing, that, and I say with all about respect to all countries. I mean, the External Affairs Ministers talked about that great length, so there's no need to repeat that. Now, the question actually is that different countries are trying their best to see in what manner they can see that this process goes forward. Now, how it's done that, of course, it depends upon the status of conflict, the nature of relationship between Ukraine and Russia, and the other countries involved in that. But I would actually still say that the attempts were made by Ukraine at one time to actually develop or find some resolution to the conflict. And we've seen some, leaked documents and all that which has come out in New York Times and Washington and Foreign Affairs and so on and so forth. So the point still is, of course, there was a meeting in Austria, but in that meeting, which was supposed to be a peace conference, Russia was not invited. And our delegation took the position that while we have a lot of things on which we can, convergent position, and a lot of issues raised there, but you cannot have a peace conference without the parties concerned actually being involved and being present there. So what I'm trying to say is that different countries are involved in that. We've heard about Turkey. We also knew recently the Hungarian president, who's now the head of the European Union. He had gone to Russia. And even Austria has been trying, it's good office say, the UN Secretary General has been trying.
In fact, it was in Switzerland where this peace conference was held. And Ambassador, as I understand it, in speaking to the Swiss government, there were efforts which were made to reach out to Russia. Russia chose not to attend. But be that as it may, let me just go across to Fred Ware, who also joins us. Fred, the energy relationship which India now enjoys with Russia, it's at one level deeply problematic to a country such as Ukraine, but for India it's always been, national priorities first. We have a very large population. In terms of the relationship between Russia and India, how important is energy security?
Well, I think it's tremendously important. In fact, it's shifting global supply chains probably permanently. This surge in coal and oil imports to India has replaced Russia's trade with other parts of the world in this wartime environment, and it's also led to a huge disparity in the trade balance. I think $65 billion trade turnover, but most of that is Russian profit from its energy exports to India. So what I'm sure is at the top of the agenda here in this meeting is for them to talk about ways that Russian companies can use those huge rupee bank accounts that they've built up to get their profits out because there are restrictions, and nobody can use dollars or euros in the sanctions environment. So there have to be innovative new ways. And some of them, I think, it's an opportunity for India to get Russia to invest in Indian companies, Indian projects, spend that money in India, and also to buy more Indian goods, because India is a big producer of consumer goods, of really high quality stuff, and Russia could stand to, since it has to replace a lot of things that it had been importing from Western countries, could definitely, there's a lot of potential there just on that economic front, not only for everybody to benefit, but for permanent new ties to be forged.
Right. All right, but I'd like to thank you all very much for being with us. I'm just going to quickly remind our viewers of what we are seeing right now. President Putin is likely to be having dinner with Prime Minister Modi in just a little while from now. Prime Minister Modi arrived in Russia earlier on today, a very important meeting. It's his first visit to Russia since the time of the Ukraine war starting. There is an important trade relationship over there, a military relationship, a defense relationship, and certainly an energy relationship. And all of these issues will be addressed by the Prime Minister once he is over there. You're going to quickly move on to some other news. And election results show that French voters have chosen to give a broad leftist coalition the most parliamentary seats in pivotal legislative elections, keeping the far right away from power. Yet no party won an outright majority, putting France in an uncertain, unprecedented situation. President Macron's decision to call for snap polls seems to have backfired for him.
A week ago, she was widely expected to lead her far-right National Rally Party to victory in the final round of the French elections. Fast forward 7 days and the tables seem to have turned on Marine Le Pen, as France's left-wing New Popular Front won the largest number of seats, a result no one had expected. In a relief for French President Emmanuel Macron, the results stopped the far-right juggernaut. However, the near future would still be agonizing for him, as left-wing leader Jean-Luc Mélenchon, soon after the results started coming in, asked for his resignation or a new prime minister from the ranks of his New Popular Front coalition. France now faces the challenge of new government formation after the polls delivered a hung parliament, as no single party or coalition could get past the majority mark of 289. The reason for the far right's loss can be attributed to a large extent to a tactical deal between Macron's centrist and the leftist parties. Under the deal, more than 200 candidates from the three-way races pulled out to avoid splitting the anti-far right vote. The other important factor in Le Pen's loss could be voters turning out in force to defeat the far right. Macron's term as president extends until 2027, and he appears to be mulling his options. According to reports, he said that he's waiting for the National Assembly to organize itself before he makes any decisions as to who he'll appoint as Prime Minister. But whoever he picks faces a confidence vote in the National Assembly, which will convene on July 18th. The surge of the far right may have been stopped by the French people, but they still stare at an uncertain future. With Vishal Vivek, Bureau Report, NDTV.
A strategic, bold move, par for the course, or a balancing act? How is the world going to look at Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Moscow to meet President Vladimir Putin? Remember, this is Mr. Modi's first visit to Russia after the Russia-Ukraine war broke out. What does India gain out of it? What are the consequences for the world? We'll keep getting you all that and more from Moscow. Keep watching NDTV.
ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Autoshow with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
You know that the world's first smartwatch was like 1977 में develop कर लिया था. It was straight from HP. Yes, Hewlett Packard जो लैपटॉप आज दिखता है HP के, ये HP ने ही अनवील किया था and the model was HP01. It was quite amazing because it was this wrist gadget जहाँ पे एक कैलेंडर था, एक कैलकुलेटर था, साथ में क्लॉक, स्टॉपवॉच, timer, alarm and in fact a world clock as well. Well, this gadget was really powerful और इसमें 28 अलग-अलग buttons थे. Well, that 28 buttons इतने से size में, well, obviously उस time पे we didn't have touch screens. उस time पे I would say for engineers and for professionals it was such a boon. But then again this product failed because it was quite expensive, थोड़ा bulky था and maybe not that easy to use that. But मैं बोलूँगा it was the beginning of the era of smartwatches and eventually today you know how popular they are जहाँ पे हर किसी से जब आप मिलते हो after the mobile phone the second purchase that you do as a gadget is definitely a smartwatch these days. Did you know this? If yes, amazing. If no, then please let me know. You know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com.
After great victory by Indian team and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं तो आइए बात करते हैं.
बहुत बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस आई साਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
कैसे फील कर रहे हैं?
बहुत बढ़िया फील कर रहे हैं. बहुत माण महसूस हो रहा है.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Here we are and ये है आप सभी जैसे जानते हैं मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट सेक्शन जहाँ पे मैं देता हूँ आपके सवालों के जवाब इन दिस सेगमेंट दैट वी कॉल आस्क टीजी. देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमको क्या सवाल मिले हैं.
Hi TG, is the Insta360 X4 worth upgrading from the Insta360 X3 camera? Also, do you think there are any other alternatives?
I'll give you my honest takeaway. Insta360 is doing really good in terms of these 360 cameras, action cameras, small cameras and everything. But I would say please don't upgrade to the X4 if you already have an X3 because X3 is really powerful in itself. और Insta360 X3 बहुत अच्छे options लेके आता है. It's a well-rounded deal altogether. So if in case you already have it, there is no point for you to upgrade to the X4 or any other camera for that matter. आप उसको अभी use कर सकते हैं for at least I would say एक और साल तक before you see any substantial upgrade.
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Prime Minister Modi is on a two-day state visit to Russia. President Putin hosts Prime Minister Modi over dinner. oil, trade and defense on the agenda as Modi and Putin meet on Tuesday. 4 soldiers killed in Katwa in Jammu and Kashmir, while 6 others injured in a terror attack as terrorists lobbed grenade at army trucks. Mumbai hit and run. Main accused father out on bail in just 24 hours after his arrest. The main accused, the son of the Shinde Sena leader, remains absconding. A woman was run over by a speeding BMW, but 24 hours on, her kins still await justice. And ED moves to the top court against bail given to Hemant Soren. ED says that the Jharkhand High Court order is illegal. Remember, Soren is out on bail in land scam case. In the Salman Khan firing case, Mumbai police files a charge sheet in the Maharashtra Control of Organised Crime Act court. Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi has been named in the charge sheet. Double Olympic medalist PV Sindhu to be the flag bearer for India at the Paris Olympics alongside TT legend Sharad Kamal, while 2012 bronze medalist Gagan Narang, he replaces Mary Kom as chef de mission. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shah. Our top story at this hour, Prime Minister Modi's high-profile visit to Russia. Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived in Moscow on a 2-day visit to Russia for the 22nd India-Russia Annual Summit, during which he will hold summit talks with President Vladimir Putin to review all aspects of bilateral ties and explore opportunities to further boost cooperation in sectors like trade, energy and defense. It is Prime Minister Modi's first trip to Russia in nearly 5 years. His last visit to Russia was in 2019 when he attended an economic conclave in the Far East city. Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Putin are meeting. That meeting will see the world media, including the Chinese, zeroing in on the high-profile meeting that is bound to have a wide geopolitical impact in the region. And my colleague Vasudha joins us at this hour. Vasudha, firstly, how significant is this particular meeting, and a kind gesture, a great gesture there by President Putin inviting Prime Minister Modi over to dinner, especially at his residence?
That's right, Osama. I know it's about 10 p.m. in India, but in Russia, it's just 7:15 p.m. and it's bright and sunny. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi just left, 15 minutes ago. In fact, 12 minutes ago, he left for the residence of Vladimir Putin. And in fact, his residence, his private residence, is in the suburbs of Russia. It's in a place called Novo-Ogarevo, and that's where this lavish dinner is going to be spread out for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It's an unusual, rare gesture by the President of Russia, who's not really known to throw such dinners, private dinners, but it also shows the kind of importance that India has in Russia's imagination of how geopolitics needs to work in its own interest. Remember, India and China have been allies for a long time. In fact, over 75 years. They've been friends for over 75 years, even before the Cold War. So there is a lot of emphasis on the steadiness of this relationship, even as political realignment happens across the world, with India itself deepening ties with other countries such as United States of America, but at the same time not really condemning Russia's actions against Ukraine, but all this at the same time emphasizing on the importance of dialogue and disagreement. What we hear from government sources is that in the next 2 days, in the next 1 day, in fact, in the next